Section 1 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Gough. The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. Section 1, Chapter 6, Changes, Part 1. What is time? A mystery, a figment, and all-powerful. It conditions the exterior world. It is motion married to and mingled with the existence of bodies in space, and with the motion of these. Would there then be no time if there were no motion? No motion if no time, we fondly ask. Is time a function of space, or space of time, or are they identical? Echo answers, time is functional. It can be referred to as action. We say a thing is brought about by time. What sort of thing? Change. Now is not then, here not there, for between them lies motion. But the motion by which one measures time is circular, is in a closed circle, and might almost equally well be described as rest, as cessation of movement, for the there repeats itself constantly in the here, the past in the present. Furthermore, as our utmost effort cannot conceive a final limit either to time or in space, we have settled to think of them as eternal and infinite, apparently in the hope that if this is not very successful, at least it will be more so than the other. But is not this affirmation of the eternal and the infinite the logical, mathematical destruction of every and any limit in time or space, and the reduction of them, more or less, to zero? Is it possible, in eternity, to conceive of a sequence of events, or in the infinite of a succession of space-occupying bodies? Conceptions of distance, movement, change, even of the existence of finite bodies in the universe, how do these fare? Are they consistent with the hypothesis of eternity and infinity we have been driven to adopt? Again we ask, and again Echo answers. Hans Castorp revolved these theories and their like in his brain. We know that from the very first day of his arrival up here, his mind had been much disposed to such sleeveless speculation. Later, perhaps, a certain sinister but strong desire of his, since gratified, had sharpened it the more, and confirmed it in its general tendency to question and to carp. He put these queries to himself. He put them to good cousin Joachim. He put them to the valley at large, lying there, as it had these months on end, deep in snow, though from none of these quarters could he expect anything like an answer, from which the least would be hard to say. For himself, it was precisely because he did not know the answers that he put the questions. For Joachim, it was hardly possible to get him even to consider them, he having, as Hans Castorp had said in French on a certain evening, nothing else in his head but the idea of being a soldier down below. Joachim wrestled with these hopes of his, that now seemed almost within his grasp, now receded into the distance and mocked him there. The struggle grew daily more embittered. He even threatened to end it once for all by a single bold bid for liberty. Yes, the good, the patient, the upright Joachim, so affected to discipline and the service, had been attacked by fits of rebellion. He even questioned the authority of the Gough scale, the method employed in the laboratory, the lab, as one called it, to ascertain the degree of a patient's infection. Whether only a few isolated bacilli, or a whole host of them, were found in the sputum analysed, determined his Gough number, upon which everything depended. It infallibly reflected the chances of recovery with which the patient had to reckon. The number of months or years he must still remain could with ease be deduced from it, beginning with the 6 months that Hofrath Behrens called a weekend, and ending with the life sentence, which, taken literally, often enough meant very little indeed. Joachim then inveighed against the Gough scale, openly giving notice that he questioned its authority, or perhaps not quite openly. He did not say so to the authorities, but expressed his views to his cousin, and even in the dining-room. "I'm fed up with it. I won't be made a fool of any longer," he said, the blood mounting to his bronzed face. 2 weeks ago I had Gough too, a mere nothing. My prospects were the best, and today I am regularly infested. Number 9, if you please. No talk of getting away. How the devil can a man know where he is? Up on the Shetzelp there is a man, a Greek peasant. An agent had him sent up here from Arcadia. He has galloping consumption. There isn't the dimmest hope for him. He may die any day, and yet they've never found even the ghost of a bacillus in his sputum. On the other hand, the Belgian captain that was discharged, cured the other day, he was simply alive with them. Gough 10, and only the very tiniest cavity. The devil fly away with Gough. I'm done. I'm going home, if it kills me." Thus Joachim and all his company were pained to see the gentle, serious youth so overwrought. Hans Castorp, when he heard the threat, could scarcely refrain from quoting a certain opinion he had heard expressed in French by a third party, but he was silent. Was he to set himself up to his cousin for a model of patience, as did Frau Storr, who actually admonished Joachim not to be blasphemous, but to humble his pride and take pattern by her, Caroline Storr, and the faithfulness and firm resolve which made her hold out up here, instead of returning to queen it in her Cannstatt home, to the end that when she did go back it would be as a sound and healthy wife to the arms of her impatient husband? No, such language was not for Hans Castorp. Since Carnival he had had a bad conscience towards his cousin. Conscience told him Joachim must surely be aware of a certain matter never referred to between them, must see in it something very like disloyalty and desertion, taken in connection with a pair of brown eyes, we know, an unwarranted tendency to laughter, and an orange-scented handkerchief, to whose influence Joachim was daily 5 times exposed, yet gave no ground to evil, but steadfastly fixed his eyes upon his plate. Yes, even the silent hostility which Joachim opposed to his cousin's problems and speculations on the subject of time, Hans Castorp felt as an expression of the military decorum which reproached himself. While, as for the valley, that snowed-in winter valley, when Hans Castorp, lying in his excellent chair, directed upon it his inquiring metaphysical gaze, it was silent too. Its peaked summits, its domes and crests and brown-green reddish forests stood there silent, and mortal time flowed over and about them, sometimes luminous against a deep blue sky, sometimes shrouded in vapours, sometimes glowing rosy in the parting sun, sometimes glittering with hard diamond-like brilliance in the magic moonlight, but always, always in snow, for 6 long, incredible, though scurrying months. All the guests declared they could not bear to look any more at the snow. They were sick of it. They had had their fill in the summer-time, and now these masses and heaps and slopes and cushions of snow, day in and day out, were more than they could stand. Their spirits sank under the weight of it, and they took to coloured glasses, green, yellow, and red, to save their eyes, but still more their feelings. Mountain and valley, then, had been lying in deep snow for 6 months, nay, 7, for as we talk, time strides on, not only present time, taken up with the tale we are telling, but also past time, the bygone time of Hans Castorp and the companions of his destiny, up among the snows. Time strides on and brings changes with it. The prophecy which so glibly, so much to Herr Settembrini's disgust, Hans Castorp had made on the eve of Carnival, was in a fair way to be fulfilled. True, the solstice was not immediately at hand, yet Easter had passed over the valley. April advanced, with Whitsuntide in plain view. Spring, with the melting of the snows, would soon be here. Not all the snow would melt. On the heights to the south, and on the north, in the rocky ravines of the Ratikon, some would still remain, and through the summer months more was sure to fall, though it would scarcely lie. Yet the year revolved, and promised changes in its course. for since the night of Carnival, when Hans Castorp had borrowed a lead pencil from Frau Schoscher and afterwards returned it to her again, receiving in its stead a remembrance which he carried round with him in his pocket, since that night 6 weeks had passed, twice as many as made up the original term of Hans Castorp's sojourn among those up here. Yes, 6 weeks had gone by since that evening when Hans Castorp made the acquaintance of Claudia Schoscher, and then returned so much later to his chamber than the duty-loving Joachim to his. 6 weeks since the day after, bringing her departure for the present, her temporary departure for Dagestan, far away eastwards beyond the Caucasus. That her absence would be only temporary, that she intended to return, that she would or must return, at some date yet unspecified. Of this Hans Castorp possessed direct and verbal assurances, given not during that reported conversation in the French tongue, but in a later interval, wordless to our ears, during which we have elected to intermit the flow of our story along the stream of time, and let time flow on pure and free of any content whatever. Yes, such consolatory promises must have been vouchsafed to our young man before he returned to number 34, for he had had no word from Frau Schoscher on the day following, had not seen her indeed, save twice at some distance, once when the glass door slammed and she had slipped for the last time to her place at table, clad in her blue cloth skirt and white sweater. The young man's heart had been in his throat, only the sharp regard Fraulein Engelhart bent upon him had hindered him from burying his face in his hands. The other time had been at 3 o'clock, when he stood at a corridor window, giving on the drive a witness to her departure. It took place just as other such which Hans Castorp had witnessed during his stay up here. The sleigh or carriage halted before the door. Coachman and porter strapped fast the trunks, while friends gathered about to say good-bye to the departing one, who, cured or not, and whether for life or death, was off to the flatland. Others besides friends gathered round as well, curious onlookers who cut the rescuer for the sake of the diversion thus afforded. There would be a frock-coated official representing the management, perhaps even the physicians themselves. Then out came the gracious recipient of the attentions paid by this little world to a departing guest, generally with a beaming face and a bearing which the excitement of the moment rendered far more animated than usual. Today it was Frau Schoscher who issued from the portal, in company with her concave fellow-countryman, Herr Bulligan, who was to accompany her for part of the way. She wore a long, shaggy, fur-trimmed travelling cloak and a large hat. She was all smiles. Her arms were full of flowers. She too seemed possessed by the pleasurable excitement due to the prospect of change, if to nothing else, which was common to all those who left, whatever the circumstance of their leaving, and whether with the consent of the physicians or in sheer desperation at their own risk. Her cheeks were flushed, and she chattered without stopping, probably in Russian, while the rug was being arranged over her knees. People presented farewell bouquets. The great-aunt gave a box of Russian sweetmeats. Numerous other guests besides Frau Schoscher's Russian companions and table-mates stood there to see her off. Among them Dr. Krakowski, showing his yellow teeth through his beard in a hearty smile. The schoolmistress and the man from Mannheim, who gazed gloomily and furtively from a distance, and whose eyes found out Hans Castorp as he stood at his corridor window looking down upon the scene. Hofrat Behrens did not show himself. He had probably ere now taken private leave of the traveller. The horses started up amid farewells and hand-wavings from the bystanders, and then, as Frau Schoscher sank smilingly back against the cushions of the sleigh, her eyes swept the facade of the Berghof, and rested for the fraction of a second upon Hans Castorp's face. In pallid haste he sought his lodger, thence to get a last glimpse of the sleigh as it went jingling down the drive towards the Dorf. Then he flung himself into his chair and drew out his keepsake, his treasure, that consisted this time not of a few reddish-brown shavings, but a thin glass plate, which must be held toward the light to see anything on it. It was Claudia's X-ray portrait, showing not her face, but the delicate bony structure of the upper half of her body, and the organs of the thoracic cavity, surrounded by the pale, ghost-like, envelope of flesh. How often had he looked at it, how often pressed it to his lips, in the time which since then had passed and brought its changes with it. Such changes as, for instance, getting used to life up here without Claudia Chocher, getting used, that is, to her remoteness in space. Yet, after all, this adaptation took place more rapidly than one might have thought possible, for was not time up here at the Gough arranged and organized to the end that one should get very rapidly used to things, even if the getting used consisted chiefly in getting used to not getting used? No longer might he expect that rattle and crash at the beginning of each of the 5 mighty Gough meals. Somewhere else, in some far-off clime, Claudia was letting doors slam behind her. Somewhere else she was expressing herself in that act as intimately bound up with her very being and its state of disease as time is bound up with the motion of bodies in space. Perhaps, indeed, her whole disease consisted in that, and in nothing else. But though lost to view, she was none the less invisibly present to Hans Castorp. She was the genius of the place, whom, in an evil hour, an hour unattuned to any simple little ditty of the flatland, yet one of passing sweetness, he had known and possessed, whose shadowy presentment he now wore next his months-long labouring heart. At that hour his twitching lips had stammered and babbled in his own and foreign tongues, for the most part without his own volition, the maddest things, pleas, prayers, proposals, frantic projects, to which all consent was denied, and rightly, as that he might be permitted to accompany the genius beyond the Caucasus, that he might follow after it, that he might await it at the next spot which its free and untrammelled spirit should select as a domicile, and thereafter never be parted from it more. These and such other rash, irresponsible utterances. No, all that our simple young adventurer carried away from that hour was his ghostly treasure trove, and the possibility, perhaps the probability, of Frau Chocher's return for a 4th sojourn at the Gough, sooner or later, as the state of her health might decree. But whether sooner or later, as she had said again at parting, Hans Castorp would by that time be long since far away. It was a prophecy whose slighting note would have been harder to bear had he not known that prophecies are sometimes made in order that they may not come to pass, as a spell indeed against their fulfilment. Prophecies of this kind mock the future, saying to it how it should shape itself, to the end that it shall shame to be so shaped. The genius, in the course of the conversation we have repeated, and elsewhere called Hans Castorp, a joli bourgeois au petit endroit humide, which might in some sense be considered a translation of the Settembrinian epithet life's delicate child. And the question thus was, which constituent of the mingled essence of his being would prove the stronger, the bourgeois or the other? The genius, though, had failed to take into consideration the fact that Hans Castorp too had come about a good deal in the world, and might easily return hither at a fitting moment, though, in all soberness, was he not sitting up here entirely in order that he might not need to return? Precisely and explicitly that was with him, as with so many others, the very ground of his continued presence. One prophecy indeed made on that carnival evening, made in mockery, was fulfilled. Hans Castorp's fever chart did display a sharp rising curve. He marked it down with a feeling of solemnity. Thereafter it fell a trifle, and then ran on, unchanged save for slight undulations, well above its accustomed level. It was fever, the degree and persistency of which, according to the Hofrat, was out of all proportion to the condition of his lung. Young fellow, my lad, you're more infected than one would take you for," he said. "We'll have to come on to the hypos. They'll serve your turn, or I'm a Dutchman. In 3 or 4 months you ought to be as fit as a fiddle." Thus it came about that Hans Castorp had to produce himself twice in the week, Monday and Saturday, after the morning exercise, down in the lab, where he was given his injections. These were given by either physician indifferently, but the Hofrat performed the operation like a virtuoso, with a fine sweep, squeezing the little syringe at the very moment he pressed the point home. and he cared not a jot where he thrust his needle, so that the pain was often acute and the spot hard and inflamed long afterwards. The effect of the inoculations on the entire organism was very noticeable. The nervous system reacted as after hard muscular exertion, and their strength was displayed in the heightened fever which was their immediate result. The Hofrat had said they would have this effect, and so it fell out. The whole affair, each time, took but a second. One after another the row of patients received their dosage in thigh or arm and turned away, but once or twice, when the Hofrat was in a more lively mood, not depressed by the tobacco he had smoked, Hans Castorp came to speech with him, and conducted the brief conversation somewhat as follows. "I still remember the coffee and pleasant talk we had last autumn, Herr Hofrat," he would say. "Only yesterday, or perhaps the day before, was it, I was reminding my cousin of how we happened to—" "Gafke 7, said the Hofrat. "Last examination. The chap simply can't part with his baccy, and yet he keeps at me worse than ever, to let him get away, so he can wear a sword tied round his middle. What a child he is! Makes me a scene over a month or so of time, as though it were eons passing over our heads. Means to leave, whether or no. Does he say the same to you? We ought to give him a pretty straight talking to. Take it from me, you'll have him hopping the twig if he's too previous about going down and breathing the nice damp air in his weak spot. A sword swallower like that doesn't necessarily possess so much grey matter, but you, as a steady civilian, you ought to see that he doesn't make an ass of himself." "I do talk to him, Herr Hofrat," Hans Castorp responded, taking the reins again in his hands. "I do, often, when he begins to kick against the pricks, and I think he will listen to reason. But the examples he has before his eyes are all the wrong kind. He is always seeing people going off on their own, without authority from you. It looks mighty gay, as though they were really leaving for good, and that is a temptation to all but the strongest characters. For instance, lately, who was it went off? A lady from the good Russian table, that Frau Schoscha. She's gone to Dagestan, they say. Well, Dagestan, I don't know the climate. It is probably better, when all is said and done, than being right down on the water. But after all, it is the flatland, according to our ideas up here. Though for aught I know, it may be mountainous, geographically speaking. I am not much up on the subject. But how can a person who isn't sound live out there, where all the proper ideas are totally lacking, and nobody has a notion of the regimen, the rescuer, and measuring, and all that? Anyhow, she will be coming back. She told me so herself. Happened to. How did we come to speak of her? Yes, Herr Hofrat, I remember, as though it was yesterday, how we met you in the garden, or rather you met us, for we were sitting on a bench. I could show you the very bench today that we were sitting on. We were sitting and smoking. Or rather, I was smoking, for my cousin doesn't smoke, oddly enough. You were smoking too, and we exchanged our brands, I recall. Your Brazil I found excellent, but I suspect one had to go about them a little gingerly, or something may happen, as it happened to you that time with the 2 little imported, when your bosom swelled with pride, and you nearly toddled off, you know. I may joke about it, since it turned out all right. I've ordered another couple of 100 of my Maria lately. I'm very dependent on her. She suits me in every respect, but the carriage and customs makes the cost rather mount up. So if you have anything good to suggest, Herr Hofrat, I'm ready to have a go at the domestic product. I see some attractive weeds in the windows. Yes, we were privileged to look at your paintings. I remember the whole thing so well, and I was perfectly amazed at your oil technique. I'd never venture anything like it. You showed us the portrait you made of Frau Schoscha. Simply first-class treatment of the skin. I must say I was very struck by it. At that time I was not personally acquainted with the sitter, only by sight, but just before she went off I got to know her. You don't say, answered the Hofrat, a little as he had that time when Hans Castorp told him, shortly before the first examination, that he had fever. He said no more. Yes, went on the youth, I made her acquaintance, a thing that isn't so easy hereabouts, you know. But Frau Schoscha and I, we managed at the 11th hour, we had some conversation. Went Hans Castorp, and drew his breath sharply through his teeth. The needle had gone in. "That was certainly a very important nerve you happened to hit on, Herr Hofrat," he said. "I do assure you it hurts like the devil." "Thanks. A little massage does it good." "Yes, we came a little closer to each other in conversation." "Ah, well?" the Hofrat said. His manner was, as one expecting from his own experience, a very favouring reply, and expressing his agreement in anticipation by the way he puts the question. "I'm afraid my French was rather lame," Hans Castorp answered evasively. "I haven't had much occasion to use it, but the words somehow come into one's mind when one needs them, so we understood each other tolerably well." "I believe you," said the Hofrat. "Well?" He repeated his inquisition, and even added of his own motion, "Pretty nice, what?" Hans Castorp stood, legs and elbows extended, his face turned up, buttoning his shirt collar. "It's an old story," he said. "At a place like this, two people or two families can live weeks on end under one roof without speaking, but some day they get acquainted and take to each other, only to find that one of the parties is on the point of leaving. Regrettable incidents like that happen, I suppose. In such cases one feels like keeping in touch by post, at least. But Frau Schorcher—" "Ha ha ha! Touch she won't she?" the Hofrat laughed. "No, she wouldn't hear of it. Does she write to you now and again, from where she is staying?" "Lord bless you," Behrens answered, "she'd never think of it. In the first place, she's too lazy, and in the second, how could she? I can't read Russian, though I can jabber it after a fashion when I have to, but I can't read a word, nor you either, I should suppose. And the puss can purr fast enough in French or in German, but writing, it would floor her altogether. Think of the spelling. No, my poor young friend, we'll have to console each other. She always comes back again, sooner or later. Different people take it differently. It's a question of procedure or of temperament. One goes off and keeps coming back. Another stops long enough that he doesn't need to come back. Just put it to your cousin that if he goes off now, you're likely to be still here to see him return in state." "But, Herr Hofrat, how long do you mean that I—" "That you mean that he, don't you? That he won't stop as long a time below as he has been up here. That is what I mean. And so I tell you, that's my humble opinion, and I lay it on you to tell him so from me, if you will be so kind as to undertake the commission." End of section 1. Section 2 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2, Chapter 6, Changes, Part 2. Such, more or less, would be the trend of their conversation, artfully conducted by Hans Castorp, who, however, reaped nothing or less than nothing for his pains. How long one must remain in order to see the return of a person departed before her time? On that point the result was equivocal, while as for the direct news of the departed fair one, he simply got none at all. No, he would have no news of her, so long as they were separated by the mystery of time and space. She would never write, and no opportunity would be afforded him to do so. And when he came to think of it, how should it be otherwise? Was it not very bourgeois, even pedantic of him, to imagine they ought to write, when he himself had been of opinion that it was neither necessary nor desirable for them to speak? Had he even spoken with her that carnival evening, anything that might be called speaking, and not rather the utterance of a dream, couched in a foreign language, and very little civilized in its drift? Why should he write to her, on letter paper or on postcards, setting down for her edification, as he did for that of his people at home, the fluctuations of his curve? Claudia had been right in feeling herself dispensed from writing by virtue of the freedom her illness gave her. Speaking and writing were of course the first concern of a humanistic and republican spirit. They were the proper affair of Brunetto Latini, the same who wrote the book about the virtues and the vices, and taught the Florentines the art of language and how to guide their state according to the rules of politics. And here Hans Castorp was reminded of Ludovico Settembrini, and flushed, as once he had when the Italian entered his sick room and turned on the light. Hans Castorp might have applied to him with his metaphysical puzzles, if only by way of challenge or in a carping spirit, without any serious expectation of an answer from the humanist, whose concerns and interests, of course, were all of this earth. But since the carnival gaieties and Settembrini's impassioned exit from the music-room, there had been a coolness between them, due on Hans Castorp's side to a bad conscience, and on the other's to the deep wound dealt his pedagogic pride. They avoided each other, and for weeks exchanged not a single word. In the eyes of one whose view it was that all moral sanctions resided in the reason and the virtue, Hans Castorp must have ceased to be a delicate child of life. Herr Settembrini must by now have given him up for lost. The youth hardened his heart. He scowled and stuck out his lips when they met, and the Italian's darkly ardent gaze rested upon him in silent reproach. But his resentment dissolved in the instant the first time Herr Settembrini spoke to him, which, as we have said, happened after weeks of silence. Even so, it was in passing, and in the form of a classical allusion, for the understanding of which some training in Occidental culture was required. They met after dinner in the glass door, that door which nowadays was never guilty of banging. Settembrini overtook the young man, and in the act to pass him, said, "Well, engineer, and how have you enjoyed the pomegranate?" Hans Castorp smiled, overjoyed, but in confusion. He answered, "I don't quite understand, Herr Settembrini. Did we have any pomegranates? I don't recall having tasted. Oh yes, once in my life I had pomegranate juice and soda. It was too sweet." The Italian, already in front of him, turned his head to say, "Gods and mortals have been known to visit the nether world and find their way back again. But in that kingdom they know that he who tastes even once of its fruits belongs to them." He passed on, in his everlasting check trousers, and left Hans Castorp behind, presumably, and to a certain extent actually, staggered by so much allusiveness, though he was stirred to irritation at its being taken for granted, and muttered through his teeth after the departing back, "Caduci Latini humani spaghetti. Get along, do, and leave me in peace." Yet he was at bottom sincerely glad to have the silence broken, for despite his keepsake, the macabre trophy he wore next to his heart, he leaned upon Herr Settembrini, set great store by his character and opinions, and the thought of being cast off would have weighed upon his spirit more heavily than that remembered boyish feeling of being left behind at school and not counting any more of enjoying, like Herr Albin, the boundless advantages of his shameful state. He did not venture, however, himself to address his mentor, who for his part let weeks elapse before he again approached his delicate child. The ocean of time, rolling onwards in monotonous rhythm, bore the Easter-tide on its billows, and they observed the season at the Berghof as they did consistently all the recurrent feasts of the year, by way of breaking up and articulating the long stretches of time. At early breakfast there was a nosegay of violets at each place. At second breakfast each guest had a coloured egg, while sugar and chocolate hares adorned and made festive the midday table. "Have you ever made a voyage by steamship, Tenente? Or you, engineer?" asked Herr Settembrini, strolling up to the cousins' table, toothpick in mouth. Most of the guests were shortening the main rescuer in honour of the day, and devoting a quarter hour to coffee and cognac. "These rabbits and coloured eggs somehow remind me of the life on board a great ocean-going boat, where you stare at a briny waste and a bare horizon for weeks on end, and even the exaggerated ease of the life scarcely avails to make you forget its precariousness, the submerged consciousness of which continues to gnaw at the depths of your being. I still recall the spirit in which the passengers in such an ark piously observe the feasts of terra firma. They have thoughts of the outer world. They are sensitive to the calendar. On shore it would be Easter today, they say. Or today they are celebrating the King's birthday, and we will celebrate too, as best we may. We are human beings too. Isn't that the idea?" The cousins acquiesced. It was precisely that. Hans Castorp, touched by being once more addressed and pricked by his conscience, praised Herr Settembrini's words in sounding tones, pronounced them capital, said how spirited they were, how much the language of a literary man. He could not say too much. Undoubtedly, though only superficially, as Herr Settembrini in his plastic way had remarked, the comfort on board an ocean steamer did make one forget the element of risk in circumstances. If he might venture to add anything, he would say it even induced a sort of light-headedness, a tempting of fate, which the ancients, in his desire to please he quoted the classics, had called hubris. Belshazzar, king of Babylon, and that sort of thing. In short, it came close to being blasphemous. Yet, on the other hand, the luxury of an ocean-going vessel connoted a majestic triumph of the human spirit. It was an honour to humankind to launch all this comfort and luxury upon the salt sea foam and there sustain it. Man thus boldly set his foot, as it were, upon the forces of nature, controlled the wild elements, and that connoted the victory of civilization over chaos, if he might make so free as to employ the phrase. Herr Settembrini listened attentively, legs and arms crossed, daintily stroking with the toothpick his flowing moustaches. "It is remarkable," he said. "A man cannot make general observations to any extent on any subject without betraying himself, without introducing his entire individuality, and presenting, as in an allegory, the fundamental theme and problem of his own existence. This, engineer, is what you have just done. All you have just now said came from the very depths of your personality. Even the present stage you have arrived at found their poetic expression, and showed itself to be still the experimental placet experi, Hans Castorp said with the Italian C, laughed and nodded. Sicuro, if what is involved is not recklessness and loose living, but an honourable passion to explore the universe. You spoke of hubris. That was the word you employed. The hubris which the reason opposes to the powers of darkness is the highest human expression, and calls down upon it the swift revenge of envious gods, as when per esempio, such an ark de luxe, gets shipwrecked and goes gallantly beneath the waves. That is defeat with honour. Prometheus, too, was guilty of hubris, and his torture on the Scythian cliffs was, from our point of view, a holy martyrdom. But what about that other kind of hubris which perishes in a wanton trifling with the forces of unreason and hostility to the human race? Can that be honourable? Si ou no? Hans Castorp stirred his coffee cup, though there was nothing in it. Engineer, said the Italian, and nodded musingly, his black eyes fixed on space. Are you not afraid of the hurricane, which is the second circle of the inferno, and which whirls and whips the offenders after the flesh? Those lost, unhappy ones who sacrificed their reason to their desire? Grandio! When I picture you flapping about in the gale, heels overhead, I could almost swoon out of sheer pity and fall, as a dead body falls. They laughed, glad that he should be pleased to jest and talk poetry. But Settembrini added, You remember, engineer, on the evening of Mardi Gras, as you sat over your wine, you took your leave of me. Yes, in a way it amounted to that. Well, today it is my turn. You see me, gentlemen, in act to bid you farewell. I am leaving House Berghoff. The cousins were aghast. Impossible! You are joking! Hans Castorp cried, as he had cried once before on a like occasion. He was nearly as much startled now as then. Settembrini answered in his turn, Not at all. It is as I tell you. More than that, the news should be to you no news. I once explained to you that in the moment when I became aware that my hope of looking forward to a return to my work within any reasonable time was no longer tenable, in that moment I was settled to strike my tent, so far as this establishment is concerned, and seek in the village a permanent logis. Well, the moment has arrived. I cannot recover. That is settled. I can prolong my days, but only up here. My final sentence is for life. Hofrat Behrens, with his customary vivacity, has pronounced my doom. Very well. I have drawn the inevitable inference. I have taken new quarters, and am about to remove thither my small earthly possessions and the tools of my literary craft. It is not far from here, in the Dorf. We shall surely see each other. Surely I will not lose sight of you. But as a fellow guest of this establishment, I have the honour of taking my leave. Such was the announcement Settembrini had made that Easter Sunday. Both cousins had shown themselves exceedingly upset. They had talked at length and repeatedly with him on the subject of his resolve, also about how he would carry on the service of the cure, even after he left the Berghof, about his taking with him and continuing the great encyclopedic task he had set himself, that survey of the masterpieces of belles-lettres, from the point of view of human suffering and its elimination. Finally, about Herr Settembrini's future lodging in the house of a petty chandler, as the Italian called him. The chandler, it appeared, let his upper stories to a Bohemian ladies' tailor, who in his turn let out the lodgings, and now all these arrangements lay in the past. Time had moved on, and brought more than one change in its train. Settembrini had ceased to have residence at the Berghof. He had taken up his abode with Lukacek, the ladies' tailor, and that indeed some weeks back. He had not made his exit in a sleigh, but on foot, wearing a short yellow coat, garnished sparsely with fur at the collar and wrists, and accompanied by a man who trundled the earthly and literary baggage of the humanist on a hand-lorry. He pinched one of the dining-room girls in the cheek with the back of 2 fingers, and went off down the drive, swinging his stick. They watched him go. This, as we said, was well on in April. 3/4 of the month lay in the past. It was still the depth of winter. In their chambers the thermometer registered scarcely more than 40 degrees. Outside there were 15 degrees of frost, and if one left one's inkwell in the loggia, it froze overnight into an icy lump like a piece of coal. Yet one knew that spring was nigh. There were days when the sun shone, on which one felt in the air its delicate presence. The melting of the snows was at hand, and brought with it certain changes to the Berghof, despite the authority of Hofrat Behrens, despite all he could say, in the dining-room and bedchamber, at every meal, at every visit, at every examination, to combat the prevailing prejudice against the season. Were they, he asked, up here for the winter sports, or were they patients? And if the latter, what good on earth were snow and ice to them? Had they the notion in their heads that the melting snow was a bad time for them to be here? Nonsense! It was the best time of all. He would show them that there were relatively fewer bedridden in the whole valley at this time than any other in the year, and there was not a spot in the world that was not less favourable to lung patients at this season than the one they were in. Anybody with a spark of common sense would stop on and give himself the benefit of the hardening process which this sort of weather afforded. Then, provided they remained for their appointed time, they would be fully healed, staunch against any rigours of any climate in the world, and so forth. But the prejudice stuck. Let him say what he would. The Berghof emptied. Perhaps it was the oncoming spring that got in their bones and upset even the steadiest going, but at all events the number of wild, unauthorized departures from House Berghof increased, until the situation verged upon the critical. For instance, Frau Solomon from Amsterdam, despite the pleasure she got from displaying her lace underwear at examinations, despite the fact that she was not improving but steadily getting worse, took an entirely mad and illegitimate leave for the Flatland. Her sojourn in the valley extended much further back than Hans Castorp's. She had entered more than a year ago, with only a slight weakness, for which a 3-month stay had been prescribed. 4 months later, the word was that she would be perfectly sound inside another 6 weeks. But at the end of that time there was heard no talk of a cure. She must stop for at least another 4 months. Thus it had gone on. Certainly this was no bagnio, no Siberian penal settlement. Frau Solomon had remained and displayed her beauteous underwear. But now, when the snow was melting and she was prescribed at her examination another 6 months, on account of whistling sounds in the upper left lung and unmistakable discords under the left shoulder blade, her patience suddenly came to an end, and she left for her wet and windy Amsterdam, uttering invectives against Dorf and Platz, the far-famed climate, the doctors, and the international sanatorium Berghoff. Was that well done? Hofrat Behrens raised shoulders and arms and let the latter fall with a clap against his sides. At latest, he said, Frau Solomon will be back in the autumn, and for good and all. We shall be able to test the truth of his prophecy, for we are destined to spend yet much earthly time at this pleasure resort. But the Solomon case was far from being the only one of its kind. Time brought about many changes. Time always did, but more gradually in the rule, not so strikingly. There were gaps at the table, all 7 of them, at the good as well as at the bad Russian table, and at those that stood transversely to the room. Not that this alone would have given an exact or fair picture of the situation, for there were always arrivals, as well as leave-takings. The bedrooms might be full, though there one dealt with patients whose condition had finally put an end to their exercising any choice in the matter. The gaps in the dining-room were partly due to the exercise of choice, but some of them yawned in a particularly hollow manner, as for instance at Dr. Blumenkohl's place, he being dead. That expression he wore, as of something bad tasting in the mouth, had grown more and more pronounced. Then he became permanently bedridden, and then he died. No one knew precisely when, his affair being disposed of with the usual tact and delicacy. A gap. Frau Storr sat next it. It made her shudder, so she moved over to Joachim Seimson's other side, in the room of Miss Robinson, discharged, cured, and opposite the schoolmistress, Hans Castorp's neighbour, still faithful to her post. The latter was sitting for the time alone on her side of the table, for the other 3 places were free. The student Rasmussen had grown daily thinner and weaker. He was now bedridden, probably moribund. The great-aunt, with her niece and full-breasted Marussia, had gone a journey. That was the usual way to put it, because everyone knew they would be back again. They would certainly be back by autumn, so you could hardly say they had left. The summer solstice, once Whitsuntide was past, stood immediately before them, and after the longest day in the year they would go downhill with a rush toward winter. At that rate the great-aunt and Marussia were as good as back again, which was as it should be, for the lively Marussia was very far from being cured, and the schoolmistress knew positively that the brown-eyed one had tuberculous ulcers on her swelling bosom, which had more than once already necessitated an operation. Hans Castorp, as Fraulein Engelhardt said this, gave a hasty glance at Joachim, bending sedulously over his plate, a face gone all mottled. The lively great-aunt had given her table-mates a farewell supper in the restaurant, to which were bidden the cousins, Frau Storr and Fraulein Engelhardt, a proper banquet with caviar, champagne, and liqueurs. Joachim had been very silent, in fact had spoken only once or twice, and then hardly above a whisper, so that the old lady, in a burst of good feeling, had sought to cheer him up, even going so far as to set aside accepted forms and address him with the thou. "Never mind, Vaterchen. Cheer up, eat, drink, and be merry. We'll be coming back again," she said. "Let's all eat, drink, and be merry, and begone dull care. God will send the autumn in his own good time before we know it. So why be sad?" Next morning she presented half the dining-room with gay boxes of comfits, and left, with her 2 charges, on their little outing. And Joachim? Did he find things easier for that? Or did he suffer an agony of inward emptiness in view of the vacant places at table? Had his unwonted irritability, his threats of taking unsanctified leave, anything to do with Marussia's departure? Or, on the other hand, that he had after all not left, but lent an ear to the Hofrat's gospel of the melting snows? Was that fact any way connected with the circumstances that the full-bosomed Marussia was not gone for good, but only on a journey, and would be back again in 5 of the smallest time units known to House Berghoff? Ah, yes. They were both true, this and the other. as Hans Castorp was well aware, without ever having exchanged a syllable with Joachim on the subject, which he was careful to refrain from doing, as his cousin was on his side to avoid mention of another person also lately gone off for a little trip. In the meantime, who was sitting at Settembrini's table, in the place vacated by the Italian, and in the company of certain Dutchmen who were possessing of such mighty appetites that every day, before the 5-course Berkhoff dinner, even before the soup, each one of them ordered and ate 3 fried eggs? Who, we say, but Anton Karlovich Ferge, the same who had experienced the hellish torment of the pleura shock. Yes, Herr Ferge was out of bed. Without the aid of the pneumothorax, he had so improved as to be able to spend most of the day up and dressed, and even to assist at the Berkhoff meals, with his bushy, good-natured moustaches and his exaggerated Adam's apple, just as good-natured. The cousins chatted with him sometimes in the dining-room or salon, or even inclined their hearts unto that simple sufferer, and took him with them on the daily walks. Elevated discourse was beyond him, but within his limits he could talk very acceptably about the manufacture of galoshes, and about distant parts of the Russian Empire, Samara, Georgia, and so on, as they plodded through slush and fog. For the roads were really hardly passable. They streamed with water and reeked with mist. The Hofrat, indeed, said it was not mist but cloud, but in Hans Castorp's judgment this was quibbling. The spring fought out a bitter struggle with 100 setbacks into the depth of winter. The battle lasted months long, well into June. There were times in March when the heat was almost unendurable, as one lay in the lightest of clothing in the reclining chair on the balcony, with the little parasol erected against the sun. In those days some of the ladies plumped for summer, and arrayed themselves in muslins for early breakfast, excusably perhaps in view of the singularity of the climate up here, which was favourable to the illusion on the score of weather, jumbling as it did all the seasons together. Yet their forehandedness was but short-sightedness after all, showing paucity of imagination, the stupidity which cannot conceive anything beyond the present moment. Even more was it an avidity for change, a time-devouring restlessness and impatience. It was March by the calendar, therefore it was spring, which meant as good as summer, and they pulled out their summer clothes to appear in them before autumn should overtake them, which in fact it did. With April, cold, wet, cloudy weather set in. A long spell of rain turned at length into flurries of fresh snow. Fingers were stiff in the loggia, both camel-hair rugs were called into service. It did not lack much of putting the fur sleeping-sack in requisition anew. The management brought itself to turn on the heat, and on all hands were heard bitter complainings. The spring had betrayed them. Toward the end of the month the valley lay deep in snow, but then it thawed, just as certain experienced or weather-sensitive among the guests had prophesied it would. Frau Storr, the ivory levy, but equally the widow Hessenfeld, smelt it and felt it simultaneously, before ever the smallest little cloud showed itself over the top of the granite formation to the south. Frau Hessenfeld got colic. Fräulein Levy became bedridden. Frau Storr, drawing back her lips from her rat-like teeth with the churlish expression she had, daily and hourly gave utterance to her superstitious fear of a hemorrhage, for it was common talk that the thaw brought them about, or at least favoured them. It became unbelievably warm. The heat was turned off, balcony doors were left open at night, and still it was over 50 degrees in the morning. The snow melted apace. It turned grey, became porous and saturated. The drifts shrank together and seemed to sink into the earth. There was a gurgling, a trickling and oozing all abroad. The trees dripped. Their masses of snow slid off. The shovelled-up barricades in the streets, the pallid layers carpeting the meadows, disappeared alike, though not all at once. They had lain too heavy for that. Then what lovely apparitions of the springtime revealed themselves. It was unheard of, fairy-like. There lay the broad meadows, with the cone-shaped summit of the Schwarzhorn towering in the background, still in snow, and close in on the right the snow-buried Scaletta Glacier. The common scene of pasture and hayrick was still snow-clad, though with a thin and scanty coat that everywhere showed bare patches of dark earth or dry grass sticking through. Yet after all, the cousins found what a curious sort of snow it was, thick in the distance, next the wooded slopes, but in the foreground a mere sprinkling at most. The stretches of discoloured and winter-killed grass were dappled or sprigged with white. They looked closer, they bent down surprised. It was not snow, it was flowers, snow flowers, a snow of flowers, short-stemmed chalices of white and palest blue. They were crocuses, no less, sprung by millions from the soggy meadow bottom, and so thick that one actually confused them with the snow into which they merged. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3, Chapter 6, Changes, Part 3. The cousins smiled at the deception, and for joy at the wonder before their eyes, at this timorous and lovely assumption of protective coloration, as it were, on the part of these first shy returning motions of organic life. They picked some of the flowers, studied the structure of their charming cups, and stuck them in their buttonholes, wore them home and put them in glasses on their stands, for the deathly torpor of the winter had lasted long indeed, however short it had seemed. But that flowery snow was soon covered with real. Even the blue soldanellas and the red and yellow primroses that followed on suffered the same fate. What a fight that was, spring had to wage up here, before it finally conquered. It was flung back 10 times before it could get a foothold, back to the next onset of winter, with icy wind, flurries of snow, and a heated house. At the beginning of May, for while we have been talking of crocuses, April has merged into May, it was real torture to write even so much as a postcard while sitting in the loggia, the fingers so stiffened in the raw Novemberish air. The 4 or 5 shade trees in the Platts were as bare as they could be in a valley January. It rained days on end, a whole week. Only the compensating excellence of the type of reclining chair in use up here could render tolerable the ordeal of lying hours with wet and stiffened face out here in the reeking mist. Yet, all the while, in secret, it was a spring rain that fell, and more, the longer it lasted, did it betray itself as such. Under it the snow melted quite away. There was no more white, only here and there a vestige of dirty grey, and now, at long last, the meadows began to green. What a joy that was! What a boon to the eyes after so much white! But there was another green, surpassing in its tender softness even the hue of the new grass, and that was the green of young larch buds. Hans Castorp could seldom refrain from caressing them with his hand, or stroking his cheeks with them as he went on his walks. Their softness and freshness were irresistible. "It almost tempts one to be a botanist," he said to his companion. "It's a fact. I could almost wish to be a natural scientist out of sheer joy at the reawakening of nature after a winter like this up here. That's gentian, man, that you see up there on the cliffs. And this is a sort of little yellow violet, something I'm not familiar with. And this is ranunculus. They look just the same down below. The natural order Ranunculi. Compound, I remember, a particularly charming plant, androgynous. You can see a lot of stamens and pistils, an androecium and a gynecium, if I remember rightly. I really must root out some old volume of botany or other, and polish up my knowledge in this field. My hat, how gay it's getting to look in the world!" "It will be even more so in June," Joachim said. "The flowering time in these parts is famous, but I hardly think I'll be here for it. That's probably from Krukowski that you get the idea of studying botany?" Krukowski? What made him say that? Oh, very likely because Dr. Krukowski had been uttering himself botanically in one of his lectures of late. Yes, we shall be in error if we assume that because time has brought about many changes at the Birkhoff, Dr. Krukowski no longer delivers his lectures. He delivers them as before, one every 2 weeks, in a frock-coat, though no longer in sandals, for those he wears only in the summer, and soon will be donning them again. delivers them every second Monday in the dining room, as on that far-off day when Hans Castorp returned late and blood-spattered from his walk. For 3/4 of a year now had the analyst held forth on the subject of love and disease. Never much at one time, in little chats, for 1/2 or 3/4 of an hour long, he had dealt out the treasures of his intellect, and one received the impression that he need never leave off, that he could as well go on forever. It was a sort of half-monthly 1001 Nights entertainment, spinning itself out at will, calculated, like the stories of Scheherazade, to gratify the curiosity of a prince and turn away his wrath. Dr. Krukowski's theme, in its untrammelled scope, reminded one, indeed, of the undertaking to which Settembrini had vowed himself, the Encyclopaedia of Suffering, and the extent to which it offered points of departure could be seen from the circumstance that the lecturer had lately talked about botany, to be precise, about mushrooms. But he had perhaps slightly changed his theme by now. He was at present discussing love and death, finding occasion for observations in part subtly poetic in their nature, in part ruthlessly scientific. And thus it was, in this connection, that the learned gentleman, speaking with his drawling, typically Eastern cadence, and his softly mouthed R, came upon the subject of botany, that is to say, upon the subject of mushrooms. These creatures of the shade, luxuriant and anomalous forms of organic life, were fleshly by nature, and closely related to the animal kingdom. The products of animal metabolism, such as albumin, glycogen, animal starch, in short, were present in them, and Dr. Krukowski went on to speak of a mushroom, famous in classical antiquity and since, on account of its form and the powers ascribed to it, a fungus in whose Latin name the epithet impudicus occurred, and which in its form was suggestive of love, in its odour of death. For it was a striking fact that the odour of the impudicus was that of animal decay. It gave out that odour when the viscous, greenish, spore-bearing fluid dripped from its bell-shaped top. Yet even today, among the ignorant, the mushroom passed for an aphrodisiac. All that, Lawyer Paravant found, had been a bit strong for the ladies. He was still here, having hearkened to the Hofrath's propaganda, and stuck out the melting season. Likewise Frau Storr, who had shown strength of character, and set her face against every temptation to unlawful departure, expressed herself at table to the effect that Krukowski had been positively obscure to-day with his classical mushrooms. She had actually said obscure, the poor creature, and had gone on making one howler after another. But what surprised Hans Castorp was that his cousin should have mentioned Dr. Krukowski and his botanical allusions, for the psychoanalyst had been as little referred to between them as Claudia Schoscher or Marussia. By common consent they had passed over his ways and works in silence, but now Joachim had mentioned him, though in an irritable tone. His saying, too, that he would not be here for the flowering season had sounded very much out of sorts. Good cousin Joachim seemed on the way to losing his equilibrium. His voice vibrated with irritation when he talked, and the old gentleness and moderation were of the past. Was it that he missed the orange perfume? Did the way they put him off with his Gafki number drive him to the verge of despair? Or was he of more than one mind whether he should await the autumn up here or resolve on unlawful departure? In reality it was something besides all these that had given the shade of vexation to Joachim's voice and made him mention the recent botanical lecture with contempt. Hans Castorp did not know this, or rather he did not know that Joachim knew it. As for himself, he knew it well, did this venturesome spirit, this delicate nursling of life, this schoolmaster's plague. In a word, Joachim had caught his cousin at his tricks again, had found him out in another species of disloyalty, not so unlike the one he had been guilty of on the evening of Carnival, only possessed of a still keener point in the circumstance that of this one he made a practice. In the rhythmic monotony of time's flow, in the well-nigh minute articulation of the normal day, that day which was ever, even unto confusion and distraction, the same day, an abiding eternity, so that it was hard to say how it ever managed to bring forth any change, in the inviolable unbreachable regimen, we say, of that normal day, Dr. Krukowski's routine of visits took him, as of yore, through all the rooms, or rather through all the balconies, from chair to reclining chair, between 3:30 and 4 in the afternoon. How often had the normal day of the Birkhoff renewed itself, since far off time, when Hans Castorp lay and grumbled within himself because Dr. Krukowski described an arc about him and left him on one side. The guest of that day had long become the comrade. Dr. Krukowski often thus addressed him when he made his rounds, and if, as Hans Castorp said to Joachim, the military associations of the word, with the exotic pronunciation of the R, sounded singularly inappropriate in his mouth, yet the word itself did not go so badly with his robust and hearty, confidence-inviting manner. But that again, in its turn, was belied by his blackness and pallor, so that some aura of the questionable always hung about the man. "Well, comrade, and how goes it?" the doctor said, as, coming from the barbarian Russians, he approached the head end of Hans Castorp's reclining chair. The patient, hands folded on his chest, smiled daily at the blithe address, smiled with a friendly, albeit rather harassed mien, watching the doctor's yellow teeth that were visible through his beard. "Slept right well, did you?" Dr. Krukowski would go on. "Curve going down. Up, eh? Never mind, it will be all right before you come to get married. Good day to you." And he would go on into Joachim's balcony, for these afternoon rounds were merely a coup d'oeil, no more. But once in a way he would stop rather longer, standing there broad-shouldered and sturdy, ever with his manly smile, chatting with the comrade of this and that, the weather, the various departures and new arrivals, the mood the patient was in, whether good or bad, sometimes about his personal affairs, origin and prospects, before he uttered the formula, "Good day to you," and passed on. Hans Castorp would shift his hands to behind his head and reply to all he was asked, smiling in his turn. He experienced a penetrating sense of uncanniness. Yes, but he answered. He spoke in low tones, so that Joachim, despite the fact that the glass partition only half separated them, could not make out what they said. Indeed, made not the slightest effort to do so. He heard his cousin get up from his chair and go indoors, probably to show the doctor his curve, and the conversation seemed to be further prolonged inside the chamber, to judge from the length of time before the assistant appeared, this time from the inside, through his room. What did the comrades talk about? Joachim never put the question, but if one of us were to do so, an answer in general terms might be forthcoming, as that there is much matter for an exchange of views between two comrades and fellow men when they possess ideas in common, and one of them has arrived at the point of conceiving the material universe in the light of a downfall of the spirit, a morbid growth upon it, while the other, as physician, is wont to treat of the secondary character of organic disease. Yes, there was, we should say, much to talk about, much to say on the subject of the material as the dishonourable decay of the immaterial, of life as the impudicity of substance, or disease as an impure manifestation of life. With the current lectures for background, the conversation might swing from the subject of love as a force making for disease, from the supersensory nature of the indications to old and fresh infected areas, to soluble toxins and love potions, to the illumination of the unconscious, to the blessings of psychoanalysis, the transference of symptoms. In short, how can we know what all they talked about, Dr. Krukowski and young Castorp, when all these were merely guesses and suppositions thrown out in response to a hypothetical question? In any case, they talked no longer. It had lasted only a few weeks. Of late the assistant spent no more time with this particular patient than with the others, but confined himself chiefly to the "Well, comrade," and "Good day to you," on his rounds. But now Joachim had made another discovery. He had fathomed the duplicity of his cousin, without, be it said, any faintest intention of so doing, without having bent his military honour to the office of spy. It happened quite simply that he had been summoned one Wednesday, from the first rest period, to go down to the basement and be weighed by the bathing-master. He came down the clean linoleum-covered steps that faced the consulting-room door, with the X-ray cabinets on either side. On the left, the organic, on the right, round the corner, and one step lower down, the analytic, with Dr. Krakowski's visiting card tacked on the door. Joachim paused halfway down the stair as he saw his cousin coming from the consulting room, where he had just had an injection. He stepped hastily through the door, closed it with both hands, and without looking round, turned toward the door which had the card fastened to it with drawing pins. He reached it with a few noiseless, crouching steps, knocked, bent to listen, with his head close to the tapping finger, and as the "Come in" an exotic baritone sounded on the other side, Joachim saw his cousin disappear into the half-darkness of Dr. Krakowski's analytic lair. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4, Chapter 6, A Newcomer, Part 1. Long days, the longest objectively speaking, and with reference to the hours of daylight they contained, since their astronomical length could not affect the swift passage of them, either taken singly or in their monotonous general flow. The vernal equinox lay 3 months back. The solstice was at hand, but the seasons up here followed the calendar with halting steps, and only within the last few days had spring fairly arrived, a spring still without hint of summer's denser air, rarefied, ethereal and balmy, with the sun sending silvery gleams from a blue heaven, and the meadows blithe with party-coloured flowers. Hans Castorp found bluebells and yarrow on the hillside, like the ones Joachim had put in his room to greet him when he came, and seeing them realized how the year was rounding out. Those others had been the late blossoms of the declining summer, whereas now the tender emerald grass of the sloping meadows was thick-starred with every sort of bloom, cup-shaped, bell-shaped, star-shaped, any-shaped, filling the sunny air with a warm scent, quantities of wild pansies and flybane, daisies, red and yellow primulas, larger and finer than any Hans Castorp had ever seen down below, so far as he could recall noticing, and the nodding sondonella, peculiar to the region, with its little eyelashed bells of rose-colour, purple and blue. Hans Castorp gathered a bunch of all this loveliness and took it to his room, by no means with the idea of decoration, but of set and serious scientific intent. He had assembled an apparatus to serve his need, a botanical textbook, a handy little trowel to take up roots, a herbarium, a powerful pocket lens. The young man set to his work in his loggia, clad in one of the light summer suits he had brought up with him when he came. Another sign that his first year was rounding out its course. Fresh-cut flowers stood about in glasses within his room and on the lamp-stand beside his highly superior chair. Flowers half faded, wilted, but not dry, lay scattered on the floor of the loggia and on the balustrade. Others, between sheets of blotting paper, were giving out their moisture under pressure from heavy stones. When they were quite dry and flat, he would stick them with strips of paper into his album. He lay with his knees up, one crossed over the other, the manual open face down upon his chest like a little gabled roof, holding the thick beveled lens between his honest blue eyes, and a blossom in his other hand, from which he had cut away with his pocket-knife a part of the corolla, in order the better to examine the thalamus. What a great fleshy lump it looked through the powerful lens! The anthers shook their yellow pollen on the thalamus from the tips of their filaments. The pitted pistil stood stiffly up from the ovaries. When Hans Castorp cut through it longitudinally, he could see the narrow channel through which the pollen grains and utricles were floated by the nectar secretion into the ovarian cavity. Hans Castorp counted, tested, compared. He studied the structure and grouping of calyx and petals, as well as the male and female organs, compared what he found with the sketches and diagrams in his book, and saw with satisfaction that these were accurate when tested by the structure of such plants as were known to him. Then he went on to those he had not known the names of, and by the help of his Linnaeus established their class, group, order, species, family, and genus. As he had time at his disposal, he actually made some progress in botanical systemization on the basis of comparative morphology. Beneath each dried specimen in his herbarium he carefully inscribed, in ornamental lettering, the Latin name which a humanistic science had gallantly bestowed on it, added its distinguishing characteristics, and submitted the whole to the approval of good Joachim, who was all admiration. Evenings he gazed at the stars. He was seized with an interest in the passing year. He who had already spent some 20-odd cycles upon this earth without ever troubling his head about it. If the writer had been driven to talk about the vernal equinox and such like, it is because these terms formed the present mental furniture of our hero, which he now loved to set out on all occasions, here, too, surprising his cousin by the fund of information at his command. "The sun," he might begin, as they took their walks together, "will soon be entering the sign of the crab. Do you know what that means? It is the first summer sign of the zodiac, you know. Then come Leo and Virgo. Then the autumn, the equinox, toward the end of September, when the rays of the sun fall vertically upon the equator again, as they did in March, when the sun was in the sign of the ram." "I regret to say it escaped my attention," Joachim said grumpily. "What is all that you are reeling off so glibly about the ram and the zodiac?" "Why, you know what the zodiac is, the primitive heavenly signs, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and the rest. How can you help be interested in them? At least you must know there are 12 of them, 3 for each season, the ascending and the declining year, a circle of constellations through which the sun passes. I think it's great. Imagine they have been found employed as ceiling decoration in an Egyptian temple, and a temple of Aphrodite to boot, not far from Thebes. They were known to the Chaldeans too, the Chaldeans, if you please, those Arabic Semitic old necromancers, who were so well versed in astrology and soothsaying. They knew and studied the zone in the heavens through which the planets revolve, and they divided it into 12 signs by constellations, the Dodecatymetoria, just as they have been handed down to us. Magnificent, isn't it? There's humanity for you." "You talk about humanity just like Settembrini." "Yes, and yet not just the same either. You have to take humanity as it is, and even so I find it magnificent. I like to think about the Chaldeans when I lie and look at the planets they are familiar with. For clever as they were, they did not know them all. But the ones they did not know I cannot see either. Uranus was only recently discovered by means of the telescope, 120 years ago." "You call that recently?" "I call it recently, with your kind permission, in comparison with the 3,000 years since their time. But when I lie and look at the planets, even the 3,000 years get to seem recently, and I begin to think quite intimately of the Chaldeans, and how in their time they gazed at the stars and made verses on them, and all that is humanity too." "I must say you have very tall ideas in your head." "You call them tall, I call them intimate. It's all the same, whatever you like to call it. But when the sun enters Libra again, in about 3 months from now, the days will have shortened so much that day and night will be equal. The days keep on getting shorter until about Christmas time, as you know. But now you must please bear in mind that while the sun goes through the winter signs, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, the days are already getting longer. For then spring is on the way again, the 3,000th spring since the Chaldeans, and the days go on lengthening until we have come round the year and summer begins again." "Of course." "No, not of course at all. It is really all hocus pocus. The days lengthen in the winter time, and when the longest comes, the 21st of June, the beginning of summer, they're beginning to go downhill again toward winter. You call that of course. But if one once loses hold of the fact that it is of course, it is quite frightening. You feel like hanging on to something. It seems like a practical joke that spring begins at the beginning of winter and autumn at the beginning of summer. You feel you're being fooled, led about in a circle with your eye fixed on something that turns out to be a moving point. A moving point in a circle. For the circle consists of nothing but such transitional points without any extent whatever. The curvature is incommensurable. There is no duration of motion, and eternity turns out not to be straight ahead, but merry-go-round. For goodness sake, stop. The feast of the solstice, midsummer night. Fires on the mountain-top, and ring around a rosy about the leaping flames. I have never seen it, but they say our rude forefathers used thus to celebrate the first summer night, the night with which autumn begins, the very midday and zenith of the year, the point from which it goes downhill again. They danced and whirled and shouted and exulted. And why, really, all that primitive exultation? Can you make it out? What were they so jolly about? Was it because from then on the world went down into the dark? Or perhaps because it had up to then gone uphill? And now the turning point was reached, the fleeting moment of midsummer night and midsummer madness, the meeting place of tears and laughter. I express it as it is, in the words that come to me: tragic joy, triumphant sadness. That is what made our ancestors leap and exult around the leaping flames. They did so as an act of homage to the madness of the circle, to an eternity without duration, in which everything recurs, in sheer despair, if you like. But I don't like, growled Joachim. Pray don't put it off on me. Pretty large concerns you occupy yourself with, nights, when you do your cure. Yes, I admit you were more practically occupied with your Russian grammar. Why, man, you're bound to have a perfect command of the language before long, and that will be a great advantage to you if there should be a war, which God forbid. God forbid? You talk like a civilian. War is necessary. Without it, Mopt said, the world would go to pieces altogether. It would rot. Yes, it has a tendency that way, I admit, and I'll go as far as to say, began Hans Castorp, and was about to return to the Chaldeans, who had carried on wars too and conquered Babylonia, even if they were a Semitic people, which was almost the same as saying they were Jews, when the cousins became simultaneously aware that two gentlemen, walking close in front of them, had been attracted by what they were saying and interrupted their own conversation to look around. They were on the main street between the Kurhaus and Hotel Belvedere, on their way back to the village. The valley was gay in its new spring dress, all bright and delicate colour. The air was superb. A symphony of scents from meadows full of flowers filled the pure, dry, lucent, sun-drenched air. They recognized Ludovico Settembrini with the stranger, but it seemed as though he, for his part, either did not recognize them or did not care for a meeting, for he turned round again, quickened his step, and plunged into conversation, accompanied by his usual lively gestures. When the cousins came up on his right and gaily greeted him, he explained, "Sapristi!" and "Well, well, well," with every mark of delighted surprise, yet would have held back and let them pass on, but that they failed to grasp his intention, or else saw no sense in it. For Hans Castorp was genuinely pleased to see him thus, after a lapse of time. He stopped and warmly shook hands, asked how he did, and looked in polite expectation at his companion. Settembrini was thus driven to do what he obviously preferred not to do, but what seemed the only natural thing under the circumstances, namely to present them to each other, which he accordingly did, with much appropriate gesticulation, and the gentlemen shook hands, half standing, half walking on. It appeared that the stranger, who might be about Settembrini's age, was a housemate of his, the other tenant at Lukacek, the lady's tailor. His name, so the young people understood, was Nafta. He was small and thin, clean-shaven, and of such piercing, one might almost say corrosive ugliness, as fairly to astonish the cousins. Everything about him was sharp, the hooked nose dominating his face, the narrow pursed mouth, the thick bevelled lenses of his glasses in their light frame, behind which were a pair of pale grey eyes. Even the silence he preserved, which suggested that when he broke it, his speech would be incisive and logical. According to custom, he was bareheaded and overcoatless, and moreover very well dressed in a dark blue flannel suit with white stripes. Its quiet but modish cut was at once marked down by the cousins, whose worldly glances were met by their counterpart, only quicker and keener, from the little man's own side. Had Ludovico Settembrini not known how to wear with such easy dignity his threadbare pilot coat and check trousers, he must have suffered by contrast with his company. This happened the less in that the cheques had been freshly pressed, doubtless by the hands of his landlord, and might, at a distance, have been taken for new. The worldly and superior quality of the ugly stranger's tailoring made him stand nearer to the cousins than to Settembrini. Yet it was not only his age which ranged him rather with the latter, but also a quite pronounced something else, more conveniently exemplified by the complexion of the four. For the two younger were brown and burnt, the two elder pale. Joachim's face had in the course of winter turned an even deeper bronze, and Hans Castorp's glowed rosy red under his blonde poll. But over Herr Settembrini's southern pallor, so well set off by his dark moustache, the sun's rays had no power, while his companion, though blonde-haired, his hair was a metallic, colourless ashen blonde, and he wore it smoothed back from a lofty brow straight over his whole head, also showed the dead white complexion of the brunette races. Two out of the four, Hans Castorp and Settembrini, carried walking sticks. Joachim, as a military man, had none, and Nafta, after the introductions, clasped his hands again behind him. They, and his feet as well, were small and delicate as befitted his build. He had a slight cold and coughed unobtrusively. Herr Settembrini at once and elegantly overcame the hint of embarrassment or vexation he had betrayed at first sight of the young people. He was in his gayest mood, and made all sorts of jesting allusions as he performed the introductions, for example, calling Nafta Princeps Scholasticorum. Joy, he said, quoting Aretine, held brilliant court within his, Settembrini's, breast, a joy due to the blessing of the springtime, to which commend him. The gentleman knew he had a certain grudge against life up here. Often enough he had railed against it. All honour then to the mountain spring. It was enough of itself to atone for all the horrors of the place. All the disquieting, provocative elements of spring in the valley were here lacking. Here were no seething depths, no steaming air, no oppressive humidity, only dryness, clarity, a serene and piercing charm. It was after his own heart. It was superb. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Chapter 6. A Newcomer. Part 2. They were walking in an uneven row, four abreast, whenever possible. When people came towards or past them, Settembrini on the right wing had to walk in the road, or else their front for the moment broke up, and one or the other stepped back, either Hans Castorp, between the humanist and cousin Joachim, or little Nafta on the left side. Nafta would give a short laugh, in a voice dulled by his cold. Its quality in speaking was reminiscent of a cracked plate tapped on by the knuckle. Indicating the Italian by a sideways nod, he said with a deliberate enunciation, "Hark, the Voltairian, the rationalist. He praises nature because even when she has the chance she doesn't befog us with mystic vapours, but preserves a dry and classic clarity. And yet, what is the Latin for humidity?" "Humour," cried Settembrini over his shoulder, "and the humour in the professor's nature observations lies in the fact that, like St. Catherine of Siena, he thinks of the wounds of Christ when he sees a red primula in the spring." "That would be witty rather than humorous," Nafta retorted. "But in either case a good spirit to import into nature, and one of which she stands in need." "Nature," said Settembrini in a lower voice, not so much over as along his shoulder, "needs no importations of yours. She is spirit herself." "Doesn't your monism rather bore you?" "Ah, you confess then that it is simply to divert yourself that you wrench God and nature apart, and divide the world into two hostile camps? I find it most interesting to hear you characterize as love of diversion what I mean when I say passion and spirit. And you, who put such large words to such empty uses, don't forget that you sometimes reproach me for being rhetorical. You will stick to it that spirit implies frivolity, but it cannot help being what it is, dualistic. Dualism, antithesis, is the moving, the passionate, the dialectical principle of all spirit. To see the world as cleft into two opposing poles, that is spirit. All monism is tedious. Solet Aristoteles queriae pugnum. Aristotle? Didn't Aristotle place in the individual the reality of universal ideas? That is pantheism. Wrong. When you postulate independent being for individuals, when you transfer the essence of things from the universal to the particular phenomenon which Thomas Aquinas and Bonaventure, as good Aristotelians, did, when you destroy all unity between the world and the highest idea, you place the world outside of God, and make God transcendent. That, my dear sir, is classic medievalism. Classic medievalism, what a phrase! Pardon me, I merely apply the concept of the classic where it is in place. That is to say, wherever an idea reaches its culmination. Antiquity was not always classic, and I note in you a general repugnance to the absolute, to the broader application of categories. You don't even want absolute spirit, you only want to have spirit synonymous with democratic progress. I should hope we were at one in the conviction that spirit, however absolute, ought never to become the advocate of reaction. Yet you are always claiming it as the advocate of freedom. Why do you say yet? Is it freedom that is the law of love of one's kind, or is it nihilism and all uncharitableness? At any rate, it is the last two of which you are so obviously afraid. Settembrini flung up his arm. The skirmish broke off. Joachim looked bewildered from one to the other, and Hans Castorp, with lifted brows, stared at the path before him. Nafta had spoken sharply and apodictically, yet he had been the one to defend the broader conception of freedom. He had a way of saying "wrong" with a ringing nasal sound, and then clipping his lips tightly together over it. The effect was not ingratiating. Settembrini had countered for the most part lightly, yet with a fine warmth in his tone, as when he urged their essential agreement upon certain fundamental points. He now began, as Nafta did not speak again, to gratify the natural curiosity of the young people about the newcomer, some sort of explanation being obviously their due after the dialogue just ended. Nafta passively let him go on without heeding. He was, so Settembrini said, Professor of Ancient Languages in the Fredericanum, bringing out the title with pompous emphasis, as Italians do. His lot was the same as the speaker's own, that is, he had been driven to the conclusion that his stay would be a long one, and had left the sanatorium for private quarters under the roof of Lukacek, the lady's tailor. The high school of the resort had cannily secured the services of this distinguished Latinist, the pupil of a religious house, as Settembrini rather vaguely expressed it, and it went without saying that he was an adornment to his position. In short, Settembrini extolled the ugly Nafta not a little, regardless of the abstract disputation they had just had, which now, it seemed, was to be resumed. Settembrini went on to explain the cousins to Herr Nafta, whereby it came out that he had already spoken of them. Here, he said, was the young engineer, who had come up on 3 weeks' leave, only to have Herr Hofrat Behrens find a moist place in his lung. And here was that hope of the Prussian army organization, Lieutenant Simpson. He spoke of Joachim's revolt and intended departure, and added that one must not insult the engineer by imputing to him any less zealous desire to return to his interrupted labours. Nafta made a wry face. The gentlemen have an eloquent advocate. Far be it from me to question the accuracy of his interpretation of your thoughts and wishes. Work, work. Why, he would call me nothing less than an enemy of mankind, inimicus humanae naturae, If I dared suggest that there had been times when talk in that vein would utterly fail to produce the desired effect, times when the precise opposite to his ideal was held in incomparably higher esteem, Bernard of Clairvaux, for instance, preached an order of progress towards perfection quite different from any Signor Lodovico ever dreamed of. Would he like to hear what it was? His lower stage was in the mill, the second on the ploughed field, the third and most commendable, don't listen, Settembrini, was upon the bed of repose. The mill was the symbol of earthly life, not a bad figure. The ploughed field represented the soul of the layman, the scene of labours of priest and teacher. This was a stage higher than the mill, but the bed— "That will do, we understand," cried Settembrini. "Sirs, is he going to expatiate now upon the purpose and uses of the lewd day-bed? I did not know, Ludovico, that you were a prude. To see you looking at the girls, what has become of your pagan single-mindedness? I continue, the bed is the place of intercourse between the wooing and the wooed. Symbolically, it typifies devotional retirement from the world for the purpose of contact with God." "Fie! Andate, andate!" The Italian fended him off in a voice almost tearful. They all laughed, but Settembrini went on with dignity. No, I am a European, an Occidental, whereas the order of progress you describe is purely Eastern. The Orient abhors activity. Lao Tzu taught that inaction is more profitable than anything else between heaven and earth. When all mankind shall have ceased to do anything whatever, then only will perfect repose and bliss reign upon this earth. There you have your intercourse with God." "Oh, indeed? And what about Western mysticism? And what about quietism? A religion that numbers Fénelon among its disciples? Fénelon taught that every action is faulty, since every will to act is an insult to God, who wills to act alone. I cite the propositions of Molinos. There is no doubt that the spiritual possibility of finding salvation in repose has been disseminated pretty generally all over the world." Here Hans Castor put in his word. With the courage of simplicity he mixed in the debate, and, gazing into space, delivered himself thus. "Devotion, retirement, there is something in it. It sounds reasonable. We practice a pretty high degree of retirement from the world we up here. No doubt about it. 5,000 feet up, we lie in these excellent chairs of ours, contemplating the world and all that therein is, and having our thoughts about it. The more I think of it, the surer I am that the bed of repose, by which I mean my deck chair, of course, has given me more food for thought in these 10 months than the mill down in the flatland in all the years before. There's simply no denying it." Settembrini looked at him, a melancholy gleam in his dark eye. "Engineer," he said restrainingly. He took Hans Castorp's arm and drew him a little aside, as though to speak to him in private. "How often have I told you that one must realize what one is, and think accordingly? Never mind the propositions. Our Western heritage is reason. Reason, analysis, action, progress. These, and not the slothful bed of monkish tradition." Nafta had been listening. He turned his head to say, "Monkish tradition, as if we did not owe to the monks the culture of the soil of all Europe, as if it were not due to them that Germany, France, and Italy yield us corn and wine and fruit today, instead of being covered with primeval forest and swamp. The monks, my dear sir, were hard workers." "Ebbe, well then, permit me. The labours of these religious were neither an end in itself, that is to say, it were not a narcotic, nor was its purpose to further the progress of the world or to reap commercial advantage. It was pure penitential discipline, a part of the technique of asceticism, the means of salvation. It mortified the senses, it was a safeguard against the wiles of the flesh, and as such, permit me to point out, it was essentially unsocial. It was pure, unsullied, religious egoism." "I am much indebted to you for the elucidation, and rejoice to see that the blessings of labour can justify themselves even against the will of man." certainly against his intentions at least. What I am calling your attention to is nothing less than the distinction between the utilitarian and the humane. And what I am calling your attention to is the fact, which I observe with indignation, that you are still dividing the world up into opposing factions. I grieve to have incurred your displeasure, yet it is needful to make distinctions, and to preserve the conception of the Homo Dei free from contaminating constituents. It was you Italians that invented banking and exchange, which may God forgive you, but the English invented the economic social theory, and the genius of humanity can never forgive them that. Ah, the genius of humanity was alive in that island's great economic thinkers too. You wanted to say something, engineer? Hans Castorp demurred, yet said something anyhow. Nafta, as well as Settembrini, listened with a certain suspense. From what you say, Herr Nafta, you must sympathize with my cousin's profession, and understand his impatience to be at it. As for me, I am an out-and-out civilian. My cousin often reproaches me with it. I have never seen service. I am a child of peace, pure and simple, and have even sometimes thought of becoming a clergyman. Ask my cousin if I haven't said as much to him many a time. But for all that, and aside from my personal inclinations, or even perhaps not altogether aside from them, I have some understanding and sympathy for a military life. It has such an infernally serious side to it, sort of ascetic, as you say. That was the expression you used, wasn't it? The military always has to reckon on coming to grips with death, just as the clergy has. That is why there is so much discipline and decorum and regularity in the army, so much Spanish etiquette, if I may say so. And it makes no great difference whether one wears a uniform collar or a starched ruff. The main thing is the asceticism, as you so beautifully said. I don't know if I've succeeded in making my train of thought quite— "Oh, quite," said Nafta, and flung a glance at Settembrini, who was twirling his cane and looking up at the sky. "And that," went on Hans Castorp, "is why I thought you must have great sympathy with the feelings of my cousin Zymson. I am not thinking of church and king and such like associations of ideas that a lot of perfectly well-meaning and conventional people stand for. What I mean is that service in the army, service is the right word, isn't performed for commercial advantage, nor for the sake of the economic doctrine of society, as you call it. And that must be the reason why the English have such a small army, a few for India and a few at home for reviews." "It is useless for you to go on, engineer," Settembrini interrupted him. "The soldier's existence— I say this without intending the slightest defence to Lieutenant Zymson— cannot be cited in the argument, for the reason that, as an existence, it is purely formal, in and for itself entirely, without content. Its typical representative is the infantry soldier, who hires himself out for this or that campaign. Take the soldiers of the Spanish counter-reformation, for instance, or of the various revolutionary armies, the Napoleonic or Garibaldian, or take the Prussian. I will be ready to talk about the soldier when I know what he is fighting for." "But that he does fight," rejoined Nafta, "remains the distinctive feature of his existence as a soldier. Let us agree so far. It may not be enough of a distinction to permit of his being cited in the argument, but even so it puts him in a sphere remote from the comprehension of your civilian, with his bourgeois acceptation of life." "What you are pleased to call bourgeois acceptation of life," retorted Settembrini, speaking rather tight-lipped, with the corners of his mouth drawn back beneath the waving moustache, while his neck screwed up and around out of his collar with fantastic effect, "will always be ready to enter the lists on any terms you like, for reason and morality, and for their legitimate influence upon young and wavering minds." A silence followed. The young people stared ahead of them, embarrassed. After a few paces, Settembrini said, having brought his head and neck to a natural posture once more, "You must not be surprised to hear this gentleman and me indulging in long disputations. We do it in all friendliness, and on a basis of considerable mutual understanding." That had a good effect. It was human and gallant of Herr Settembrini. But then Joachim, meaning well in his turn, and thinking to carry forward the conversation within harmless channels, was fated to say, "We happened to be talking about war, my cousin and I, as we came behind you." "I heard you," Rafter answered. "I caught your words and turned around. Were you talking politics, discussing the world situation?" "Oh, no," laughed Hans Castorp. "How should we come to be doing that? For my cousin here, it would be unprofessional to discuss politics, and as for me, I willingly forego the privilege. I don't know anything about it. I haven't had a newspaper in my hand since I came." End of section 5. Section 6 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6, Chapter 6, A Newcomer, Part 3. Settembrini, as once before, found this reprehensible. He proceeded to show himself immensely well informed upon current events, and gave his approval to the state of world affairs, in so far as they were running a course favourable to the progress of civilization. The European atmosphere was full of pacific thought and plans for disarmament. The democratic idea was on the march. He said he had it on reliable authority that the Young Turks were about to abandon their revolutionary undertakings. Turkey as a national constitutional state, what a triumph for humanity! "Liberalization of Islam," Rafter scoffed. "Capital, enlightened fanaticism. Oh, very good indeed. And of interest to you too," he said, turning to Joachim, "because when Abdul Hamid falls, then there will be an end of your influence in Turkey, and England will set herself up as a protector. You must always give full weight to the information you get from our friend Settembrini," he said to both cousins, and this too sounded almost insolent, as though he thought they would be inclined to take Settembrini lightly. "On national revolutionary matters he is very well informed. In his country they cultivate good relations with the English Balkan Committee. But what is to become of the Reval Agreement, Ludovico, if your progressive Turks are successful? Edward VII will no longer be able to give the Russians free access to the Dardanelles, and if Austria pulls herself together to pursue an active policy in the Balkans, why—" "Oh, you with your Cassandra prophecies," Settembrini parried. "Nicholas is a lover of peace. We owe him the Hague conferences, which will always be moral events of the first order." "Yes, Russia must give herself time to recover from her little mishap in the East." "Fie, sir, why should you scoff at human nature's yearning for social amelioration? A people that thwarts such aspirations exposes itself to moral obloquy." "But what is politics for, then, if not to give both sides a chance to compromise themselves in turn?" "Are you espousing the cause of pan-Germanism?" Rafter shrugged his shoulders, which were not quite even. In fact, to add to his ugliness, he was probably a little warped. He disdained to reply, and Settembrini pronounced judgment. "At all events, what you say is cynical. You see nothing but political trickery in the lofty exertions of democracy to fulfil itself internationally." "Where would you like me to see idealism, or even religiosity? What I do see is the last feeble stirrings of the instinct of self-preservation, the last remnant at the command of a condemned world system. The catastrophe will and must come. It advances on every hand and in every way. Take the British policy. England's need to secure the Indian glacis is legitimate, but what will be the consequence of it? Edward knows as well as you and I that Russia has to make good her losses in Manchuria, and that internal peace is as necessary to her as daily bread. Yet he probably can't help himself. He forces her to look westward for expansion, stirs up slumbering rivalries between St. Petersburg and Vienna." "Oh, Vienna! Your interest in that ancient obstruction is due, I presume, to the fact that her decaying empire is a sort of mummy, as it were, of the Holy Roman Empire of the German people." "While you, I suppose, are Russophil out of humanistic affinity with Caesaro-Papism." Democracy, my friend, has more to hope from the Kremlin than she has from the Hofburg, and it is disgraceful for the country of Luther and Gutenberg. It is probably not only disgraceful, but stupid, into the bargain. But even this stupidity is an instrument of fate. Oh, spare me your talk about fate. Human reason needs only to will more strongly than fate, and she is fate. One always wills one's fate. Capitalistic Europe is willing hers. One believes in the coming of war, if one does not sufficiently abhor it. Your abhorrence of war is logically disjointed, if you do not make the state itself your point of departure. The national state is the temporal principle which you would like to ascribe to the evil one. But when nations are free and equal, when the small and weak are self-guarded from aggression, when there is justice in the world and national boundaries— Yes, I know, the Brenner frontier, the liquidation of Austria. If I only knew how you expect to bring that about without war. And I should like to know when I ever condemned a war for the purpose of realizing national aspirations. But you say— No, here I must really corroborate Herr Settembrini. Hans Castorp mixed in the dispute, which he had been following as they went, regarding attentively each speaker in turn, with his head on one side. My cousin and I have had the privilege of frequent conversations with him on this and kindred subjects. What it amounted to, of course, was that we listened while he explained and developed his views. So I can vouch for the fact, and my cousin here will confirm me, that Herr Settembrini spoke more than once with great enthusiasm of the revolutionary principle and about rebellion and reform, which is no very peaceful principle, I should think, and of the mighty efforts still to be made before it triumphs everywhere, and the great universal world republic can come into being. Those were his words, though of course it sounded much more plastic and literary as he said it. But the part I have the most exact memory of, and have retained quite literally, because being a thoroughgoing civilian I found it quite alarming, was that he said the day would come, if not on the wings of doves, then on the pinions of eagles. It was the eagle's pinions I was startled at, and that Vienna must be brought low before peace and prosperity could ensue. So it is not possible to say that Herr Settembrini condemned war as such. Am I right, Herr Settembrini? More or less, said the Italian shortly, twirling his cane with averted head. Too bad, Nafta smiled maliciously. There you are, convicted of warlike inclinations out of the mouth of your own pupil. Assument penas ut aquilae. Voltaire himself approved of a war for civilization and advised Frederick to fight Turkey, instead of which he allied himself with her, he, and then the world republic. I refrain from asking what becomes of the principle of revolt when peace and prosperity have once been brought about, for it is plain that from that moment rebellion becomes a crime. You know quite well, as do these young men here, that we are dealing with a progress in human affairs conceived of as endless. But all motion is in circles, said Hans Castorp, in space and time, as we learned from the law of periodicity and the conservation of mass. My cousin and I were talking about it lately. How then can progress be conceived of, in closed motion without the constant direction? When I lie in the evening and look at the zodiac, that is, the half of it that is visible to us, and think about the wise men of antiquity— You ought not to brood and dream, engineer, Settembrini interrupted him. You must resolve to trust to the instincts of your youth and your blood, urging you in the direction of action. And also your training in natural science is bound to link you to progressive ideas. You see, through the space of countless ages, life developing from infusorium up to man, how can you doubt then that man has yet before him endless possibilities of development? And in the sphere of the higher mathematics, if you would rest your case thereon, then follow your cycle from perfection to perfection, and from the teaching of our 18th century learn that man was originally good, happy, and without sin, that social errors have corrupted and perverted him, and that he can and will once more become good, happy, and sinless by dint of labour upon his social structure. Herr Settembrini has omitted to add, broke in Nafta, that the Rousseauian idyll is a sophisticated transmogrification of the Church's doctrine of man's original free and sinless state, his primal nearness and filial relation to God, to which state he must finally return. But the re-establishment of the city of God, after the dissolution of all earthly forms, lies at the meeting place of the earthly and the heavenly, the material and the spiritual. Redemption is transcendental. And as for your capitalistic world republic, my dear doctor, it is odd in this connection to hear you talking about instinct. The instinctive is entirely on the side of the national. God himself has implanted in men's breasts the instinct which bids them separate into states. War, echoed Settembrini. War, my dear sir, has been forced before now to serve the cause of progress, as you will grant if you will recall certain events in the history of your favourite epoch. I mean the period of the Crusades. These wars for civilization stimulated economic and commercial relations between peoples, and united Western humanity in the name of an idea. And how tolerant you always are towards an idea! I would the more courteously remind you that the effect of the Crusades and the economic relations they stimulated was anything but favourable to internationalism. On the contrary, they taught the peoples to become conscious of themselves, and thus furthered the development of the national idea. Right. That is to say, right in so far as it was a question of the relation between the peoples and the priesthood. For it was indeed at that time that the mounting consciousness of national honour began to harden itself against hieratical presumption. Though what you call hieratical presumption is nothing else than the conception of human unity in the name of the spirit. We are familiar with that spirit, and we have no great love for it. Your mania for nationalism obviously shrinks from the world-conquering cosmopolitanism of the Church. Still, I cannot see how you reconcile your nationalism with your horror of war, because your obsolescent cult of the state must make you a champion of a positive conception of law, and as such— Oh, if we are talking about law, the conceptions of natural law and universal human reason have survived, my dear sir, in international law. Sure! Your international law is only another Rousseauian transmogrification of the ius divinum, which has nothing in common with either nature or human reason, resting as it does upon revelation. Let us not quarrel over names, Professor. What I call natural and international law, you are free to call the ius divinum. The important thing is that above the explicit jurisprudence of national states there rises a higher jurisdiction, empowered to decide between conflicting interests by means of courts of arbitration. Courts of arbitration? The very name is idiotic. In a civil court to pronounce upon matters of life and death, communicate the will of God to man, and decide the course of history? Well, so much for wings of dove. Now for eagle's pinions. What about them? Civilian society. Oh, society doesn't know what it wants. It shouts for a campaign against the fall in the birth rate. It demands a reduction in the cost of bringing up children and training them to a profession. And meanwhile, men are herded like cattle, and all the trades and professions are so overcrowded that the fight round the feeding trough puts in the shade the horrors of past wars. Open spaces, garden cities, strengthening the stock. But why strengthen it if civilization and progress have decided there shall be no war? Whereas war would cure everything. It would strengthen the stock, and at the same time stop the decline in the birth rate. You are joking, of course. You can't mean what you say, and our discussion comes to an end at the right moment, for here we are, Settembrini said, and pointed out to the cousins with his stick the cottage below, before whose gate they had paused. It stood near the beginning of the village, a modest structure separated from the street by a narrow front garden. A wild grapevine, springing from bare roots at the door, flung an arm along the ground floor wall toward the display window of a tiny shop. The ground floor, Settembrini explained, belonged to the chandler. Nafta was domiciled a floor higher up, with the tailor's shop, and his own quarters were in the roof, where he had a peaceful little study. NAFTA, with unexpectedly spontaneous cordiality, expressed the hope that he might have the pleasure of meeting them again. "Come and see us," he said. "I would say, come and see me, if Dr. Settembrini here had not prior claims upon your friendship. Come, however, as often as you like, whenever you feel you would like a talk. I prize highly an interchange of ideas with youth, and am perhaps not entirely without pedagogic tradition. Our master of the lodge here," he nodded towards Settembrini, "would have it that the bourgeois humanism of the day has a monopoly of the pedagogic gift, but we must take issue with him. Until another time, then." Settembrini made difficulties. There were difficulties, he said. The days of the lieutenant's sojourn up here were numbered, and as for the engineer, he would doubtless redouble his zeal in the service of the cure, in order to follow his cousin down the valley with all the speed he might. Both young men assented in turn. They had bowed their acceptance of Herr Nafta's invitation, and next minute they also bowed their acknowledgment of the justice of Herr Settembrini's remarks, so everything was left open. "What did he call him?" asked Joachim, as they climbed the winding path to the Berghof. "I understand him to say master of the lodge," answered Hans Castorp. "I was just wondering about it. It was probably some joke or other. They have such odd names for each other. Settembrini called Nafta Princeps Scholasticorum. Not so bad either. The schoolmen were the theologians of the Middle Ages, the dogmatic philosophers, if you like. They spoke several times of the Middle Ages. It reminded me of the first day I came, when Settembrini said there was a good deal up here that was medieval. It was Adriatica von Meilendonk, her name, I mean, made him say so. How did you like him?" "Who? The little man?" "Not very much, though he said some things I liked. That about courts of arbitration, they are nothing but canting hypocrisy, of course, but I did not care much for the man himself. A person may say as many good things as he likes. It doesn't matter to me if he himself is a queer fish, and queer he is, you can't deny it. That stuff about the place of intercourse was distinctly shady, not to mention anything else. And did you see the big Jewish nose he had? Nobody but Jews have such puny figures. Are you really thinking of visiting the man?" "Visit him? Of course we'll visit him," declared Hans Castorp. "When you talk about his being puny, that's only the military in you speaking. And as for his nose, the Chaldeans had the same kind, and they knew devilish well what they were about, on more subjects than alchemy. Nafta has something of the mystagogue about him. He interests me a good deal. I won't say that I make him out altogether yet, but if I meet him often, perhaps we shall. I don't think it at all unlikely we may learn something from the acquaintance with him." "Oh, you and your learning, getting wiser all the time with your biology and your botany and your continual changing from one idea to another. You began philosophizing about time the first day we came. But we didn't come up here to acquire wisdom. We came to acquire health, to get healthier and healthier until we are entirely well and free to quit and go down below where we belong. "Of old sat freedom on the heights," quoted Hans Castorp airily. "Tell me first what freedom is," he went on. "Nafta and Settembrini disputed over it a good deal without coming to any conclusion. Settembrini says it is the law of love of one's kind. That sounds like his ancestor, the Carbonaro. But however valiant he was, and however valiant our Settembrini himself is—" "Yes, he got uncomfortable when we talked about physical courage. I can't help thinking he would be afraid of things little Nafta wouldn't be, and that his freedom and his bravery are more or less fol-de-rol. Do you think he would have the courage de se perdre ou même se laisser dépérir? Why do you suddenly begin talking French?" "Oh, I don't know. The atmosphere up here is so international. I don't know which would find more pleasure in it, Settembrini for the sake of his bourgeois world republic, or Nafta for his hierarchical cosmopolis. As you see, I kept my ears open, but even so I found it far from clear. On the contrary, the result was more confusion than anything else." "It always is. You will find that when people discuss and express their views, nothing ever comes of it but confusion worse confounded. I tell you, it doesn't matter in the least what a man's views are, so long as he is a decent chap. The best thing is to have no opinions, and just do one's duty." Yes, you can say that because you are a soldier and your existence is purely formal. But it's different with me. I am a civilian and more or less responsible. And I must say it's rather upsetting to have on the one hand a man preaching an international world republic and absolutely barring war, and yet so patriotic that he is forever demanding the rectification of the Brenner frontier, to the point of fighting a war for civilization over it. And then on the other, a little chap contending that every national state is an invention of the devil, and hurrahing for some universal unification he sees on the far horizon, yet in the next minute justifying our national instincts and making awful fun of peace conferences. What a mix-up! By all means we must go visit him and try to understand what it is all about. You say we did not come up here to get wiser, but healthier, and that is true, but all this confusion must be reconciled. And if you don't think so, why then you are dividing the world up into two hostile camps, which, I may tell you, is a grievous error, most reprehensible. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7, Chapter 6, of the City of God and Deliverance by Evil, Part 1. Hans Castorp was in his loggia, studying a plant which, now that the astronomical summer had begun and the days were shortening, flourished luxuriantly in many places. The columbine, or aquilegia, of the ranunculus family, which grew in clumps with tall stalks, bearing the blue, violet, or reddish-brown blossoms and spreading herbaceous foliage. They grew everywhere, but most profusely in that quiet bottom where, nearly a year ago, he had first seen them, that remote and wooded ravine filled with the sound of rushing water, where on the bench above the footbridge that ill-risked, ill-timed, ill-fated walk of his had ended. He revisited it now and again. It was, if one began it a little less rashly than he had, no great distance thither. If you mounted the slope from the end of the sledge run in the village, you could reach in some 20 minutes the picturesque spot where the wooden bridge of the path through the forest crossed above the run as it came down from the Schatzalp, provided you kept the shortest route, did not loiter about, nor pause too long to get your breath. Hans Castorp, when Joachim was detained at home in the service of the cure, for some examination, blood test, X-ray photography, weighing or injection, would stroll thither in good weather after second breakfast, or even after first, or he would employ the hours between tea and dinner in a visit to his favourite spot, to sit on the bench where once the violent nose-bleeding had overtaken him, to listen with bent head to the sound of the torrent, and gaze at the secluded scene, with the hosts of blue aquilegias blooming in its depths. Was it only for this he came? No, he sat there to be alone, to recall and go over in his mind the events and impressions of the past months. They were many, varied, and hard to classify. So interwoven and mingled they seemed, as almost to obscure any clear distinction between the concrete fact and the dreamed or imagined. But one and all they had in their essence something fantastic, something which made his heart, unreliable as it had been from his first day up here, stand still when he thought of them, and then wildly flutter. Or could its flutterings be sufficiently accounted for by the reflection that a round year had gone by since he first sat here, that on this very spot, whither once he had come in a condition of lowered vitality and seen the apparition of Privislav Hip, the aquilegias were blossoming anew. Now at least, on his bench by the rushing water, he had no more nose-bleeding. That was a thing of the past. Joachim had said from the very first that it was not easy to get acclimatized, and at the time of that earlier visit he was still finding it difficult. But he had made progress, and now, after 11 months, the process must be regarded as finished. More in that direction could not be expected. The chemistry of his digestion had adjusted itself. Maria had her ancient relish, his parched mucous membranes having sufficiently recovered to let him savour again the bouquet of that estimable brand of cigars. He still loyally ordered them from Bremen whenever his stock ran low, although the shop windows of the international resort displayed attractive wares. Maria, he felt, made a sort of bond between him, the exile, and his home in the flatland, a bond more effectual than the postcards he now and then sent to his uncle, the intervals between which grew longer in proportion as he imbibed the more spacious time conceptions prevalent up here. He mostly sent picture postcards, as being pleasanter to receive, with charming views of the valley in winter and in summer dress. They gave precisely the room he needed to tell his kinsman the latest news of his state, whatever had been let fall by the doctors after the monthly or general examination, such as that both to sight and hearing he had unmistakably improved, but was still not entirely free from infection, that his continued slight excess of temperature came from small infected areas which were certain to disappear without a trace if he had patience, and then he would never need to return hither. He well knew that long letters were neither asked nor expected, it being no humanistic or literary circle to which he addressed himself down there, and the replies he received were equally lacking in expansiveness. They merely accompanied the means of subsistence which came to him from home, the income from his paternal inheritance. Turned into Swiss currency, this was so advantageous that he had never spent one instalment when the next arrived, enclosed in a letter of a few typed lines signed James Tiernapple, conveying his greetings and best wishes for recovery, together with the same from Grand-uncle Tiernapple, and sometimes from the seafaring Peter as well. The Hofrat, so Hans Castorp told his people, had latterly given up the injections. They did not suit the young patient. They gave him headache and fatigue, caused loss of appetite, reduced his weight, and, while making his temperature go up at first, had not succeeded in reducing it in the long run. His face glowed rosy red with dry internal heat, a sign that for this child of the lowland, bred in an atmosphere that rejoiced in the high degree of humidity, acclimatization could only consist in getting used to not getting used to it, which, in fact, Rhadamanthus himself never did, being perpetually purple-cheeked. "Some people can't get used to it," Joachim had said, and this seemed to be Hans Castorp's case, for even that trembling of the neck which had come upon him soon after his arrival here had never quite passed off, but would attack him as he walked or talked. Yes, even up here in his blue-blossomed retreat, while he sat pondering the whole complex of his adventures, so that the dignified chin-support of Hans Lorenz Castorp had become almost fixed habit with him. He himself would all at once be conscious of using it, and have a swift memory of the old man's choker collar, the provisional form of the ruff, the pale gull round of the christening basin, the ineffably solemn sound of the great, great, great. These and such-like associations would gradually in their turn lead him back to reflect upon the whole mass of his adventures in life. Privislav Hip never again appeared to him in bodily form, as once 11 months before. The progress of acclimatization was over. There were no more visions. No more did his body lie supine, while his ego rode back to a far-off present. No more of such incidents. The vividness and clarity of that memory picture, if it returned to hover before his eyes, yet kept within sane and normal bounds, but might move Hans Castorp to draw out of his breast pocket the glass plate which he had received as a gift, and kept there in an envelope, enclosed in a letter case. It was a small negative. Held in the same plane with the ground, it was black and opaque, but lifted against the light it revealed matter for a humanistic eye, the transparent reproduction of the human form, the bony framework of the ribs, the outline of the heart, the arch of the diaphragm, the bellows that were the lungs, together with the shoulder and upper arm bones, all shrouded in a dim and vaporous envelope of flesh, that flesh which once in Carnival Week Hans Castorp had so madly tasted. What wonder his unstable heart stood still, or wildly throbbed, when he gazed at it, and then, to the sound of the rushing waters, leaning with crossed arms against the smooth back of his bench, his head inclined upon one shoulder, among the blossoming aquilegias, began to turn over everything in his mind. It hovered before his eyes, the image of the human form divine, the masterpiece of organic life, as once upon that frosty, starry night when he had plunged so profoundly into the study of it. His contemplation of its inner aspect was bound up in the young man's mind with a host of problems and discriminations, not of a kind the good Joachim had need to concern himself with, but for which Hans Castorp had come to feel as a civilian responsible. True, down in the plain he had never been aware of them, nor probably ever would have been. It was up here that the thing came about, where one sat piously withdrawn, looking down from a height of 5,000 feet or so upon the earth and all that therein was. And it might be also by virtue of one's physical condition, with one's body brought as it were into higher relief by the toxins that were released by the localized inner infection, to burn a high heat in the face. His musings brought him upon Settembrini, organ-grinder and pedagogue, whose father had seen the light of day in Hellas, who chose to define love of the image as comprehending politics, eloquence, and rebellion, and who would consecrate the burgher's pike upon the altar of humanity. He thought of Comrade Krokowski, and the traffic they two had been having in the twilighted room below stairs. He thought of the twofold nature of analysis, and questioned how far it was applicable to realities and conducive to progress, how far related to the grave and its noisome anatomy. He called up the figures of the two grandfathers, the rebel and the loyalist, both, for reasons diametrically opposed, black-clad, confronted them with each other, and tried their worth. He went further, and took counsel with himself over such vast problems as form and freedom, body and spirit, honour and shame, time and eternity, and succumbed to a brief but violent spell of giddiness, on a sudden thought that all about him the columbines were in blossom once more, and his year here was rounding to its close. He had an odd name for the serious mental preoccupations which absorbed him in his picturesque retreat. He called them taking stock. The expression, crude as it was, defined for him an employment which he loved, even though it was bound up in his mind with the phenomena of fear and giddiness and palpitation, and made his face burn even more than its wont. Yet there seemed a peculiar fitness in the fact that the mental strain involved obliged him to make use of the ancestral chin support. That way of holding his head lent him an outward dignity, in keeping with thoughts which passed through his brain as he contemplated the image. Homo Dei! That was what the ugly NAFTA had called the image, when he was defending it against the English doctrine of an economic society. And, by a natural association, Hans Castorp decided that in the matter of these mental activities of his, and his responsible position as a civilian member of society, he must really, and Joachim must too, pay that little man the honour of a visit. Settembrini did not like the idea, as Hans Castorp was shrewd and thin-skinned enough to know. Even the first meeting had displeased the humanist, who had obviously tried to prevent it and protect his pupils from intercourse with NAFTA, notwithstanding that he personally associated and discussed with him. His pupils! Thus life's delicate child disingenuously put it, knowing all the time that it was himself alone who was the object of Settembrini's solicitude. So it is with schoolmasters. They permit themselves relaxations, saying that they are grown up, and refuse the same to their pupils, saying they are not grown up. It was a good thing, then, that the hand-organ man was not actually in a position to deny young Hans Castorp anything, nor had even tried to do so. It was only necessary that the delicate child should conceal his thin-skinned perceptions and assume an air of unconsciousness, when there was nothing to prevent his taking friendly advantage of NAFTA's invitation, which accordingly he did, Joachim going along with him willy-nilly on a Sunday afternoon after the main rest cure, not many days later than their first meeting. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8, Chapter 6 of The City of God and Deliverance by Evil, Part 2. It was but a few minutes' walk from the Berghof down to the vine-wreathed cottage door. They went in, passing on their right the entrance to the little shop, and climbed the narrow brown stairs to the door of the first story. Near the bell was a small plate with the name of Lukacek, ladies' tailor. The door was opened by a half-grown boy, in a sort of livery of gaiters and striped jacket, a little page with shaven poll and rosy cheeks. Him they asked for Professor Nafta, impressing their names on his mind, as they had brought no cards. He said he would go and deliver them to Herr Nafta, whom he named without a title. The door opposite the entrance stood open, and gave a view of the shop, where, regardless of the holiday, Lukacek, the tailor, sat cross-legged on a table and stitched. He was sallow and bald-headed, with a large drooping nose, beneath which his black moustaches hung down both sides his mouth, and gave him a surly look. "Good afternoon," Hans Castor greeted him. "Grüezi," answered the tailor in a Swiss accent, which fitted neither his name nor his looks, and sounded queer and unsuitable. "Working hard?" went on Hans Castor, motioning with his head. "Isn't today Sunday?" "Something pressing," the tailor said curtly, stitching. "Is it pretty? Are you making it in a hurry for a party?" Hans Castor guessed. The tailor let this question hang for a little, bit off his cotton and threaded his needle afresh. After a while he nodded. "Will it be pretty?" persisted Hans Castor. "Will it have sleeves?" "Yes, sleeves. It's for an old un," answered Lukacek, with a strong Bohemian accent. The return of the lad interrupted this parley, which had been carried on through the doorway. "Herr Nafta begged the gentleman to come in," he announced, and opened the door a few steps further on in the passage, lifting the portière that hung over it to let them enter. Herr Nafta, in slippers, stood on a mossy green carpet just within, and received his guests. Both cousins were surprised by the luxury of the two-windowed study. They were even astonished, for the poverty of the cottage, the mean stair and wretched corridor, led one to expect nothing of the kind. The contrast lent to Nafta's elegant furnishings a note of the fabulous, which of themselves they scarcely possessed, and would not otherwise have had in the eyes of Hans Castor and Joachim Zaimson. Yet they were elegant too, even strikingly so. Indeed, despite writing table and bookshelves, the room hardly had a masculine look. There was too much silk about, wine-coloured, purplish silk, silken window-hangings, silken portières, and silken coverings to the furniture arranged on the narrow side of the room in front of a wall almost entirely covered with a Gobelin tapestry. Baroque easy chairs with little pads on the arms were grouped about a small metal-bound table, and behind it stood a Baroque sofa with velvet cushions. Bookcases lined the entrance wall on both sides of the door. They and the writing table, or rather roll-top desk, which stood between the windows, were of carved mahogany. The glass doors of the bookcases were lined with green silk. But in the corner to the left of the sofa group stood a work of art, a large painted wood carving, mounted on a red-covered dais, a Pieta, profoundly startling, artlessly effective to the point of being grotesque. The Madonna in a cap, with gathered brows and wry, wailing mouth, with the Man of Sorrows on her lap. Considered as a work of art, it was primitive and faulty, with crudely emphasized and ignorant anatomy. The hanging head, bristling with thorns, face and limbs blood-besprinkled, great blobs of blood welling from the wound in the side and from the nail prints in hands and feet. This showpiece did indeed give a singular tone to the silken chamber. The wallpaper, on the window wall and above the bookcases, had obviously been supplied by the tenant. The green stripe in it matched the soft velvet carpet spread over the red drugget. The windows had cream-coloured blinds down to the floor. Only the ceiling had been impossible to treat. It was bare and full of cracks, but a small Venetian lustre hung down from it. "We've come for a little visit," said Hans Castor, with his eyes more on the pious horror in the corner than on the owner of the surprising room, who was expressing his gratification that the cousins had kept their word. With a hospitable motion of his small right hand he would have ushered them to the satin chairs, but Hans Castor went as if spellbound straight up to the wooden group, and stood before it, arms akimbo and head on one side. "What is this you have here?" he asked in a low voice. "It's frightfully good. What depiction of suffering? It's old, of course." 14th century, answered Nafta. "Probably comes from the Rhine. Does it impress you?" "Enormously," said Hans Castorp. "It would impress anybody. Couldn't help it. I should never have thought there could be anything in the world at once so, forgive me, so ugly and so beautiful." "All works of art whose function is to express the soul and the emotions," Nafta responded, "are always so ugly as to be beautiful, and so beautiful as to be ugly. That is a law. Their beauty is not fleshly beauty, which is merely insipid, but the beauty of the spirit. Moreover, physical beauty is an abstraction," he added. "Only the inner beauty, the beauty of religious expression, has any actuality." "We are most grateful to you for making these distinctions clear," Hans Castorp said. 14th century? He inquired of himself. "That means 1300 so-and-so." "Yes, that is the Middle Ages, the way the books say. And I can more or less recognize in this thing the conception I have been getting of them lately. I never knew anything about the Middle Ages before, myself being on the technical side. But up here they have been brought home to me in various ways. There was no economic doctrine of society then, that's plain enough. What is the name of the artist?" Nafta shrugged his shoulders. "What does it matter?" he said. "We should not ask, for in the time when it was made they never did. It was not created by some wonderful and well-advertised single genius. It is an anonymous product, anonymous and communal. Moreover, it is very advanced Middle Ages, Gothic. Signum mortificationis. No more of the palliating and beautifying that the Roman epoch thought proper to a depiction of the crucifixion. Here you have no royal crown, no majestic triumph of a martyrdom in the world. It is the most utter and radical declaration of submission to suffering and the weakness of the flesh, pessimistic and ascetic. It is Gothic art alone which is truly that. You are probably not familiar with the work of Innocent III, De Miseria Humanae Conditionis, an exceedingly witty piece of writing. It was written at the end of the 12th century, but this was the earliest art to furnish an illustration to it." Hans Castorp heaved a deep sigh. "Herr Nafta," he said, "every word you say interests me enormously. Signum mortificationis. Is that right? I'll remember it. Anonymous and communal. And that will take some thinking about too. You are quite right in assuming I don't know the work of that pope. I take it Innocent III was a pope. Did I understand you to say it was witty and ascetic? I must confess I should never have thought the two things went hand in hand. But when I put my mind to it, of course it is obvious that a discourse on human misery gives one a good chance to poke fun at the things of the flesh. Is the work obtainable? Perhaps if I got up my Latin I could read it." "I have it here," Nafta said, motioning with his head toward one of the bookcases. "It is at your service, but shall we not sit down? You can look at the Pieta from the sofa. Tea is just coming in." The little servant was fetching the tea, also a charming silver-bound basket containing slices of layer cake. And behind him, on the threshold, who should stand on winged feet, wreathed in his subtle smile, and exclaiming, "Sapilo!" and "Accidente!" who indeed but the lodger from upstairs, Herr Settimbrini, dropped in to keep them company. From his little window, he said, he had seen the cousins enter, and made haste to finish the page of the encyclopaedia which he had at the moment in hand, in order to beg an invitation. Nothing more natural than his coming. It was justified by his old acquaintance with the Berkoff guests, no less than by his relations with Nafta, which, despite deep-seated divergences of opinion, were lively on both sides. The host accepted his presence as a thing of course. All this did not prevent Hans Castorp from getting two impressions from his advent, one as clearly as the other. First, that Herr Settimbrini had come to prevent them, or rather him, from being alone with little Nafta, and to establish, as it were, a pedagogic equilibrium. Second, that Herr Settimbrini did not object the least in the world, but rather the contrary, to exchanging his room in the loft for a sojourn in Nafta's fine and silken chamber, nor to taking a good and proper tea. He rubbed together his small yellow hands with their line of hair running down the back from the little finger before he fell to, with unmistakable and outspoken relish, upon the layer cake, which had a chocolate filling. The conversation continued on the subject of the Pietà, Hans Castorp holding it to the point with look and word, and turning to the humanist as though to put him in critical rapport with the work of art. Herr Settembrini's aversion was obvious in the very air with which he turned towards it, for he had originally sat down with his back to that corner of the room. He was too polite to express all he felt, and confined himself to pointing out certain defects in the physical proportions of the work, offences against nature, which were far from working upon his emotions, because they did not spring from archaic ineptitude, but from deliberate bad intent, a fundamentally opposed principle, in which latter statement NAFTA maliciously concurred. Certainly there was no question of technical lack of skill. What we had here was conscious emancipation from the natural, a contempt for nature, manifested by a pious refusal to pay her any homage whatever. Whereupon Settembrini declared that disregard of nature and neglect of her study only led man into error. He characterized as absurd the formlessness to which the Middle Ages and all periods like them had been a prey, and began in sounding words to exalt the Greco-Roman heritage, classicism, form and beauty, reason, the pagan joy of life. To these things, and these alone, he said, it was given to ameliorate man's lot on earth. Hans Castorp broke in here. What, he asked, about Plotinus, then, who was known to have said that he was ashamed of having a body? Or Voltaire, who in the name of reason protested against the scandalous Lisbon earthquake? Were they absurd? Perhaps. Yet it seemed to him, as he thought about it, that what one characterized as absurd might also be thought of as intellectually honourable, from which it would follow that the absurd hostility to nature evinced by Gothic art, when all was said and done, was as fine in its way as the gestures of Plotinus or Voltaire, since it testified to the self-same emancipation, the same indomitable pride, which refused to abdicate in favour of blind natural forces. NAFTA burst out laughing. He sounded more than ever like a cracked plate, and ended in a fit of coughing. Settembrini said floridly to Hans Castorp, "Your brilliance is almost a discourtesy to our host, since it makes you appear ungrateful for this delicious cake. But I don't know that gratitude is your strong point. The kind I mean consists in making a good use of favours received." As Hans Castorp looked rather mortified, he added in his most charming manner, "We all know you are a wag, engineer, but your sly quips at the expense of the true, the good, and the beautiful will never make me doubt your fundamental love of them. You are aware, of course, that there is only one sort of revolt against nature which may be called honourable, that which revolts in the name of human beauty and human dignity. All others bring debasement and degradation in their train, even when not directed to that end. And you know, too, what inhuman atrocities, what murderous intolerance were displayed by the century to which the production behind me owes its birth. Look at that monstrous type, the Inquisitor, for instance, the sanguinary figure of Conrad von Barberg, and his infamous zeal in the persecution of everything that stood in the way of supernatural domination. You are in no danger of acclaiming the sword and the stake as instruments of human benevolence." "Yet in its service," countered NAFTA, "laboured the whole machinery, by means of which the Holy Office freed the world of undesirable citizens. All the pains of the Church, even the stake, even excommunication, were inflicted to save the soul from everlasting damnation, which cannot be said of the mania for destruction displayed by the Jacobins. Permit me to remark that any system of pains and penalties which is not based upon belief in a hereafter is simply a bestial stupidity. And as for the degradation of humanity, the history of its course is precisely synchronous with the growth of the bourgeois spirit. Renaissance, age of enlightenment, the natural science and economics of the 19th century have left nothing undone or untaught which could forward this degradation. Modern astronomy, for example, has converted the earth, the centre of the all, the lofty theatre of the struggle between God and the devil for the possession of a creature burningly coveted by each, into an indifferent little planet, and thus, at least for the present, put an end to the majestic cosmic position of man, upon which, moreover, all astrology bases itself." "For the present?" Herr Settembrini asked threateningly. His own manner of speaking had something in it of the inquisitor, waiting to pounce upon the witness as soon as he shall have involved himself in an admission of guilt. "Certainly, for a few 100 years, that is," assented Nafta coldly. "A vindication in this respect of scholasticism is on the way, is even well under way, unless all signs fail. Copernicus will go down before Ptolemy. The heliocentric thesis is meeting by degrees with an intellectual opposition which will end by achieving its purpose. Science will see itself philosophically enforced to put back the earth in the position of supremacy in which she was installed by the dogma of the Church." What? Intellectual opposition? Science philosophically enforced? What sort of voluntarism is this you are giving vent to? And what about pure knowledge? What about science? What about the unfettered quest for truth? Truth, my dear sir, is so indissolubly bound up with freedom, the martyrs in whose cause you would like us to regard as criminals upon this planet, but who are rather the brightest jewels in her crown. Herr Settembrini's question and its delivery were prodigious. He sat very erect. His righteous words rolled down upon little Nafta, and he let his voice swell out at the end, so that one could tell how sure he was his opponent could only reply with shamefaced silence. He had been holding a piece of layer cake between his fingers, but now he laid it back on his plate, as if loath to bite into it after launching his question. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9. Chapter 6. Of the City of God and Deliverance by Evil. Part 3. Nafta responded with disagreeable composure. "My good sir, there is no such thing as pure knowledge. The validity of the Church's teachings on the subject of science, which can be summed up in the phrase of St. Augustine, credo ut intelligam, I believe, in order that I may understand, is absolutely incontrovertible. Faith is the vehicle of knowledge, intellect secondary. Your pure science is a myth, a belief, a given conception of the universe, an idea, in short, a will, is always in existence, which is the task of the intellect to expound and demonstrate. It comes down every time to the quod erat demonstrandum. Even the conception of evidence itself, psychologically speaking, contains a strong element of voluntarism. The great schoolmen of the 12th and 13th century were agreed that what is false in theology cannot be true in philosophy. We can, if we like, leave theology out of the argument, but a humanity, a cultural conception which refuses to recognize what is philosophically false, cannot be scientifically true, is not worthy the name. The accusation of the Holy Office against Galileo stated that his thesis was philosophically absurd. A more crushing arraignment could not well be. Aha! The reasoning of our great genius turned out in the long run to have the greater validity. No, let us be serious, Professor. Answer me this. Answer me in the presence of these two young listeners. Do you believe in truth, in objective, scientific truth, to strive after the attainment of which is the highest law of all morality, and whose triumphs over authority form the most glorious page in the history of the human spirit? Hans Castorp and Joachim, the first faster than the second, turned their heads from Settembrini to Nafta. Nafta replied, "There can be no such triumphs as those you speak of, for the authority is man himself, his interests, his worth, his salvation, and thus between it and truth no conflict is possible. They coincide." "Then truth, according to you, Whatever profits man, that is the truth. In him all nature is comprehended, in all nature only he is created, and all nature only for him. He is the measure of all things, and his welfare is the sole and single criterion of truth. Any theoretic science which is without practical application to man's salvation is as such without significance. We are commanded to reject it. Throughout the Christian centuries it was accepted fact that the natural sciences afforded man no edification. Lactantius, who was chosen by Constantine the Great as tutor to his son, put the position very clearly when he asked in so many words what heavenly bliss he could attain by knowing the sources of the Nile, or the twaddle of the physicists anent the heavenly bodies. Answer him if you can. Why have we given the Platonic philosophy the preference over every other, if not because it has to do with knowledge of God, and not knowledge of nature? Let me assure you that mankind is about to find its way back to this point of view. Mankind will soon perceive that it is not the task of true science to run after godless understanding, but to reject utterly all that is harmful. Yes, even all that, ideally speaking, is without significance, in favour of instinct, measure, choice. It is childish to accuse the Church of having defended darkness rather than light. She did well, and thrice well, to chastise as unlawful all unconditioned striving after the pure knowledge of things, such striving that is, as is without reference to the spiritual, without bearing on man's salvation, for it is this unconditioned, this aphilosophical natural science that always has led and ever will lead men into darkness. Your pragmatism, Settembrini responded, needs only to be translated into terms of politics for it to display its pernicious character in full force. The good, the true, and the just is that which advantages the state. Its safety, its honour, its power form the sole criterion of morality. Well and good, but mark that herewith you fling open the door for every sort of crime to enter. While as for human truth, individual justice, democracy, you can see what will become of them. If I might be permitted, Nafta interpolated, to introduce a little logic into the premises, I should state the question thus. Either Ptolemy and the schoolmen were right, and the world is finite in time and space, the deity is transcendent, the antithesis between God and man is sustained, and man's being is dual, from which it follows that the problem of his soul consists in the conflict between the spiritual and the material, to which all social problems are entirely secondary, and this is the only sort of individualism I can recognize as consistent, or else, on the other hand, your Renaissance astronomers hit upon the truth, and the cosmos is infinite. Then there exists no supersensible world, no dualism. The beyond is absorbed into the here. The antithesis between God and nature falls. Man ceases to be the theatre of a struggle between two hostile principles and becomes harmonious and unitary. The conflict subsists merely between his individual and his collective interest, and the will of the state becomes, in good pagan wise, the law of morality. Either one thing or the other. I protest, cried Settembrini, holding his teacup outstretched at arm's length toward his host. I protest against the imputation that the modern state means the subjugation of the individual to evil ends. I protest against the dilemma in which you seek to place us between Prussianism and Gothic reaction. Democracy has no meaning whatever, if not that of an individualistic corrective to state absolutism of every kind. Truth and justice are the immediate jewels of personal morality. If at times they may appear to stand counter, even to be hostile, to the interests of the state, they may do so while all the time holding before their eyes her higher, yes, let us boldly say, her spiritual weal. To find in the Renaissance the origin of state worship, what bastard logic! The achievements wrung from the past, I use the word literally, my dear sir, wrung from the past by the Renaissance and the intellectual revival are personality, freedom, and the rights of man." The listeners heaved each a deep sigh. They had been holding their breaths during Herr Settembrini's great replication. Hans Castorp did not let himself go altogether, yet could not refrain from slapping the edge of the table with his hand. "Magnificent!" he said between clenched teeth. Joachim, too, evinced lively approval, despite the word Herr Settembrini had let fall about Prussianism. Both of them turned toward the antagonist, who had just suffered this crushing rebuff. Hans Castorp with such eagerness that he fell unconsciously into the very posture he had taken at the pig drawing, his elbows on the table and his chin in his palm, and peered in suspense into Herr Nafta's face. And Nafta sat there, tense and motionless, his lean hands in his lap. He said, "I try to introduce a little logic into the debate, and you answer me with lofty sentiments. I was already tolerably well aware that what is called liberalism, individualism, the humanistic conception of citizenship, was the product of the Renaissance. But the fact leaves me entirely cold, realizing as I do that your great heroic age is a thing of the past, its ideals defunct, or at least lying at their latest gasp, while the feet of those who will deal with them the coup de grace are already before the door. You call yourself, if I am not mistaken, a revolutionist, but you err in holding that future revolutions will issue in freedom. In the past 500 years, the principle of freedom has outlived its usefulness. An educational system which still conceives itself as a child of the age of enlightenment, with criticism as its chosen medium of instruction, the liberation and cult of the ego, the solvent of forms of life which are absolutely fixed, such a system may still, for a time, reap an empty rhetorical advantage, but its reactionary character is, to the initiated, clear beyond any doubt. All educational organizations worthy of the name have always recognized what must be the ultimate and significant principle of pedagogy, namely the absolute mandate, the iron bond, discipline, sacrifice, the renunciation of the ego, the curbing of personality, and lastly, it is an unloving misconception of youth to believe that it finds its pleasure in freedom. Its deepest pleasure lies in obedience." Joachim sat up straight. Hans Castorp reddened. Herr Settembrini excitedly twisted his fine moustache. "No," Nafta went on, "liberation and development of the individual are not the key to our age. They are not what our age demands. What it needs, what it wrestles after, what it will create is terror." He uttered the last word lower than the rest, without a motion of his body. Only his eyeglasses suddenly flashed. All three of them, as they heard it, jumped. Even Herr Settembrini, who, however, promptly collected himself and smiled. "And one may ask," he queried, "whom or what? You see I am all question. I ask even how to ask. Whom or what you envisage as the bringer of this, I repeat the word with some unwillingness, this terror." Nafta sat motionless, flashing like a drawn blade. He said, "I am at your service. I believe I do not err in assuming our agreement in the conception of an original ideal state of man, a condition without government and without force, an unmediated condition, as the child of God, in which there is neither lordship nor service, neither law nor penalty, nor sin nor relation after the flesh, no distinction of classes, no work, no property, nothing but equality, brotherhood, and moral perfectitude." "Very good. I agree," declared Settembrini. "I agree with everything except the relations after the flesh, which obviously must at all times have subsisted, since man is a highly developed vertebrate, and, like other creatures of his kind—" "As you like. I am merely stating our fundamental agreement with respect to the original paradisial state of man, his freedom from law, and his unmediated relation with God, which state was lost to him by his fall. I believe we may go side by side for another few steps of the way." in that we both explain the state as a social contract, taking account of the fall, and entered into as a safeguard against evil, and that we both see in it the origin of sovereign power." "Benissimo," cried Settembrini. "Social contract. Why, that is enlightenment. That is Rousseau. I had no idea." "One moment, pray. We part company here. All power and all control was originally vested in the people, who made it over, together with the right to make laws, to their princes. But from this your school deduces in the first instance the right of the people to revolt from monarchy, whereas we, on the contrary—" "We?" thought Hans Castorp breathlessly. "Who are we?" I must certainly ask Settembrini afterwards whom he means by we. "We, for our part," Nafta was saying, "perhaps no less revolutionary than you, have consistently deduced the supremacy of the Church over the secular power. The temporal nature of the power of the state is, as it were, written on its forehead. But even if it were not, it would be enough to point to the historical fact that its authority goes back to the will of the people, whereas that of the Church rests upon the divine sanction, to establish its character as a device which, if not precisely contrived by the power of evil, is nevertheless a faulty and inadequate makeshift." "The state, my dear sir—" "I am acquainted with your views on the subject of the national state. As your Virgil has it, fatherland love conquers all, and hunger unsated for glory. You add the corrective of a somewhat liberal individualism, that is democracy, but it leaves quite untouched your fundamental relation to the state. That the soul of democracy is the power of money apparently does not impugn it, or would you deny the fact? Antiquity was capitalistic because of its state cult. The Christian Middle Ages clearly recognized the inherent capitalism of the secular state. Money will be emperor is a prophecy made in the 11th century. Would you deny that it has now literally come to pass, and with it the utter bedevilment of life in general?" "My dear sir, you have the floor. I am only eager to make the acquaintance of the great unknown, the bringer of the terror." "A perilous curiosity on your part, as the spokesman of a class of society which has acted as the standard-bearer of freedom, considering it is that very freedom which has dragged the world to the brink of destruction. Your goal is the democratic imperium, the apotheosis of the principle of the national state in that of the universal, the world state. And the emperor of this world state? Your utopia is monstrous. And yet at this point we find ourselves to a certain extent again on common ground. For your capitalistic world republic is in truth transcendental in character. The world state is the secular state transcended. And we unite in the faith that the final perfected state, lying dim upon the far horizon, should correspond to man's original primitive perfection. Since the time of Gregory the Great, the founder of the state of God, the Church has always regarded it as her task to bring mankind back under the divine guidance. Gregory's claim to temporal power was put forward not for its own sake, but rather because his delegated dictatorship was to be the means and the way to the goal of redemption, a transitional stage between the pagan state and the heavenly kingdom. You have spoken to your pupils here of the bloody deeds of the Church, her chastisements and her intolerance, very foolishly so, for it stands to reason that the zeal of the godly cannot be pacifistic in character. Gregory himself said, "Cursed be the man who holds back his sword from the shedding of blood." That power is evil, we know, but if the kingdom is to come, then it is necessary that the dualism between good and evil, between power and the spirit, here and hereafter, must be for the time abrogated, to make way for a single principle which shall unify asceticism and domination. This is what I mean by the necessity of the terror. "But the standard-bearer, the standard-bearer?" "Do you still ask? Is your Manchester liberalism unaware of the existence of a school of economic thought which means the triumph of man over economics, and whose principles and aims precisely coincide with those of the kingdom of God? The fathers of the church called mine and thine pernicious words, and private property usurpation and robbery. They repudiated the idea of personal possessions because, according to divine and natural law, the earth is common to all men, and brings forth her fruits for the common good. They taught that avarice, a consequence of the fall, represents the right of property, and is the source of private ownership. They were humane enough, anti-commercial enough, to feel that all commercial activity was a danger to the soul of man and its salvation. They hated money and finance, and called the empire of capital fuel for the fires of hell. The fundamental economic principle that price is regulated by the operation of the law of supply and demand they have always despised from the bottom of their hearts, and condemned taking advantage of chance as a cynical exploitation of a neighbour's need. Even more nefarious in their eyes was the exploitation of time, the monstrousness of receiving a premium for the passage of time, interest, in other words, and misusing to one's own advantage and another's disadvantage a universal and God-given dispensation. "Benissimo!" cried Hans Castorp in his excitement, availing himself of Herr Settembrini's formula of assent. "The time, a universal God-given dispensation. That is highly important." "Quite," said Nafta. "Indeed, these humane spirits were revolted by the idea of the automatic increase of money. They regarded as usury every kind of interest-taking and speculation, and declared that every rich man was either a thief or the heir of a thief. They went further. Like Thomas Aquinas, they considered trade, pure and simple, buying and selling for profit, without altering or improving the product, a contemptible occupation. They were not inclined to place a very high value on labour in and for itself, as being an ethical, not a religious concern, and performed not in the service of God, but as a part of the business of living. This being the case, they demanded that the measure of profit or of public esteem should be in proportion to the actual labour expended, and accordingly it was not the tradesman or the industrialist, but the labourer and the tiller of the soil who were honourable in their eyes, for they were in favour of making production dependent upon necessity, and held mass production in abhorrence. Now then, after centuries of disfavour, these principles and standards are being resurrected by the modern movement of communism. The similarity is complete, even to the claim for world domination made by international labour as against international industry and finance, the world proletariat, which is today asserting the ideals of the civitas Dei, in opposition to the discredited and decadent standards of the capitalistic bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat, the politico-economic means of salvation demanded by our age, does not mean domination for its own sake and in perpetuity, but rather in the sense of a temporary abrogation, in the sign of the cross, of the contradiction between spirit and force, in the sense of overcoming the world by mastering it, in a transcendental, a transitional sense, in the sense of the kingdom. The proletariat has taken up the task of Gregory the Great. His religious zeal burns within it, and as little as he may, it withholds its hand from the shedding of blood. Its task is to strike terror into the world, for the healing of the world, that men may finally achieve salvation and deliverance, and win back at length to freedom from law and from distinction of classes, to his original status as child of God. Thus Nafta. The little group was silent. The young men looked to Herr Settembrini. It was, they felt, his affair. He said, "Astounding! I am staggered, I admit it. I had not expected this. Roma locuta. Rome has spoken. And how? How has she spoken? Herr Nafta has before our eyes performed a hieratic salto mortale. If the epithet is inconsistent, the inconsistency has been temporarily abrogated. Oh yes, I repeat, it is astounding. Could you perceive, Professor, of any possible criticism, if only on the score of consistency? A few minutes ago you were at pains to make comprehensible to us a Christian individualism based on the dualism of God and the world, and to prove its preeminence over all politically determined morality. And now you profess a socialism, pushed to the point of dictatorship and terrorism. How do you reconcile the two things?
Opposites, said Nafta, may be consistent with each other. It is the middling, the neither one thing nor the other, that is preposterous. Your individualism, as I have already taken the liberty of remarking, is defective. It is a confession of weakness. It corrects its pagan state morality by the admixture of a little Christianity, a little rights of man, a little so-called liberty. But that is all. An individualism that springs from the cosmic, the astrological importance of the individual soul, an individualism not social but religious, that conceives of humanity not as a conflict between the ego and society, but as a conflict between the ego and God, between the flesh and the spirit. A genuine individualism like that sorts very well with the most binding communism.
Anonymous and communal, said Hans Castorp. Settembrini glared at him. "Be quiet, engineer," he said, with a severity probably due to nervous irritation. "Inform yourself, but don't try to express your views." "That is an answer at least," he said, turning to Nafta again. "It gives me cold comfort, but it is an answer. Let us examine all the consequences flowing from it. Along with industry, your Christian communism would reject machinery, technique, material progress, along with what you call trade, money and finance, which in antiquity ranked higher than agriculture and manual labour. You reject freedom, for it is clear, so clear as to be evident to the meanest intelligence, that all social relations, public and private, would be attached to the soil, as in the Middle Ages, even, I feel some reluctance to say it, even the person of the individual. If only the soil can maintain life, then only the possession of it can confer freedom. Manual labourers and peasants, however honourable their position, if they possess no real property, can only be the property of those who do. As a matter of fact, until well on in the Middle Ages, the great mass of the population, even the town dwellers, were serfs. In the course of our discussion we have let fall various allusions to the dignity of the human being, yet you are defending the morality of an economic system which deprives the individual of liberty and self-respect.
"About self-respect and the lack of it," responded Nafta, "there is a good deal to be said. For the moment I should be glad if the association were to make you conceive of liberty less as a beautiful gesture and more as a serious problem. You assert that Christian morality, with all its beauty and benignity, makes for servitude, and I, on the other hand, assert that the question of freedom, the question of cities, to put it more concretely, has always been a highly ethical question, and is historically bound up with the inhuman degeneration of commercial morality, with all the horrors of modern industrialism and speculation, and with the devilish domination of money and finance."
"I must insist that you do not take refuge behind scruples and antimonies, but come out squarely where you belong, in favour of the blackest form of reaction."
"It would be the first step toward true liberty and love of humanity to free one's minds of the flabby fear engendered by the very mention of the word reaction."
"Well, that is enough," declared Herr Settembrini, in a voice that trembled slightly, pushing away his cup and plate. They were empty by now, and rising from the satin sofa. "Enough for today, enough for a whole day, I should think. Our thanks, Professor, for the delicious entertainment and the very spiritu discourse. My young friends here from the Berghof are summoned by the service of the cure, and I should like, before they go, to show them my cell up above. Come, gentlemen. Addio, padre." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10 of the City of God and Deliverance by Evil, Part 4. Hans Castorp marked the appellation with lifted brows. So now it was Padre. They submitted to Herr Settembrini's breaking up the little party, and disposed of themselves by giving Nafta the chance to come along, supposing he had been inclined. The young men in their turn thanked their host and took their leave, urged by Nafta to come again. They went with Herr Settembrini, Hans Castorp bearing with him the crumbling pasteboard volume containing De Miseria Humanae Conditionis, which his host put into his hands. The surly Lukacek still sat on his table and sewed at the sleeved garment for the old woman. They had to pass his open door to mount the ladder-like stair to the top story. It was, properly speaking, scarcely a story at all, being simply a loft with naked rafters and beams inside the roof. It had the close air of a garret and smelt of warm shingles, but it was divided into two rooms which served the Republican capitalist and belletristic collaborator on The Sociology of Suffering as study and sleeping cabinet. These he blithely displayed to his young friends, characterizing them as retired and cosy, in order to supply them with suitable adjectives in which to praise them, which they accordingly did. They both found his quarters charmingly cosy and retired, just as he said. They had a glimpse into the tiny sleeping chamber, merely a short and narrow bedstead in the corner under the sloping roof, and a small drugget on the floor beside it. Then they turned again to the study, which was no less sparsely furnished, but orderly to the point of formality, or even frigid. Heavy old-fashioned chairs, 4 in number, with rush seats, were symmetrically placed on either side of the door. The divan was pushed against the wall, and a round table with a green cover held the centre of the room, upon which, for all ornament, or possibly for refreshment, but in any case with an effect of chaste sobriety, there stood a water-bottle, with a glass turned upside down over it. Books and pamphlets leaned against each other in a little hanging shelf, and at the open window stood a high-legged, flimsy folding desk, with a small, thick felt mat on the floor beneath it, just large enough to afford standing room. Hans Castorp took up position here for a minute to try what it was like. This was Herr Settembrini's workshop, where he wrote articles in belles lettres to contribute to the Encyclopedia of Human Suffering. The young man rested his elbows on the slanting surface of the desk, and announced that he found the little apartment very retired and cosy. Thus, he presumed, aloud, might Ludovico's father, with his long aristocratic nose, have bent over his work at Padua, and learned that he was standing indeed at the very desk of the deceased scholar. Nay, more, that the chairs, the table, even the water-bottle had been his, and that the chairs had come down from the Carbonaro grandfather, the walls of whose law office at Milan they had once graced. That made a great impression on the young people. The chairs straightway began in their eyes to betray affinity with political agitation. Joachim, who had been sitting all unconscious on one with his legs crossed, got up at once and looked at it mistrustfully, and did not sit down again. But Hans Castorp, at the elder Settembrini's desk, thought how the younger now laboured here, to mingle the politics of the grandfather and the father's humanism in a blend of literary beauty. At length they all went off together, the author having offered to see his friends to their door. They were silent for some way, but the silence spoke of Nafta, and Hans Castorp could wait. He felt sure that Herr Settembrini would mention his housemate had come out with them for that very purpose. He was not mistaken. Drawing a deep breath, as if to get a good start, the Italian began, "My friends, I should like to warn you." As he paused after that, Hans Castorp asked, affecting surprise, "Against what?" He might as well have said against whom, but expressed himself impersonally to show how completely unconscious he was of Herr Settembrini's meaning, a meaning which even Joachim perfectly comprehended. "Against the personage whose guests we have just been," answered Settembrini, "and whose acquaintance I have unwillingly been the means of your making. Chance willed it, as you saw. I could not prevent it, but the responsibility is mine, and as such I feel it.
It is my duty to point out to your tender years the intellectual perils of intercourse with this man, and to beg you to keep your acquaintance with him within safe limits. His form is logic, but his essence is confusion." "He does seem rather weird," was Hans Castop's view. "Some of the things he said were very queer. It sounded as if he meant to say that the sun revolves around the earth. But how could they," he went on, "have suspected that a friend of his, Herr Settembrini's, was an unsuitable person for them to associate with? As he himself admitted, they had made the acquaintance through him, had met the man first in his company, and seen that the two walked and took tea together. Surely this must mean—" "Of course, engineer, of course." Herr Settembrini's voice was full of mild resignation. It even trembled. "I am open to this rejoinder, and so you make it. Good. I am quite ready to accept the responsibility. I live under the same roof as this man. Our meetings are unavoidable. One word leads on to another. An acquaintance is formed. Herr Nafter is a person of most unusual mental powers. He is by nature discursive, and so am I. Condemn me if you will. I avail myself of the opportunity to cross swords with an antagonist who is, after all, my equal. I have no one else, anywhere. In short, it is true that I visit him, and he me. We take walks together. We dispute. We quarrel nearly every day till we draw blood. But I confess the contrariness and mischievousness of his ideas but render our acquaintance the more attractive. I need the friction. Opinions cannot survive if one has no chance to fight for them, and I am only confirmed in mine. How could you assert so much of yours, Lieutenant, or you, Engineer? You are defenceless against intellectual sophistry. You are exposed to danger from the influence of this half-fanatic, half-pernicious quackery, danger to the intellect and to the soul." Hans Castop rejoined that it was probably all true. He and his cousin were naturally more or less prone to such dangers. It was the same old story about the delicate child of life. He understood perfectly. But on the other hand, one might cite Petrarch and his maxim, which was familiar to Herr Settembrini. And after all, it was worth listening to all that Nafter had to say. One must admit that about the communistic period, when no one would be allowed to receive interest, was first-rate. Also some of the things he said about education, which he, Hans Castop, would probably never otherwise have got to hear. Settembrini compressed his lips, and Hans Castop hastened to say that, as for his own attitude, it was of course entirely non-partisan. He had only meant that he had enjoyed hearing what Nafter had to say about the deepest desire of youth. "But do explain this one thing to me," he went on. "This person, I call him that by way of showing my detachment, and that I don't by any means altogether agree with all he says, but am inclined to make important reservations—" "And very rightly so," cried Settembrini gratefully. "He had a great deal to say about money, the soul of the state, as he expressed himself, and against the property holding, which he considered thievery. In short, against the capitalistic system, which he called, if I remember rightly, fuel for the fires of hell, or something like that. He sang the praises of the Middle Ages for forbidding the taking of interest. And all the time the man himself must have, if I may say so, you get such a surprise when you first enter his room and see all that silk." "Ah, yes," smiled Settembrini, "the taste is very characteristic of him." "The beautiful old furniture," Hans Castop went on, "the Pieta out of the 14th century, the Venetian lustre, the little page in livery, and such a lot of chocolate layer cake too. He must personally be pretty well off, I should think." "Herr Nafter," Settembrini answered, "is personally as little of a capitalist as I am." "But," queried Hans Castop, "there is a but in your tone, Herr Settembrini." "Well, those people never let anyone lack who belongs to them." "Those people?" "The fathers." "Fathers? What fathers?" "Why, engineer, I mean the Jesuits." A pause ensued. The cousins displayed the greatest astonishment. Hans Castop cried out, "What? Good Lord, you can't mean it. You don't mean to say the man is a Jesuit?" "You have guessed aright," Herr Settembrini said with punctilio. "I never in all my life. Who would ever think of such a thing?
So that is why you called him Padre? That was a polite exaggeration, Settembrini answered. Herr Nafta is not a father. His illness is to blame for his not having got that far, but he has finished his novitiate and taken his first vows. The state of his health obliged him to give up his theological studies, after which he spent some years in a school belonging to the society, where he acted as prefect and preceptor of younger pupils. That was in sympathy with his pedagogic leanings, and he continues in the same line up here, by teaching Latin at the Fredericanum. He has been here 5 years. When or if he can leave this place remains in doubt, but he belongs to the society, and even if the bond were a looser one than it is, he would never want for anything. As I told you, he is personally poor, that is to say, without possessions. That is the rule of the society, which, however, commands immense riches, and, as you saw, looks well after its own. Thunder and lightning, Hans Castorp said, and I never even knew that such things existed any more. A Jesuit! Well, well. But do tell me, if he is so well looked after by those people, why in the world does he live? I don't mean to say a word about your lodgings, Herr Settembrini, and you are certainly charmingly fixed at Lukacek's. It is so retired and cosy there. But I mean, if Nafta really has such a pile as that, to speak vulgarly, why doesn't he take another apartment in a better house, more stately, with a proper entrance and large rooms? There is something secret and suspicious looking about him, there in that hole, with all that silk. Settembrini shrugged his shoulders. He is probably guided by considerations of taste and tact, he said. I imagine he salves his anti-capitalistic conscience by living in a poor house, and indemnifies himself by living in the style he keeps. And I should say that discretion plays some role in the affair too. No use advertising to all the world how well the devil takes care of his own. He shows an unpretentious facade, and behind it gives free rein to tastes such as a prince of the church. Extraordinary, Hans Castorp said. It is all perfectly new and astonishing to me, I am free to confess. Why, Herr Settembrini, we are really very much indebted to you for this new acquaintance. Many a time and oft we shall be going down to pay him a visit, I am sure of that. Such discourse does wonders in the way of enlarging the horizon. It gives one glimpses into a world the existence of which one never dreamed. A proper Jesuit. When I say proper, the adjective stands for all that passes through my mind as I say it. I mean, is he a real, actual Jesuit? I know you mean a person can't be proper with the devil supporting him from behind. But what I mean is he proper as a Jesuit? That is what I am thinking. He said certain things, you know the ones I mean, about modern communism and the religious zeal of the proletariat, and not withholding its hand from bloodshed. I won't discuss them further, but surely your grandfather, with his citizen's pike, was a perfect ewe lamb by comparison. Please forgive my language. Is that allowed? Do his authorities stand for it? Is that the doctrine of the Roman Church, which all the religious societies all over the world propagate by means of intrigue, or so they say? Isn't it, what is the word, heretical, abnormal, incorrect? Those are the things I am thinking about, Herr Nafta, and I should be pleased to have your opinion on them. Settembrini smiled. Very simple. Herr Nafta is, of course, first of all a Jesuit. He is that always, and before everything else. But he is also a man of intellect, or I should not be seeking his society. And as such he is always searching for new combinations, new associations and adaptations, new shades of meaning proper to the time. You saw how he surprised even me by his theories. He had never gone so far with me before. I made use of the very stimulus of your presence to stir him up to the point of saying his last word on a certain subject. It sounded ridiculous enough, monstrous enough. Yes, but tell me, why did he never become a father? He was old enough, wasn't he? I did tell you. It was his illness prevented him. Well, but don't you think, if he is first a Jesuit and second a man of intellect, always making new combinations, don't you think this second added characteristic has to do with his illness? What do you mean by that? I only mean, look, he has a moist spot, and that hinders him from becoming a father. But his combinations would probably have hindered him anyhow, and so, in a certain way, the spot and the combinations hang together. In his way, he too is a sort of delicate child, a joli Jésuite, with a petite tache humide. They had reached the sanatorium, but stood in a little group on the terrace before the house, talking still a while before parting, and watched by a few guests who happened to be lounging there. Herr Settembrini said, "I repeat, my young friends, I warn you, I cannot prevent you from cultivating your acquaintance now it is made, if curiosity leads you to do so. But arm yourselves, arm your hearts and minds with suspicion. Oppose him with a critical spirit. I will characterize this man for you in a single word. He is a voluptuary." The cousins made astonished faces. Hans Castorp asked, "A what?" "But he is a member of a society. They have to take certain vows, I have always supposed, and then he's such a poor creature physically. So—" "You are talking rubbish, engineer," Settembrini interposed. "It has nothing to do with physical insufficiency, while as for the vows you speak of, there are always reservations. I was speaking in a broader, more intellectual sense, your comprehension of which I felt I might presume upon by now. You probably remember my visiting you one day in your room. It was long ago, frightfully long ago. You had just finished your 3 weeks in bed, after being received into the sanatorium. Of course, you came in at dusk and turned on the light. I remember as if it were yesterday." "Good. We fell into talk, as we have often done, I rejoice to say, and upon somewhat elevated subjects. We spoke, I believe, of life and death, of the dignity of death in so far as it is the condition and appurtenance of life, and the grotesqueness into which it declines so soon as the mind erects it into an independent principle. Young men," went on Herr Settembrini, standing close to the two, with the thumb and middle finger of his left hand splayed out like a fork, as if to collect their attention, while he raised the forefinger of his right in warning, "imprint it upon your minds. The mind is sovereign. Its will is free. It conditions the moral world. Let it once dualistically isolate death, and death will become, in actual fact, actu. By this mental act of will, you understand me, a power in itself, the power opposed to life, the inimical principle, the great temptation, whose kingdom is the kingdom of the flesh. You ask me why of the flesh? I answer you, because it unlooses and delivers, because it is deliverance, yet not deliverance from evil, but deliverance by evil. It relaxes manners and morals. It frees man from discipline and restraint. It abandons him to lust. If I warn you against this man, whose acquaintance with you I have unwillingly brought about, if I exhort you to go thrice armed with a critical spirit in all your dealings with him, it is because all his thoughts are voluptuous, and stand under the aegis of death, and death is the most dissolute of powers, as I told you then, engineer. I well remember my words, for I never fail to retain in my mind any good and telling phrase I may have chanced to avail myself of. A power hostile to civilization and progress, to work and to life, against whose mephitic breath it is the noblest task of the teacher to shield the mind of youth." Who could talk more beautifully than Herr Settembrini? Who clearer, or in better rounded periods? Hans Castorp and Joachim Seimson thanked him most warmly for all he had said, and mounted the Berghof steps, while Herr Settembrini betook himself once more to his humanistic writing desk in the story above Nafta's silken cell. This first visit of the cousins to Nafta, whose course we have described, was followed by 2 or 3 others, one even in the absence of Herr Settembrini. All of them afforded young Hans Castorp much food for thought, when, in his blue-blossoming retreat, with the image of the human form divine, called Homo Dei, hovering before his mind's eye, he sat and took stock. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Leoporter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. Chapter 6. Choler and Worse. Part 1. August arrived, and with its entry slipped past the anniversary of our hero's arrival in these parts. So much the better when it was gone. Young Hans Castorp had scarcely looked forward to it with pleasure, and that was the rule. The anniversary was not popular. The old inhabitants passed it by without thought, and, though in general they seized on every pretext for jollification, and took occasion to celebrate their own private anniversaries in addition to these that accented the recurrent rhythm of the year, making merry with popping of corks in the restaurant, over birthdays, general examinations, imminent departures, whether wild or sanctioned, and the like, they accorded to the anniversary of arrival no other attention than that of a profound silence. They let it slip past. Perhaps they actually managed to forget it, and they might be confident that no one else would remember. They set store by a proper articulation of the time. They gave heed to the calendar, observed the turning points of the year, its recurrent limits. But to measure one's own private time, that time which for the individual in these parts was so closely bound up with space, that was held to be an occupation only fit for new arrivals and short-termers. The settled citizens preferred the unmeasured, the eternal, the day that was for ever the same, and delicately each respected in others the sentiment he so warmly cherished himself. To say to anybody that this day 3 years ago was the day of his arrival, that would have been considered brutal, in consummately bad taste. It simply never happened. Even Frau Storr, whatever her lacks in other respects, was far too tactful and well-disciplined to let it slip out. Certainly she united great ignorance with her infected and feverish physical state. Recently at table she had alluded to the affectation of the tip of her lung, and the conversation had taken a historical turn. She explained that dates were her ring of Polycrates, a remark which made her hearers stare, but it was unthinkable that she should remind young Simpson his year would be up in February, though she had very likely thought of it, for the unhappy creature's head was full of useless baggage, and she loved to keep track of other people's affairs, but the tradition of the place held her in check. Thus also on Hans Castorp's anniversary. She may have even tried to nod at him meaningfully at table, but, encountering a vacant stare, dexterously withdrew. Joachim too had kept silence, though he probably had clearly in mind the date on which he had fetched the guest from the Dorf station. Joachim was ever by nature taciturn, had always talked less than his cousin, even before they came up here. There had never been any comparison between him and the humanists and the controversialists of their acquaintance, and in these days his silence had assumed heroic proportions. Only monosyllables passed his lips. His manner, however, spoke volumes. It was plain that in his mind the Dorf station was associated with another order of ideas than those of arrival or meeting people. He was conducting a lively correspondence with the flatland. His resolve was ripening, his preparations drawing to a head. July had been warm and bright, but with August bad weather set in, cloudy and damp, with first a sleety drizzle and then actual snow, and it lasted, with interludes of single resplendent days, all through the month and on into September. At first the rooms held the warmth of the summery period just past. They stood at 50 degrees, which passed for comfortable. But it grew rapidly colder. There were rejoicings when the snowfall whitened the valley. For the sight of it, the sight alone, for the mere drop of the temperature would not have sufficed, compelled the management to heat, first the dining room, then the chambers as well, so that when one rolled out the rugs, at the end of a rest period, and re-entered one's chamber, one might warm one's stiffened fingers against the hot pipes, though the dry air these gave out did accentuate the burning in the cheeks. Was it winter again? Almost the senses thought so. On every hand were loud complaints that they had been cheated out of their summer, though they had really cheated themselves, abetted by conditions both natural and artificial, and by a consumption of time units, reckless alike within and without. Reason was aware that fine autumnal weather was certain to follow. There would be a succession of brilliant days, each outvying the other, and so fine that one might still honour them with the name of summer, save for the flatter arc the sun made in its course and its earlier setting. But the effect of the winter landscape on the spirit was stronger than the power of such consolatory thoughts. The cousins would stand at the closed door into the balcony and look with loathing into the whirl of flakes. It was Joachim who stood thus, and in a suppressed voice he said, "So that's to begin all over again, is it?" From behind him in the room, Hans Castorp responded, "That would be rather early. Surely it can't be settling down to winter already. But it has a terrible final look. If winter consists in darkness and cold, snow and hot pipes, then there's no denying it's winter again. And when you think we'd just finished with it, and that the snow only just melted, at least it seems that way, doesn't it? As though spring were only just over. Well, it gives one a turn, I will say. It is actually a blow to one's love of life. Let me explain to you how I mean. I mean the world as normally arranged is conducive to man's needs and his pleasure in life. Isn't that so? I won't go so far as to say that the whole natural order of things, for instance the size of the earth, the time it takes to revolve on its axis and about the sun, the division between day and night, summer and winter, in short the whole cosmic rhythm, if you like to call it that, was specially arranged for our use and behoof. That would be cheek, I suppose, and simple-minded into the bargain. It would be teleological reasoning, as the philosophers express it. No, it would be truer to say that our needs are, thank God that it should be so, in harmony with the larger, the fundamental facts of nature. I say, thank God, for it is really ground for praising him. Now, when summer or winter comes along down below, the past summer or winter is far enough in the past to make one glad to see it again, and therein lies some of the joy we have in life. But up here this order and harmony are destroyed. First, because there are no proper seasons, as you yourself said when I first came, but only summer days and winter days all mixed up together. And secondly, because what we spend up here isn't time at all, and the new winter, when it comes, isn't new, but the same old winter all the time. All that explains perfectly the disgust you feel when you look out of the window." "Thanks," Joachim said. "And now that you have explained it, you feel so satisfied that you are even satisfied with the situation itself, although in all human—" "No," said he, "I'm done, fed up. It's beastly. The whole thing is just one tremendous, rotten, beastly sell. And I, for my part—" He went with hasty steps through the room and shut the door angrily behind him. Unless Hans Castorp was much mistaken, there had been tears in the mild, beautiful eyes. He left the other staggered. So long as Joachim had confined himself to putting his determination into words, his cousin had not taken it too seriously. But now that the silence spoke to him, and his behaviour too, Hans Castorp was alarmed, for he saw that the military Joachim was the man to translate words into deeds. He was so alarmed that he grew pale, and his pallor was for them both. "Fort possible qu'il va mourir," he thought, and that piece of third-hand information mingled itself with an old, painful, never quite to be suppressed fear, which made him say to himself, "Is it possible he could leave me alone up here? Me, who only came on a visit to him? That would be crazy, horrible. At the bare thought of it, I can feel my heart flutter, and my cheek pale, because if I am left up here, as I shall be if he goes down, for it is out of the question for me to go with him, if I am left up here, it is forever. Alone I should never find my way back, never back down to the world again, and at the thought my heart stands still." Such the course of Hans Castorp's fearful musings, but that very afternoon certitude was vouchsafed. Joachim declared himself. The die was cast, the bridges burnt. They went down after tea to the basement for the monthly examination. This was the beginning of September. On entering the warm air of the consulting room, they saw Dr. Krukowski sitting at his table, and the Hofrat, very blue in the face, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, tapping his shoulder with the stethoscope and yawning at the ceiling. "Mahlzeit, children. said he languidly. His mood was lax, resigned, and melancholic, and he had probably been smoking. There were also, however, some objective grounds for his state, as the cousins had heard. International scandal of a kind only too familiar in the establishment. A certain young girl called Emmy Nolting had entered House Berkoff 2 years before in the autumn, and after a stay of some 9 months departed cured. But before September was out she had returned, saying that she did not feel well at home. In February, with lungs from which all vestige of ronchi had disappeared, she was sent home again, but by the middle of July was back in her place at Frau Iltus's table. This Emmy, then, had been discovered in her room at 1 o'clock at night in company with another sufferer, a Greek named Polypraxios, the same whose shapely legs had attracted favourable attention the night of Mardi Gras, a young chemist whose father owned dye works in the Piraeus. The discovery had been made through the jealousy of another young girl, a friend of Emmy, who had found her way to Emmy's room by the same route the Greek had taken, namely across the balconies, and, distracted by her jealous rage, had made great outcry, so that everybody came running, and the scandal became known to the sparrows on the housetops. Behrens had sent all 3 of them away, and had been at the moment going over the whole unsavoury affair with Krukowski, who had had both girls under private treatment. The Hofrat, as he examined, continued to let fall remarks in resigned and dreary tones, for he was such a master of auscultation that he could listen to a man's inside, dictate what he heard to his assistant, and talk about something else all the time.
"Ah, yes, gentlemen," he said, "this cursed libido. You can get some fun out of the thing. It's all right for you. Vesicular. But a man in my position, verily I say unto you, dullness there, he hath his belly full. Is it my fault that phthisis and concupiscence go together? Slight harshness here. I didn't arrange it that way, but before you know where you are, you find yourself the keeper of a stew. Restricted here under the left shoulder. We have psychoanalysis. We give the noodles every chance to talk themselves out. Much good it does them. The more they talk, the more lecherous they get. I preach mathematics. Better here, the ronchi are gone, and I tell them that if they will occupy themselves with the study of mathematics, they will find in it the best remedy against the lusts of the flesh. Lawyer Paravant was a bad case. He took my advice. He is now busy squaring the circle and gets great relief. But most of them are too witless and lazy, God help them. Vesicular. You see, I know it's only too easy for young folk to go to the bad up here. I used to try to do something about these debauches, but it happened a few times that some brother or bridegroom asked me to my face what affair it was of mine, and since then I've stuck to my last. Slight relish up on the right."
He finished with Joachim, thrust his stethoscope in the pocket of his smock, and rubbed his eyes with both huge hands, as was his habit when he had backslidden and become melancholy. Half mechanically, between yawns, he reeled off his patter.
"Well, Zymeson, just keep your pecker up. You'll be all right yet. You aren't like a picture in a physiology book. There's a hitch here and there, and you haven't cleaned up your gaff key. You've even gone up a peg or so. It's 6 this time, but never mind. Don't pull a long face. You are better than you were when you came. I can hand it to you in writing. Just another 5 or 6 months. Months, I mean. Did you know that is the early form of the word? I mean to say month after this."
"Herr Hofrat," Joachim began. He stood bare to the waist, heels together and chest out, with a determined bearing, and as mottled in the face as ever he had been that time when Hans Castorp first made observations on the pallor of the deep tanned. Behrens ran on without noticing.
"And if you stop another round half-year and do particular pipe clay, why, you'll be a made man. You can take Constantinople single-handed. You'll be strong enough to command a regiment of Samsons."
Who knows how much more nonsense he might have uttered if Joachim's unflinching determination to make himself heard had not brought him to a stand. "Herr Hofrat," the young man said, "I should like to tell you, if you will pardon me, that I have decided to leave."
What's that? So you want to leave? I thought you wanted to go down later as a sound man, to be a soldier.
No, I must leave now, Herr Hofrat. In a week, that is.
Do you mean what you say? Do you want to hop out of the frying pan into the fire? You going to hook it? Don't you call that desertion?
No, Herr Hofrat, I don't look at it in that light. I must join my regiment.
Even though I tell you I shall surely discharge you in half a year, but not before?
Joachim's bearing became even more correct. He took in his stomach and replied, repressed and curt. I have been here a year and a half, Herr Hofrat. I cannot wait any longer. Originally it was to have been 3 months. Since then it has been increased, first another 3, then another 6, and so on, and still I am not cured.
Is that my fault?
No, Herr Hofrat, but I cannot wait any longer. If I don't want to miss my opportunity, I cannot wait to make my full cure up here. I must go down now. I need a little time for my equipment and other arrangements.
Your family knows what you're doing? Do they consent?
My mother, yes. It is all arranged. The 1st of October, I joined the 76th Regiment as cornet.
At all hazards?
Behrens asked, and fixed him with his bloodshot eyes. I have the honour, Joachim answered, his lips twitching.
Very good, Samson.
The Hofrat's tone changed. He abandoned his position. He relaxed in every way.
Very well, then. Stir your stumps. Go on, and God be with you. I see you know your own mind, and so much is certainly true that it is your affair and not mine. Every pot stands on its own bottom. You go at your own risk. I take no responsibility. But, good Lord, it may turn out all right. Soldiering is an out-of-doors job. It may do you good. You may come through all right.
Yes, Herr Hofrat.
Well, and what about your cousin, the peaceful citizen over there? He wants to go along with you, does he?
This was Hans Castorp, who was supposed to answer. He stood there as pale as at that first examination, which had ended by his being admitted as a patient. Now, as then, his heart could be seen hammering against his side. He said, I should like to be guided by your opinion, Herr Hofrat.
My opinion. Good.
He drew him to him by the arm and began to tap and listen. He did not dictate. It went rather fast. When he finished, he said,
You may go.
Hans Castorp stammered, You mean I'm cured?
Yes, you're cured. The place above the left lobe is no longer worth talking about. Your temperature doesn't go with it. Why you have it, I don't know. I assume it is of no further importance, so as far as I'm concerned, you can go.
But, Herr Hofrat, may I ask, that is, you are perhaps not altogether serious?
Not serious? Why not? What do you suppose? And incidentally, what do you think of me? Might I be allowed to ask, what do you take me for, a bawdy housekeeper?
He was in a towering passion. The blood flared up in his cheeks and turned their blue to violet. His one-sided lip was wrenched so high that the canines of the upper jaw were visible. He advanced his head like a steer, with staring, bloodshot, watery eyes.
I won't have it, he bellowed. In the first place, I'm not the proprietor here. I'm on hire. I'm a doctor. I'm nothing but a doctor. I would give you to understand I'm not a pimp. I'm no Signor Amoroso on the Toledo in Napoli Bella. I am a servant of suffering humanity. And if either one of you should perchance have conceived a different opinion of me and my character, then you can both go to the devil with my compliments. You can go to the dogs, or you can turn up your toes, whatever you like, and a pleasant journey to you.
He strode across the room and was out of the door that led to the X-ray waiting room. It crashed behind him. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Magic Mountain. Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12, Chapter 6, Choler and Worse, Part 2. The cousins looked imploringly at Dr. Krakowski, who buried his nose in his papers. They hurried into their clothes. On the stair, Hans Castorp said, "That was awful. Have you ever seen him like that before?" "No, not like that. But the authorities sometimes get these attacks. The important thing is to behave with dignity and let them pass over. He was irritated about the business with Polypraxios and Emmy Nolting. But did you see," Joachim went on, and the joy of having fought and won his battle mounted in him and almost took away his breath, "did you see how he gave in and showed no more fight, directly he saw I was in earnest? All one has to do is show some pluck, and not let oneself be shouted down. Now I've even got a sort of leave. At least he said himself I'll probably pull out of it, and I'm travelling in a week. In 3 weeks I'll be with the colours." He finished altering his phrase and confining the joy that trembled in his voice to his own affairs, without reference to Hans Castorp's. The latter was silent. He spoke no word, either of Joachim's leave or his own, which might equally well have been mentioned. He made his preparations for the rescuer, put the thermometer in his mouth, flung the camel-hair rugs about him with swift, practised hand, the perfected technique of that consecrated art the Flatland knows not of. Then he lay still, neat as a sausage roll, in his excellent chair, in the chill dampness of the early autumn afternoon. The rain clouds hung low. Remnants of snow rested on the boughs of the silver fir. The banner of the establishment was furled round its staff. A low murmur of voices rose from the rest hall, whence last year, at much about this time, the voice of Herr Albin had risen to Hans Castorp's ear. The cure was going on. The patients sat there with soon-chilled faces and fingertips. To him all this was long-established habit, the inevitable course of life. He knew the gratitude of the settled patient for the blessing of being able to lie snugly ensconced and think everything over at leisure. So it was settled. Joachim was to go. Rhadamanthus had released him. Not Rita, not with a clean bill of health, but yet half approvingly, on the ground and in recognition of his constant spirit. He would go down, first with the narrow-gauge road as far as Langquat, then to Romanshorn, then across the wide, bottomless lake over which in the legend the rider rode, across all Germany and home. He would stop there, in the valley world, among men with no notion of the way to live, ignorant of measuring and the whole ritual of rug-wrapping, of fur sleeping bags, of the 3 daily walks, of— it was hard to say, hard to count all the things of which those down below stood in blank ignorance. But the mere picture of Joachim, after a year and a half up here, living in the darkness of that flatlandish incomprehension, a picture only of Joachim, with hardly the faintest hypothetical reference to Hans Castorp himself, so bewildered the young man that he closed his eyes and waved it away with the motion of the hand, murmuring, "Impossible." And since it was impossible, he would live on up here, alone, without Joachim. Yes, it came to that. How long? Until Behrens discharged him cured? In earnest, that is, not as he had today. But that was so indefinite a time limit that he could no more prophesy it than could Joachim on a like occasion long ago. Again, would the impossible by then have become more possible? On the contrary, Joachim's rash departure did, in honesty, offer his cousin a support now, before the impossible should become utterly so, a guide and companion on a path which of himself he would never, never find again. Ah, if one consulted humanistic pedagogy, how humanistic pedagogy would adjure him to take the hand and accept the offered guidance. But Herr Sedimbrini was only a representative. Of things and forces worth hearing about, it was true, but not the only forces there were. And with Joachim it was the same. He was a soldier. He was leaving, almost at the very time set for the return of the high-breasted one. for it was known that she would return in October, while the departure of the civilian Hans Castorp became impossible precisely because he had to wait for Claudia Schoscher, whose return as yet was not even thought of. "I don't look at it in that light," Joachim had answered when Rhadamanthus talked about desertion, though as far as Joachim was concerned that had probably only been some of the Hofrat's melancholic maundering. But for him, the civilian, the thing was different. For him, here was the right idea, the thought which he had set himself to evolve as he lay out in the cold and damp. For him, the real desertion would lie in his taking advantage of the occasion to dash off unlawfully, or half unlawfully, to the flatland. It would be the abandonment of certain comprehensive responsibilities which had grown up out of his contemplation of the image called Homo Dei. It would be the betrayal of that appointed task of stock-taking, that hard and harassing task which was really beyond the powers native to him, but yet afforded his spirit such nameless and adventurous joys. That task it was his duty to perform, here in his chair, and up there in his blue-blossomed retreat. He tore the thermometer out of his mouth, violently as never before, save when the Oberon had sold him the toy, and he had first used it. He looked at it with the same avid curiosity now as then. Mercurius had indeed bounded upwards. He stood at 100.5 degrees, almost 0.6 degrees up. Hans Castorp drew off his covers, sprang up, and strode to the corridor door and back. Then he lay down again, called softly to Joachim, and asked him what he measured. "I am not measuring any more," replied his cousin. "Well, I've some temperament," Hans Castorp said, emulating Frau Storr. Joachim, behind the glass pane, answered never a word. He said no more on that day or the following, made no effort to find out his cousin's plans, which would indeed be driven to declare themselves in no long time, by his either taking certain steps or refraining from them. They did so, by the latter. Hans Castorp seemed to hold with that quietism in whose view all action was an insult to God, who prefers to act by himself. At all events, the young man's activity during these days confined itself to a visit to Behrens, a consultation of which Joachim was aware, the result of which he could have accurately predicted beforehand. His cousin had explained that he took the liberty of placing more reliance upon the Hofrat's oft-repeated exhortations to stop up here long enough to perfect his cure than he did upon the ill-considered verdict pronounced in the heat of the moment. His temperature was 100.5 degrees. He could not regard himself as discharged in form, and unless the Hofrat's recent statement was to be regarded in the light of an expulsion, to which he, the speaker, was not aware he had laid himself open, he wished to say that upon mature consideration he had decided to remain and await the event of a complete cure. To all which the Hofrat had merely responded, "Bon, very good, no offence intended, none taken," or words to that effect. That was talking like a sensible man. Hadn't he seen first off that Hans Castorp had more talent as a patient than that fire-eater his cousin? And so on. All of this corresponded pretty accurately to Joachim's guess. He said nothing, only noting in silence that Hans Castorp made no move to join in his preparations for departure. But the good Joachim was busy enough, in all conscience, with his own affairs. He had no more time to concern himself with his cousin's fate or further sojourn. Within his own bosom the tempest raged. It was as well he no longer took his temperature. He had, so he said, let his instrument fall and broken it, for the thermometer might have given contrary counsel, so fearfully wrought up was he, now darkly glowing, now pale with joyful agitation. He could no longer lie still in the cure. Hans Castorp heard how he went up and down all day in his room, throughout these hours, 4 times each day, when all over House Berkoff the horizontal obtained. 1.5 years it had been, and now at last, he was off for the flatland, for home and his regiment, even though with only half a discharge. It was no trifling event. Hans Castop's heart went out to his cousin as he heard his restless pacing. 18 months. The wheel full circle and halfway round again he had lived up here. Deep, deep into the life of the place, the inviolable ebb and flow of it, for 7 times 70 days. And now he would go down to live among strangers and the uninitiate. What difficulties would he not have to acclimatize himself? Would it be surprising if Joachim's agitation consisted only in part of joyful emotion and also in part of dread? If it was not also the pang of parting with all this familiar life that made him stride thus up and down his room? We leave Marussia out of account. But joy weighed down the scale. Good Joachim's heart overflowed at his lips. He spoke always of himself. He made no reference to Hans Castop's future. He said how fresh and new the world would seem, himself, all life, and every day, every hour of the time. Once more he would rejoice in real, solid time, the long, vital years of youth. He spoke of his mother, Hans Castop's step-aunt, Simson, who had the same gentle black eyes as her son. She had never visited him up here in all this time. Put off like him from month to month, from half-year to half-year, she had delayed for the entire term of his stay in the mountains. He spoke of the oath of fidelity to the colours, which he would soon be taking, spoke ardently, with a smile on his face. It was a solemn ceremony. In the presence of the standard he would be sworn to it, literally, to the standard. "You don't say? Seriously?" Hans Castop asked. "To the flagpole? To that scrap of bunting?" "Even so. It was symbolic. In the artillery they were sworn to the gun." "What fanatical customs," the civilian remarked. Extravagantly emotional he found them. Joachim nodded, full of pride and joy. He spent his time in preparations, settled his last account with the management, and days ahead of time began to pack. He packed his summer and winter clothing, and had the sleeping bag and camel-hair rugs sewed up in sacking by one of the servants. They might be useful at manoeuvres. He began to make his farewells, paid visits to Nafta and Settembrini, alone, for his cousin did not offer to go with him, nor did he ask what Settembrini had said to Joachim's imminent departure, and to Hans Castop's imminent stopping behind, whether Settembrini had remarked, "Yes, yes," or I see, or both, or merely "Poveretto." To Hans Castop it was evidently all one. Came the eve of departure. Joachim performed for the last time each act of the daily round, each meal, each rest period, each walk. He took leave of the physicians and the Oberon. The morning dawned. He came to table with cold hands and burning eyes. He had not closed them all night. He ate scarcely a mouthful, and when the dwarf waitress came to say that his trunks had been strapped, he started up from his chair to take leave of his table-mates. Frau Storr wept, the easy, brineless tears of the simple-minded, and after, behind Joachim's back, shook her head at the schoolmistress and turned her hand about in the air, with the fingers spread out, thus expressing a cheap and common scepticism on the score of Joachim's competence to depart and his future welfare. Hans Castop saw her do it as he drank out his cup standing, in act to follow his cousin. Then came the business of tipping and receiving the management's official farewell in the vestibule. The usual group of spectators stood about. Frau Iltis with her Steriletto, the ivory Levi, the inordinate Popoff, and his wife. They waved their handkerchiefs as the waggon went down the drive with the brake on. Joachim had been presented with roses. He wore a hat. Hans Castop none. The morning was glorious, with the first sunshine after days of gloom. The Shirehorn, the green towers, the round top of the Dorfberg stood out unchangeable and unmistakable against the blue. Joachim's eyes rested on them. Hans Castop said it was almost a pity the weather had turned so fine on the last day. There was a sort of spite about it. Partings were always easier if some inhospitable impression was left at the end. To which Joachim, he didn't need anything to make it easier, and this was excellent weather for manoeuvres. He could do with it down below. They said little else. Things being as they were between them, the situation for them both, there was indeed not much to say. The lame porter sat on the box with the driver. Erect and bouncing on the hard cushions, they laid the watercourse behind them, the narrow-gauge track, drove along the irregularly built-up street beside the latter, and drew up in the paved square before the station of the Dorf. That was little more than a shell. Hans Castorp, with a thrill, recalled first impressions. Since his arrival, 13 months before, in the twilight, he had not seen the station. "Here was where I arrived," he remarked superfluously to Joachim, who only said, "So you did," and paid the coachman. The nimble, lame man attended to tickets and luggage. They stood together on the platform by the miniature train, in one of whose grey upholstered compartments Joachim kept a place with his overcoat, travelling rug, and roses. "Well, get along, and take your fanatical oath," Hans Castorp told his cousin, and Joachim answered, "I mean to." What else was there to say? Last greetings to exchange, greetings to those down below, to those up here. Hans Castorp drew patterns on the asphalt with his cane. "Take your places," shouted the guard. Hans Castorp started, looked at Joachim, Joachim at him. They put out their hands. Hans Castorp was vaguely smiling. The other's eyes looked sad, beseeching. "Hans," he said. Yes, incredible and painful as the thing was, it happened. He had called his cousin by his first name. Not with the thou, not old fellow or man, by which forms they had addressed each other their lives long. No, in defiance of all reserve, almost gushingly, he called his cousin by his first name. "Hans," he said, and pressed his hand imploringly, and the latter noted that the excitement of the journey, the sleepless night, the emotion, made Joachim's head tremble on his neck, as his own did when he took stock. "Hans," he said earnestly, "come down soon." He swung himself up. The door banged. The train whistled. The carriages shunted together. The little engine puffed and pulled off. The train glided after. The traveller waved his hat from the window. The other, on the platform, his hand. Desolately he stood after that, a long time alone. Then, slowly, he retraced the path that more than a year ago he had first traversed with Joachim. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. Chapter 6. An Attack and a Repulse. Part 1. The wheel revolved. The hand on time's clock moved forward. Orchis and Aquilegia were out of bloom, and the mountain pink. The deep blue, star-shaped gentian and the autumn crocus, pale and poisonous, appeared again among the damp grass, and a reddish hue overspread the forests. The autumn equinox was past. All Souls was in sight, and, for practised time-consumers, probably also the Advent season, the solstice and Christmas. But for the moment there were lovely October days, a succession of them, like that on which the cousins had viewed the Hofrath's paintings. Since Joachim's departure, Hans Castorp sat no more at Frau Storr's table, the one with Dr. Blumenkohl's empty place at which the gay Marussia had been wont to smother her irresponsible mirth in her orange-scented pocket-handkerchief. New guests, strangers, sat there now. Our friend, 2 months deep in his second year, had been given a new place by the management at a nearby table, diagonally to his old one, between that and the good Russian table. In short, Settembrini's table. Yes, Hans Castorp sat at the humanist's vacated seat, again at the end, facing the doctor's place, which at each of the 7 tables was left free for the Hofrat and his familiars to use when they could. At the upper end, next the place of the medical presiding officer, the humpbacked Mexican sat, perched on many cushions, the amateur photographer, whose facial expression was that of a deaf person, because he possessed no language with which to communicate his thoughts. Beside him sat the ancient maiden lady from Siebenbergen. She, as Herr Settembrini had said, claimed the interest of all and sundry for her brother-in-law, a man of whom nobody knew anything, or wished to know. Regularly, at certain hours of the day, this lady was to be seen at the balustrade of her loggia, with the little Choler silver-handled cane across the nape of her neck. It served also as a support on her walks, expanding her flat chest by means of deep breathing exercises. Opposite her sat a Czech, whom everybody called Herr Wenzel, as his family name was impossible to pronounce. Herr Settembrini, indeed, did once essay to utter the involved succession of consonants, less in good faith than by way of testing gaily the elegant helplessness of his Latinity in the face of that matted and tangled growth of sound. Although plump as a mole, with an appetite amazing even up here, the Czech had for 4 years been asseverating that there was no hope for him. Of an evening he would strum the songs of his native land upon a beribboned mandolin, or talk about his sugar-beet plantation and the pretty girls who worked it. On Hans Castorp's either side sat the wedded pair from Hall, Magnus the brewer and his wife, about whom melancholy hung as a cloud, because they had no tolerance for certain important products of metabolism, he sugar, she albumen. Their spirits, particularly the sallow Frau Magnus's, were proof against any ray of cheer. Forlornity exhaled from her like damp from a cellar. Even more than Frau Storr, she represented that unedifying union of dullness and disease, which had offended Hans Castorp's soul, under correction from Herr Settembrini. Herr Magnus was livelier and chattier, though only in a vein intolerable to the Italian's literary sense. He was inclined to choler, too, and often clashed with Herr Wenzel on political and other grounds. The nationalistic aspirations of the Czech exasperated him. Again, the latter declared himself in favour of prohibition, and made moral remarks about the brewing industry, while Herr Magnus, very red in the face, defended from the hygienic viewpoint the unexceptionableness of the drink with which his interests were bound up. At such moments as these, Herr Settembrini's light and humorous touch had often preserved the amenities, but Hans Castorp in his place found his authority little able to cope with the situation. With only 2 of his table-mates had he personal relations. Anton Karlovich Ferge from St. Petersburg, that good-natured sufferer, was one, on his left. He had things to tell, under his bushy red-brown moustaches, about the manufacture of rubber shoes, about distant regions in the polar circle, about perpetual winter at the North Cape. Hans Castorp and he sometimes made their daily round together. The other, who joined them as occasion offered, and who sat next to the humpbacked Mexican at the far end of the table, was the man from Mannheim, with the thin hair and poor teeth. Ferdinand Wessel by name, and Merchant by calling, whose eyes had rested with such dismal longing upon Frau Schorschas' pleasing person, and who, since that carnival night, had sought Hans Castorp's company. He did so with meek persistence, with a deprecating devotion which was even repugnant to Hans Castorp, understanding as he did its involved origins, but to which he felt himself humanly bound to respond. Blandly then, and aware that even a lifting of the brows would suffice to make the poor-spirited creature cringe and shrink away, he suffered Wessel's fawning presence, and the latter lost no chance to make himself agreeable. He suffered the man to carry his overcoat as they went on their walks together, and Wessel did this devotedly, suffered even the conversation of the Mannheimer, which was depressing to a degree. Wessel had an itch to raise questions like this. Would there be any sense in making a declaration of love to a woman whom one adored, but who made absolutely no response? A declaration, in other words, of hopeless love. What did his companion think? For his part, he thought well of the idea. He thought there would be boundless happiness in the experience, even if the act of confession aroused nothing but disgust and involved great humiliation, still it ensured a moment of intimate contact with the beloved object. The confidence drew her into the circle of his passion, and if after that all was indeed over, yet the loss was paid for by the despairing bliss of the moment, for the avowal was an act of force, the more satisfying the greater the resistance it encountered. At this point a darkening of Hans Castop's brows made Wesel desist, though it had more reference to the presence of the good-natured Ferge, with his shrinking from the higher flights of conversation, than to any moral censorship on the part of our hero. Unwilling to make him out as either better or worse than he really was, we feel bound to mention that the wretched Wesel, one evening when they were alone, prayed him with pallid lips for the love of God to tell him what had taken place after the Mardi Gras festivities, and Hans Castop had good-naturedly complied, without, as the reader may imagine, introducing any wanton or flippant element into his recital. Still, there seems every reason, on our part and on his, not to go into it very much, and we will only add that thereafter Wesel carried his friend's overcoat with even more self-abnegation than before. So much for our Hans's table-mates. The seat at his right was vacant, was only occupied for a few days by a guest, such as he himself had once been, a visiting relative from below, an envoy, one might say, no other than Hans Castop's uncle, James Tiernapple. It was uncanny to have suddenly sitting next to him a delegate and ambassador from home, exhaling from the very weave of his English suit of clothes the atmosphere of that old life in the upper world so far below. But it was bound to come. For a long time Hans Castop had silently reckoned with the possibility of an advance from the flatland, and even been fairly sure what personal shape it would take. It was in fact not difficult to guess who would come, for Peter, the seafaring man, was almost out of the question, while as for great uncle Tiernapple himself, it was no less true than ever that wild horses could not drag him to a spot from which the atmospheric pressure of which he had everything to fear. No, James was the man to be sent with a commission from home to search out the truant, and his advent had been expected even earlier. After Joachim had returned home and told the family circle what the state of things was, the visit had been due and overdue, and thus Hans Castop was not in the slightest degree nonplussed when, scarcely 2 weeks after his cousin left, the concierge handed him a telegram. He opened it with foreknowledge of its contents, and read the announcement of James Tiernapple's impending arrival. He had business in Switzerland, and would take the occasion to make Hans Castop a visit on his heights. He would be here the day after tomorrow. Good, thought Hans Castop. Excellent, he thought, and added to himself something like, don't mention it. If you only knew, he silently apostrophized the oncoming one. In a word, he took the approaching visit with utter composure, announced it to Hofrat Behrens and the management, engaged a room, Joachim's, it being still vacant, and on the next day but one, at the hour of his own arrival, toward 8 o'clock, it was already dark, drove in the same uncomfortable vehicle in which he had seen Joachim off, down to the station Dorf, to meet the envoy from the flatland, who had come to spy out the land. Crimson-faced, bare-headed, overcoatless, he stood at the edge of the platform as the train rolled in, beneath his relative's carriage window, and told him to come on out, for he was here. Consul Tiernapple, he was vice-consul, having obligingly relieved his father of that office too, stepped out, wrapped in his winter overcoat, and half frozen, for the October evening was chill. Indeed, it was nearly cold enough for frost. Toward morning it would probably freeze. Stepped out of his compartment in lively surprise, which he expressed after the elegant, somewhat rarefied manner of the gentlemanly northwest German. Greeted his nephew-cousin with repeated and emphatically uttered exclamations of satisfaction at his appearance, saw himself relieved by the lame concierge of all care for his luggage, and climbed with Hans Castop up on the high, hard seat of the cabriolet in the square outside. They drove under a heaven thick with stars, and Hans Castop, his head tipped back with pointed forefinger, expounded to his uncle-cousin the starry field, named planets by name, and showed off this or that constellation. The other, more observant of his companion than of the cosmos, said to himself that it was perhaps conceivable, it was at least not actually lunatic, to begin a conversation by talking about the stars. But there were other subjects that lay closer to hand. Since when, he asked, had Hans Castorp known so much about matters up aloft? And the young man replied that his knowledge was the fruit of long lying in the evening rescue, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. What? He lay out in a balcony at night? Oh, yes. The consul would too. He would have nothing else to do. Certainly, of course, James Tiernapple acquiesced, rather intimidated. His foster brother spoke on, equably, monotonously. He sat without hat or overcoat in the air, fresh to frostiness, of the autumn evening. "I suppose you aren't cold?" James asked him, shivering in his inch-thick ulster. He talked fast and rather indistinctly, his teeth showing a tendency to chatter. "We don't feel the cold," Hans Castorp said, with tranquil brevity. The consul could not look at him enough as they sat and drove. Hans Castorp asked after relatives and friends at home. James conveyed various greetings, including Joachim's, who was already with the colours and radiant with pride and joy. Hans Castorp received them with a quiet word of thanks, without asking more particular questions about his home. Disquieted by an indefinite something, either emanating from his nephew or caused by his own unsettlement after the long journey, James looked about him, not able to descry much of the landscape. He drew a deep breath of the strange air, exhaled it, and pronounced it magnificent. "Of course," the other answered. "Not for nothing was it famous far and wide. It had great properties. It accelerated oxidization, but at the same time one put on flesh. It was capable of healing certain diseases which were latent in every human being, though its first effects were strongly favourable to these, and by dint of a general organic compulsion, upwards and outwards, made them come to the surface, brought them, as it were, to a triumphant outburst." "Beg pardon? Triumphant?" "Yes. Had he never felt that an outbreak of disease had something jolly about it, an outburst of physical gratification?" "Certainly, of course," the uncle hastened to say, with his lower jaw under imperfect control, and then announced that he could stop 8 days, a week that was, 7 days, or perhaps 6. He said he found Hans Castorp looking very fit indeed, thanks to a stay that had been so much longer than anyone anticipated, and this being the case, he supposed his nephew would travel down with him when he left. "Oh, no, I don't quite intend to play the fool like that," Hans Castorp said. Uncle James talked like a valley man. Let him stop up here a bit, look about him, and get used to things, he would change his tune. The thing was to achieve an absolute cure, and to that end Behrens had just lately socked him another 6 months. "Are you crazy?" the uncle asked. He addressed his relative as "young man," and asked if he was crazy. A holiday that would soon have lasted a year and a quarter, and now another half a year on top of that. Who, deuce take it, had all that time to waste? Hans Castorp laid back his head and laughed. A quiet, brief chuckle. Time. Uncle James would have to alter his ideas about time in the first place before he could talk. Tiernapple said he would have a serious conversation tomorrow with the Hofrat on Hans's affair. "By all means," advised the nephew. "You'll like him. An interesting character, brusque to a degree, yet melancholy." He pointed up to the lights on the Schatzalp and casually mentioned that they had to bring down their corpses by bobsleigh in the winter. The gentlemen supped together in the restaurant, after Hans Castorp had conducted his relative to his room and given him a chance to get a wash-up. It had been fumigated with H2CO, he explained, quite as thoroughly as though the lieutenant had not gone off without leave, but in quite a different way. An exit instead of an exodus. The uncle inquired what he meant. "Jargon," said Hans Castorp. "A way we have in the service. Joachim deserted to the colours. Funny, but it can be done. But make haste, or we shall get nothing hot to eat." In the warm, well-lighted restaurant they sat down facing each other at the raised table in the window. The dwarf waitress served them nimbly, and James ordered a bottle of Burgundy, which was presented lying in a basket. They touched glasses, and the grateful glow ran through their veins. The younger talked of life up here, of the events the changing seasons brought in their course, of various personalities among the patients, of the pneumothorax, the functioning of which he explained at length, describing the ghastly nature of the pleuroshock, and citing the case of good-natured Herr Furge, with the 3-coloured fainting fits, the hallucinatory stench, and the diabolic laughing fit, when they felt over the pleura. He paid for the meal. James ate and drank heartily, as was his custom, with an appetite still further sharpened by his journey and the change of air. But he intermitted the process several times, sat with his mouth full of food and forgot to chew, holding his knife and fork at an obtuse angle above his plate, and regarding Hans Castorp with a fixed stare. He seemed unaware that he did this, nor did the other give sign of remarking it. Consul Tienapel's temples, covered with thin blonde hair, showed swollen veins. The conversation did not run upon their home below. There was no reference to family or personal, business or city affairs, nor yet to the firm Tunder and Wilms, shipbuilders, smelters and machinists, who were still waiting for their apprentice, though it was likely they had too much else to do to be aware that they were waiting. James Tienapel had touched, of course, on these topics during their drive and after, but they had fallen flat. No one had picked them up. They had bounded off, as it were, from Hans Castorp's serene, unfeigned, unmistakable sang-froid, which was like a suit of armour, like his indifference to the chill of the autumn evening, like his little phrase, "We don't feel the cold." This air of his may have been the reason why his uncle looked at him so fixedly. They spoke of the Oberon and the doctors, of Dr. Krakowski's lectures, at one of which James would be present if he stopped a week. Who had told the nephew the uncle would wish to be present? Nobody. He had simply assumed it, with such tranquil certitude as to render absurd the bare idea of not being present, which, accordingly, James hastened to disclaim with a quick, "Certainly, of course," as though anxious to show he had never for a moment considered it. It was this very power, quiet yet compelling, that caused Consul Tienapel, all unconsciously, to gaze at his nephew, and now even open-mouthed, for he found his nasal passages obstructed, though, so far as he knew, he had no catarrh. He heard his relative hold forth upon the disease, which was the business of life up here, and upon the receptivity commonly displayed for it, upon Hans Castorp's own simple but tedious case, upon the attraction the bacilli had for the cellular tissue of the air passages of the throat, bronchial tubes and pulmonary vesicles, upon the formation of nodules, the manifestation of soluble toxins and their narcotic effect upon the system, of the breaking down of the tissues, of cessation, and the question whether the disease would be arrested by a chalky petrifaction and heal by means of fibrosis, or whether it would extend the area, create still larger cavities, and destroy the organ. He was told of the galloping form the disease sometimes assumed, which made the end an affair of not more than a few months or even weeks, of pneumotomy, of the Hofrath's masterly surgery, of resection of the lungs, an operation which was to be performed tomorrow or the day after upon a severe case just brought up to the sanatorium, a charming, or once charming, Scotswoman suffering from gangrena pulmonum, gangrene of the lungs, a green and black pestilence which obliged her to inhale all day a vaporized solution of carbolic acid, lest she go out of her head from sheer physical disgust. Here suddenly the consul, to his own great surprise and chagrin, burst out laughing. He fairly snorted, but recovered himself immediately, horrified, coughed, and tried his best to disguise the senseless outbreak. He felt a relief, which however bore within it the seeds of fresh disquiet, when he saw that Hans Castorp paid no heed, though he must have noticed the incident, but passed it over with an unconcern which was not so much tact, consideration, or courtesy, as it was the purest indifference, an uncanny invulnerability or complacence, as though he had long ceased to notice or to feel surprise at such occurrences. Perhaps the consul wished to make his burst of hilarity appear plausible. Perhaps he had some other connection in mind. At all events, he abruptly took over the conversation and began talking like a clubman. The veins stood out on his forehead as he described a chansonnette by a certain café chantant artiste, a perfectly crazy piece of goods, who was then on the boards at St. Pauli, taking away the breath of his Hamburg fellow males by her temperamental charms, which he essayed to describe to his cousin. His tongue was a little thick, though that need not have troubled him, since his cousin's strange complaisance seemed to cover this phenomenon like the other. But his weariness became at length so overpowering that the meeting broke up at about 10:30, and he was scarcely capable of attending when he was introduced to the oft-mentioned Dr. Krakowski, who sat reading a newspaper near the door of one of the salons. He responded little else than "Certainly, of course," to the doctor's blithe and hearty greeting, and was relieved when his nephew left him, passing by the balcony from Joachim's room to his own, after bidding him good night and saying he would fetch him for 8 o'clock breakfast. He was happy to relapse into the deserter's bed with his regular good-night cigarette, with which he nearly caused a conflagration by twice falling asleep with it alight between his lips. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, Chapter 6, An Attack and a Repulse, Part 2. James Tiernapple, whom Hans Castorp addressed by turns as Uncle James and James, was a long-legged man close to the 40s, dressed in good English suiting and florid linen, with thinnish canary-yellow hair, blue eyes set close together, a close-clipped straw-coloured moustache, and carefully manicured hands. He had continued to live in the old consul's roomy villa in Harvesthood Way, though he had been a husband and father for some years, having taken a wife from his own social sphere, of his own highly civilized and elegant type, with the same soft, quick, pointedly polite manner of speech. In his own sphere he passed for a very energetic, cautious, and, despite his refined ways, coldly practical man of business. But outside it, when he travelled south, for instance, he displayed a kind of eager pliancy, a quick and friendly readiness to step outside his own personality, which was by no means a sign of the insecurity of his own culture, but rather betrayed a conviction of its sufficiency, and a desire to correct his own aristocratic limitations. It evidenced a wish not to show surprise at new ways, even when he found them extraordinary past belief. "Certainly, of course," he would hasten to remark, so that nobody might say of him that with all his elegance he was limited. He had come up here on a definite practical mission, to see how matters stood with his dilatory young kinsman, to prize him loose, as he put it to himself, and take him back home. But he was conscious that he was operating in foreign territory, and the first few minutes up here had made him suspect that he was a guest in a sphere quite foreign to him, and more instead of less self-assured than his own. His business instincts conflicted with his good breeding. The more keenly, the more he was aware of the self-confident poise of the institutional life. All this Hans Castorp had realized when he replied to the consul's wire with an inward, "Don't mention it." But we must not suppose that he consciously practised on his uncle with the strange properties of the place. He had been too long a part of it. It was not he who wielded them against the aggressor, but they him. Everything, from the moment when the first emanation from his nephew had first whispered to the consul that his undertaking had small chance of success, everything about the situation fulfilled itself, simply, inevitably, up to the end, and Hans Castorp accompanied the process with his melancholy, fatalistic smile. On the first morning, at breakfast, the host made his guest acquainted with his circle of table-mates. Afterwards James met the Hofrat, who came padding through the dining-room, with the black and pale assistant in his wake, strewing on all sides his regular rhetorical question, "Slept well?" He met the Hofrat, and from his lips heard that not only had it been a clipper of an idea to come on a visit to his marooned cousin, but that he served his own interest even better in so coming, for that he was totally anemic was plain to any eye. He, Tiernapple, anemic? "Rather so," said Berens, putting up a forefinger, pulled down the skin under James's eye.
Rather so,
he reiterated. The avuncular guest would be turning a clever trick to stretch himself out on his balcony for a few weeks, and do his best to emulate the good example set by his nephew. In his condition he could do nothing sharper than to act as though he had a slight case of tuberculosis pulmonum. It was always present anyhow.
Certainly, of course, replied the consul hastily, and as the Hofrat padded off, he gazed after the man and his neck-bone, with open mouth and mien sedulously polite, for quite a while, his nephew standing by, utterly unmoved, unscathed. They took the prescribed walk as far as the watercourse and back, after which James Tiernapple experienced his first rest cure. Hans Castorp lent him one of his own camel-hair rugs, in addition to James's own plaid. He himself found one cover quite enough this fine autumn weather, and instructed him step by step in the traditional art of putting on rugs. Yes, after he had got the consul all nicely mummified, deliberately undid him again, to the end that he should pack himself up alone, with Hans Castorp lending a helping hand. Then the adept taught the catechumen how to attach the linen parasol to his chair and adjust it against the sun. The consul was pleased to be jocose. The spirit of the flatland was still strong within him, and he made merry over his lesson, as he had earlier over the prescribed exercise after breakfast. But when he saw the peaceful, uncomprehending smile with which his nephew met his jests, a smile in which was mirrored all the serene self-assurance of the local tradition, alarm laid hold on him. He feared actually the impairment of his business energy, and hastily resolved to have the decisive conversation with the Hofrat as soon as possible, and get it over, that very afternoon if it could be done, while he still possessed and could still bring to bear the strength of conviction which he had brought with him from below. He distinctly felt that this was weakening, that his own good breeding had joined hands against him with the spirit of the place, and furthermore he felt that it had been superfluous for the Hofrat to advise him, on account of his anaemia, to live during his stay here as the patients did, for it appeared this followed of itself, no other course seemed possible. This was perhaps partly the fruit of his nephew's calm and invulnerable self-assurance. Perhaps it was not absolutely the only and inevitable course to pursue. But how was a man of his breeding to distinguish? Nothing could be clearer than that the abundant second breakfast should follow upon the rest period, after which the stroll down to the Platz appeared the natural and inevitable sequence. And then Hans Castorp did his uncle up again. He did him up, the right phrase for it, and there in the autumn sunlight, in a chair whose qualities should be sung rather than spoken, he let him lie, until a clanging gong summoned the patients to the midday meal. So lavish was it, so altogether tip-top and first-rate, that the main rest period which ensued seemed an inward necessity rather than an outward conformity, and James participated in it with the sincerest personal conviction. And so on, until the mighty supper and the social evening in the salon, with the optical diversions. What objection could be brought against a daily regimen like that, which so blandly took acquiescence for granted? None, surely, even though the consul's critical powers had not been diminished by a physical discomfort, which, while not actual illness, yet composed of mingled fatigue and excitement, with the concomitants of chill and feverishness, was burdensome enough. Hans Castorp had availed himself of the official channels in arranging for that ardently desired consultation with Hofrat Berens. He had given a message to the bathing-master, which the latter passed on to the Oberon, and Consul Tiernapple had the opportunity of making the acquaintance of this peculiar personality. She appeared to him as he lay upon his balcony, and her extraordinary manner put a severe strain on the good breeding of the hapless gentleman lying there in his chair like a sausage roll. It would be good, he was told, to have patience for a few days. The Hofrat was busy. There were operations and general examinations. Suffering humanity must take precedence. That was a sound Christian principle, and as he was ostensibly in good health, he must get used to the idea that he was not number one up here, that he must stand back and await his turn. It would be different if he wished to make an appointment for an examination. She, Adriatica, would not have been surprised if he had.
When she looked him straight in the eyes like that, she found his rather blurred and flickering, and he looked, as he lay, not as though everything was in the best of order with him. She herself would hardly give him a clear bill of health. Was it really an examination or a private interview he wanted? "The latter, of course," James assured her. Then he would be so good to wait until she let him know. The Hofrat had not much time for private interviews. In short, it all turned out quite otherwise than James had expected, and the conversation with the directress no little disturbed his equanimity. A man of his breeding hesitated to say rudely to his nephew that he found her an appalling person. It would be indiscreet, considering how plainly Hans Castorp's manner revealed his acceptance of all the extraordinary phenomena up here. James merely tapped at his nephew's door and insinuated that Fraulein Meilendonck was surely extremely original. Hans Castorp looked up inquiringly and half assented, asking in his turn, "Did she sell you a thermometer?" "Me? No," said the uncle. "Is that the custom up here?" The worst of it was that Hans Castorp would clearly not have been surprised if she had. It was "we don't feel the cold" all over again, and the consul did feel the cold, felt it persistently, though his head was hot. He thought to himself that if the Oberon had offered him a thermometer, he would certainly have refused it, and thereby have committed a blunder, since he could not ask to use his nephew's. He was too civilized for that. Some days passed, perhaps 4 or 5. The life of the ambassador ran on rails, the rails laid for it to run on, and that it should run off them was unthinkable. The consul had his experiences, got his impressions, in which we shall not trouble to follow him. One day, in Hans Castorp's room, he lifted from its easel on the chest of drawers a black glass plate, one of the small personal articles with which the owner adorned his quarters. He held it toward the light. It proved to be a photographic negative. He looked at it. "What is that?" he said. He might well ask. It showed the headless skeleton of a human form. The upper half, that is, enveloped in misty flesh. He recognized the female torso. "That? Oh, a souvenir," the nephew answered, to which the uncle replied, "Pardon me," and hastily replaced the picture on its easel. We give this merely as example of the sort of experience the 4 or 5 days supplied him. He attended one of Dr. Krukowski's conferences. That he should stop away was unthinkable. On the 6th day he achieved the much-desired private talk with the Hofrat. He was sent for, and after breakfast descended the stairs to the basement to have a serious word with the man on the subject of his nephew and the way he spent his time. When he came up, he asked, in a still, small voice, "Did you ever hear the like of that?" But it was plain that Hans Castorp had. It was plain that whatever James could tell him would not make him feel the cold. So James broke off, and to his nephew's further mildly interested query answered, "Oh, nothing." But from hour to hour he developed a new habit of peering diagonally upwards, with drawn brows and puckered lips, then suddenly turning his head to repeat the same gaze in the opposite direction. Had the interview with the Hofrat also gone off differently from James's expectations? Had it lost its character as a private interview? Had the subject shifted from Hans Castorp to James Tiernapple? One might think so. The consul showed himself in high spirits. He talked a great deal, laughed without reason, struck his nephew with his fist in the pit of the stomach, shouting, "Hello there, old fellow!" Between times he had that look, first here and then suddenly there. But there came to be another, more definite goal to his glances, at table, on their walks, and in the salon of an evening. We have heard of a certain Frau Reddish, wife of a Polish industrialist, who had sat at the table with Frau Solomon, absent without leave, and the greedy schoolboy with the round spectacles. The consul had scarcely noticed her at first, and indeed she was just a rest-hall dame, like another, a shortish brunette of abundant forms, no longer of the youngest, even slightly grey, but with a coquettish double chin and lively brown eyes. In point of culture, she was far from being able to hold her own with Frau Consul Tiernapple down below. So much is certain. But the consul, after Sunday supper in the hall, made the discovery, thanks to the décolleté of Frau Reddish's spangled black frock, that her bosom was very white and voluptuous, the breasts pressed together so that the crease between them was visible for some way. The mature and elegant gentleman was much shaken by this discovery, as though it possessed for him a new and undreamed-of significance. He sought and made acquaintance with Frau Reddish, conversed with her at length, first standing and then sitting, and went up to bed singing. Next day Frau Reddish wore no spangled frock. Her bosom was shrouded, but the consul knew what he knew, and stuck by his discovery. He sought to intercept the lady on her walks, and strolled beside her in conversation, bending towards and over her in the most gallant and pointed way. He drank to her at table, and she responded, smiling so much as to show several gold fillings in her teeth. He spoke of her to his nephew, and said she was a divine creature, whereupon he burst out in song. And all this Hans Castorp let pass with perfect equanimity, as much as to say that it was all regular and true to form. But it could not strengthen James's authority over his junior, nor add lustre to his embassy. The meal at which he saluted Frau Reddish by lifting his glass, twice in fact during it, once at the fish and once at the sherbet, was one which the Hofrat partook of at Hans Castorp's table in the course of his turn round the 7, at each of which his place at the upper end was reserved. He sat folding his giant hands between Herr Wessel and the hunchback Mexican, with whom he spoke Spanish, for he could talk in almost any language, even Turkish and Hungarian. He sat with his little one-sided moustache and his blue, goggling, bloodshot eyes, and looked on at Consul Tienapple, saluting Frau Reddish with his glass of Bordeaux. Afterwards, as the meal progressed, the Hofrat made a little speech, incited thereunto by James, who unexpectedly asked him, down the whole length of the table, what was the process of physical decomposition. The Hofrat was at home in that field. The physical was, so to speak, his domain. He was king of it. Would he not tell him what happened when the body decomposed? "In the first place," the Hofrat complied, putting his elbows on the table and bowing over his folded hands, "in the first place your belly bursts. You lie there on your chips and sawdust, and you bloat. The gases swell you up, puff you all out, the way frogs do when bad little boys fill them up with air. You get to be a regular balloon. The skin of your belly can't stand it any more. It bursts. You go pop. You relieve yourself mightily, like Judas Iscariot when he fell from the bough and all his bowels gushed out. And after that you are fit for society again. If you got leave to come back, you could visit your friends without being offensive. You are thoroughly stunk out. After that you're perfectly refined, like the burghers of Palermo, hanging in the cellars of the Capuchins outside Porta Nuova. Quite the gentlemen they are, all dried up and elegant. Everyone respects them. The main thing is to get well stunk out." "Certainly, of course," said the consul. "Thanks very much." The next morning he had vanished. He was off, gone down with the first little train to the Flatland, though not without having put his affairs in order. That we would not suggest. He had paid his bills, and the fee for the fumigation of his room. Then, in all haste, without a syllable to his relative, he had packed his handbags, probably the night before, or even in the dawning, when everybody else was asleep. And when Hans Castorp entered his uncle's room at the hour for early breakfast, he found it empty. Arms akimbo, he stood and said, "Well, well," and a pensive smile overspread his features. "Yes, yes," he said, and nodded. Somebody had taken to his heels. In headlong haste, breathless as though the moment of resolution must not be let slip, he had flung his things together and made off. Not with his cousin by his side, not after the fulfilment of his lofty mission, but glad to save even himself by flight. The good man had deserted to the Flatland. Well, pleasant journey to you, Uncle James. Hans Castorp let no one suspect his ignorance of his uncle's plans, particularly not the lame concierge who had taken his uncle to the station. From Lake Constance, James sent back a card saying that he had had a telegram requiring his immediate return for business reasons. He had not liked to disturb his cousin, a polite lie, and he wished him a continued pleasant sojourn at House Berkoff. Was that said in mockery? If so, Hans Castorp found it mightily disingenuous, for his uncle had been in no jesting mood when he cut short his stay. No, he had become inwardly aware, one could conceive him paling at the thought, that even as it was, after only a week up here, he would find everything down below wrong and out of place, and that the feeling would last a considerable time before readjustment set in. It would seem to him unnatural to go to his office, instead of taking a prescribed walk after breakfast, and thereafter lying ritually wrapped, horizontal in a balcony, and this dread perception had been the immediate ground of his flight. Thus ended the campaign of the Flatland to recover its lost Hans Castorp. Our young man did not conceal from himself that the total failure of this embassy marked a crisis in the relations between himself and the world below. It meant that he gave it up, finally, and with a metaphorical shrug of the shoulders. It meant for himself the consummation of freedom, the thought of which had gradually ceased to make him shudder. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15, Chapter 6, Opération Spirituelle, Part 1. Leo Nafta came from a little place near the Galician-Volhynian border. His father, of whom he spoke with respect, obviously with the feeling that he was now remote enough from his native scene to view it with impartial benevolence, had been the village shochet, or slaughterer, a calling different indeed from that of the Gentile butcher, who was labourer and tradesman, whereas Leo's father was an official and the holder of a spiritual office. Eli Nafta, after being tested by the rabbi in his pious proficiency, had been empowered by him to slaughter suitable animals after the Mosaic law, and according to Talmudic prescription. The performance of his ritual task had imparted something priestly to his being, and his blue eyes, which the sun described as sending out gleams like stars, had held in their depth a wealth of silent spiritual fervour. The solemnity of his bearing spoke of that early time when the killing of animals had been in actual fact a priestly office. Leo, or Lieb, as he had been called in his childhood, had been allowed to watch in the courtyard, while the father carried out his task, aided by his helper, a powerful youth of the athletic Jewish type, beside whom the slender Eli, with his round blonde beard, seemed still more fragile and delicate. Standing near the victim, which was hobbled and bound indeed, but not stunned, he would lift the mighty slaughter-knife and bring it to rest in a deep gash close to the cervical vertebra, while the assistant held the quickly filling basins to receive the gushing, steaming blood, and the child looked on at the sight with that childish gaze which often pierces through the sense into the essential, and may have been in an unusual degree the gift of the starry-eyed Eli's son. He knew that Christian butchers had to stun their cattle with a blow from a club before killing them, and that this regulation was made in order to avoid unnecessary cruelty. Yet his father, so fine and so intelligent by comparison with those louts, and starry-eyed as never one of them, did his task according to the law, striking down the creature while its senses were undimmed, and letting its lifeblood well out until it sank. The boy Lieb felt that the stupid Goyim were actuated by an easy and irreverent good nature, which paid less honour to the deity than did his father's solemn mercilessness. Thus the conception of piety came to be bound up in his mind with that of cruelty, and the idea of the sacred and the spiritual with the sight and smell of spurting blood. For he probably saw that his father had not chosen his bloody trade out of the same brutal tastes that moved the lusty Gentile butcher or his own Jewish assistant to find gratification in it, but rather on spiritual grounds, and in a sense bespoken by the starry eyes. Yes, Eli Naphtha had been a brooding and refining spirit, a student of the Torah, but a critic as well, discussing the scriptures with his rabbi, with whom he not infrequently disagreed. In his village, and not only among those of his own creed, he had passed for something unusual, for a man of more than common knowledge for the most part of holy things, but possibly also of matters that might not be quite canny, and anyhow were not in the ordinary run. There was something irregular, schismatic about him, something of the familiar of God, a Baal Shem or Zadik, a miracle man. Once he had actually cured a woman of a malignant sore, and another time a boy of spasms, simply by means of blood and invocations. But it was precisely this aura of an uncanny piety, in which the odour of his blood-bolted calling played a part, that proved his destruction. There had been the unexplained death of 2 Gentile boys, a popular uprising, a panic of rage, and Eli had died horribly, nailed crucifix-wise on the door of his burning home. His tuberculous bedridden wife, the boy Leo, and 4 brothers and sisters, all wailing and lamenting with upflung arms, had fled the country. Not utterly and entirely penniless, thanks to the father's foresight, the little troop came to rest in a small town of the Vorarlberg. Frau Naphtha found work in a cotton-spinning factory, where she laboured as long as her strength held out, while the children attended the common school. The mental pabulum purveyed by this establishment probably answered to the needs of Leo's brothers and sisters, but for him, the eldest, it was quite insufficient. From his mother he had the seeds of his lung disease. From his father, besides his slenderness of build, an extraordinary intelligence. Mental gifts that were from the first bound up with instinctive aspirations, a lofty ambition, and an ardent yearning for the more refined side of life, which caused him to reach out passionately beyond the sphere of his origin. The 14 and 15-year-old lad had managed to get hold of books out of school hours, and with lawless avidity continued to educate himself and feed his growing and impatient mind. He thought and uttered things which made the failing mother draw her head down crookedly between her shoulders and look at him with both wasted hands flung out. His person and the answers he gave at religious instruction drew upon him the attention of the district rabbi, and this devout and learned man received him as a private pupil, gratifying his taste for form by instruction in Hebrew and the classics, his logical turn by mathematics. But the good man was ill paid for his pains. As time went on, it became ever clearer that he had nourished a viper in his bosom. As once between Eli Naphtha and his rabbi, so it was here. They fell out. Exasperation on religious and philosophical grounds ensued, and grew more and more embittered. The upright cleric had everything to endure from the irritability, captiousness, scepticism, and cutting dialectic of young Leo. Added to that, the lad's turn for sophistry and his insatiable intellect had latterly taken on a revolutionary cast. An acquaintance with son of the Social Democrat member of the Reichsrat, and with this popular hero himself, turned his thoughts on politics and made him apply his passion for logic to the field of social criticism. He said things that made the hair stand up on the head of the good Talmudist, who in politics was entirely loyal, and gave the final blow to the relations between master and pupil. In brief, it came to this, that Leo was cast out, forbidden to cross the threshold of his master's study, precisely at the time when Rachel Naphtha lay dying. And then, immediately after the mother's passing, Leo made the acquaintance of Father Unterpettinger. The 16-year-old lad sat lonely on a bench in the park district of the Margaretentop, as it was called, a small height on the bank of the Ill, overlooking the town, whence one had a pleasant spreading view over the valley of the Rhine. He sat there, lost in troubled and bitter thoughts of his fate and his future, when a member of the teaching staff of the Morning Star, the pensionnat of the Society of Jesus, out for a walk, sat down near him, put down his hat on the bench, crossed one leg over the other under his cassock, and after reading his breviary a while, began a conversation which waxed very lively and proved in the end a decisive factor in Leo's destiny. The Jesuit, a much-travelled and cultured person, a judge and fisher of men, pedagogue by passion and conviction, pricked up his ears at the scornful tone, the clearly articulated sentences in which the poor Jewish lad answered his first questions. A keen and tortured intellect breathed in the words, and, probing further, the good father discovered a command of fact and a caustic elegance of thought, made only the more surprising by the ragged exterior of the youth. They spoke of Karl Marx, whose Capital Leo had studied in a cheap edition, and passed from him to Hegel, of whom or about whom he had also read enough to be able to say something striking. Whether from a general tendency to paradox or with intent to be courteous, he called Hegel a Catholic thinker. And on the father's laughing query how that could be substantiated, since Hegel, a Prussian state philosopher, must surely be counted definitely with the Protestants, the boy replied that precisely the phrase state philosopher strengthened his position and justified his characterization in a religious, though of course not in a churchly, dogmatic sense. For, Leo loved the conjunction, it came from his mouth with a triumphant, ruthless ring, his eyes flashing behind his spectacles every time he could bring it in. Politics and Catholicism were, as conceptions, psychologically akin, both of them belonging to a category which embraced all that was objective, feasible, empirical, with an issue into active life. Opposed to it stood the Protestant, the pietistic sphere, which had its origin in mysticism. Jesuitism, he added, clearly betrayed the political, the pedagogical element in Catholicism. Society had always regarded statecraft and education as its rightful domain. And he cited Goethe, who, rooted in Protestantism, and assuredly Protestant as he was, had yet, by virtue of his objectivity and his doctrine of action, possessed a strongly Catholic side. He had defended auricular confession, and, as an educator, had been well-nigh Jesuitical. Nafta may have said these things out of conviction, or because they were clever, or because, being a poor lad, he knew how adroit flattery could be made to serve his ends. The father laid less stress on their intrinsic value than upon the general ability of which they gave evidence. Their talk had been prolonged. The father soon possessed himself of the facts of Leo's personal situation, and finished by inviting the youth to visit him at the school. And thus it was vouchsafed to Nafta to enter the precincts of the Stella Matutina. It was quite conceivable that he had already long since coveted the scholarly and social charms of that atmosphere, and now, by this turn of events, he had won a new master and patron, far better calculated than the old one to prize and promote his peculiar aptitudes. A master cool by nature, whose value lay in his cosmopolitanism, an entry into whose circle now became the object of the Jewish lad's desire. Like many gifted people of his race, Nafta was both natural aristocrat and natural revolutionary. A socialist, yet possessed by the dream of shining in the proudest, finest, most exclusive and conventional sphere of life. That first utterance which the society of a Catholic theologian had tempted from him was, however comparative and analytical in form, in substance a declaration of affection for the Roman Church, as a power at once spiritual and aristocratic, in other words anti-material, at once superior and inimical to worldly things, in other words revolutionary. And the homage he thus paid was genuine and profound, for, as he himself explained, Judaism, by virtue of its secular and materialistic leanings, its socialism, its political adroitness, had actually more in common with Catholicism than the latter had with the mystical subjectivity and self-immolation of Protestantism. The conversion of a Jew to a Roman Catholic faith was accordingly a distinctly less violent spiritual rupture than was that of a Protestant. Sundered from the shepherd of his original fold, orphaned, forsaken, full of craving after freer air and forms of existence upon which his native gifts gave him a claim, Nafta, who was long past the age of consent, was so impatient for profession that he saved his patron all the trouble of winning this soul, or rather this extraordinary head, for his sect. Even before Leo's baptism, he had, at the father's instigation, found temporary lodgment in the Stella Matutina, where he was given food for both body and mind, and had migrated hither with the greatest equanimity and the callousness of the born aristocrat, leaving his brothers and sisters to the care of the poor guardians. and a destiny suited to their lesser gifts. The property of the establishment was extensive, comprising in its building space for 400 pupils, with wood and meadowland, 6 playing fields, farm buildings and stalls for hundreds of cows. The institution was at once boarding school, model farm, athletic training school, foster mother of future scholars, and temple of the muses, for there were constant performances of plays and music. The life was both monastic and manorial, with its discipline and elegance, its quiet good cheer, its well-being, its intellectual atmosphere, and the precision of its varied daily regimen. It soothed and flattered the lad Leo's deepest instincts. He was exaggeratedly happy. He ate excellent meals in a spacious refectory where the rule of silence obtained, as in the corridors of the establishment, and in the centre of which a young prefect sat on a raised platform and read aloud. Leo's zeal in his classes was fiery, and despite the weakness of his chest, he made every effort to hold his own in the games and sports. He went devotedly to early mass, and took part in the Sunday service with a fervour which must have been gratifying to his priestly teachers. His social bearing was no less satisfactory to them, and on high days and holy days, after the cake and wine, he made one of the long line of pupils, who, in grey and green uniform, with a stripe on the trousers, high collar and kepi, went walking in the country. He thrilled with gratitude at the consideration they showed him, in respect of his origin, his infant Christianity, and his personal fortunes. No one in the institution seemed to know that he was an object of charity. The rules of the house favoured the concealment of his homeless and familyless state. It was forbidden to send parcels of food or sweets to the pupils. If any came, they were divided, and Leo received his share with the others, and the cosmopolitanism of the institution prevented his race from being perceptible. There were other young exotics among the pupils, such as the Portuguese South Americans, who looked even more Jewish than he did, and thus the idea did not come up. An Ethiopian prince had been received at the same time with Naphtha. He had woolly hair and was distinctly Moorish in appearance, though most distinguished. In class, Leo expressed the desire to study theology, in order to prepare himself for membership in the society, in case he should be found worthy. In consequence, his place was changed from the second school, where the food and living conditions were more modest, to the first, where he was served by waiters at table, and had a cubicle between a Silesian nobleman, the Count of Habuval and Chamare, and the young Marquis di Rangoni Santa Croce from Modena. He passed his examinations brilliantly, and true to his resolve, quitted the pupil life of the school to enter upon his novitiate in nearby Tissis, where he led a life of service and humility, silent subordination and religious discipline, and imbibed therefrom a spiritual relish fully equal to the fanatical expectations of his early years. Meanwhile, however, his health suffered, less indeed through the severity of the novitiate, which was not lacking in physical recreation, than from within. The subtlety and acumen characteristic of the educational system of which he was now the object met his own natural tendencies half-way. He spent all his days and a good share of his nights in intellectual exercises, in searchings of the conscience, in contemplation, in introspection, into which he flung himself with such a passion of contentiousness as to involve him in 1,000 difficulties, contradictions, and controversies. He was the despair, if at the same time the greatest hope, of his tutors, whom he daily pushed to the limits of their endurance by his raging dialectic and the subtlety of his mental processes. Ad haec quid tu? He would ask, the glasses of his spectacles flashing, and the cornered father could only admonish him to pray from a tranquil spirit, ut in aquilum gradum quietis in anima perveniat. This tranquillity, when achieved, consisted of a complete atrophy of the personality, a state of insensibility in which the individual became a lifeless tool. It was a veritable graveyard peace, the uncanny outward signs of which Brother Naphtha could see in the empty, staring faces of those about him, but to which he would never attain, even by the route of physical decay. It spoke for the intellectual fibre of those in authority over him that his delays and drawbacks had no effect on his standing. At the end of his 2 years' novitiate, the Pater Provincial himself sent for him, and after the interview sanctioned his admission into the society. The young scholastic having taken the 4 lowest orders of doorkeeper, acolyte, lector, and exorciser, and also the simple vows, was now definitely a member of the society, and set out for Falkenberg, the Jesuit college in Holland, to begin his theological studies. He was then 20 years old. At the end of 3 years, the unfavourable climate and the continued mental strain had so combined to aggravate his hereditary complaint that a longer stay would have endangered his life. His superiors were alarmed by a hemorrhage. He hovered for weeks between life and death, when they hurried him, barely convalescent, back whence he had come. In the institution where he had been a pupil, he found occupation as prefect and supervisor of the boarders, and teacher of the humanities and philosophy. Such an interval was in any case prescribed for the students of the society, but it usually lasted only a few years, after which one returned to the college to take up again the 7 years' course of study and carry it to its conclusion. This, however, was not granted Brother Nafta to do. He continued ailing. Doctor and superior decided that it was best for him to serve his order here among the pupils, in the good country air, with plenty of outdoor occupation on the farm. He took, indeed, the first of the higher orders, and won therewith the right to chant the epistle on Sundays at Mass, a right, however, which he never exercised, first because he was entirely unmusical, and second because of his weak chest, which made his voice break and unfitted it for singing. He never got further than being sub-deacon, not even to diaconate, much less to priesthood. The hemorrhages recurred, the fever persisted, and he had finally come to the mountains for an extended cure at the society's expense. This was now in its 6th year, and gradually coming to be no longer so much a cure as a fixed condition of existence, a residence for life in rarefied atmosphere, coloured by some activity, as Latin master in the Davos Gymnasium for slightly tubercular boys. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16. Chapter 6. Opération Spirituelle, Part 2. All this, in much greater detail, Hans Castorp learned in the course of visits to Nafta's silken cell, either alone or in company with his table-mates Ferge and Wesel, whom he had introduced there, or else when he met Nafta out on a walk and strolled back to the Dorf in his company. He learnt it as occasion offered, bit by bit, but also in the form of continuous narrative, and found it all highly extraordinary. Not only so, but he incited Ferge and Wesel to find it the same, which they accordingly did. The former, indeed, all the while protested that he was just a plain man, and this high-flown stuff utterly beyond him, his experience with the Pleuroshock having been the sole event in his life to raise it above the most humdrum sphere. Wesel, however, obviously enjoyed this narrative of a man's rise to success from humble and oppressed beginnings, and in any case there was no ground in it for arrogance, since the good fortune seemed dwindling away again in the prevailing fleshly infirmity. Hans Castorp, for his part, regretted the reverse in Nafta's affairs, thinking with pride and concern of the ambitious Joachim, who, with a heroic effort, had burst through the tough web of the Rhadamantine rhetoric and flown to the colours, where his cousin's fancy painted him clinging to the standard with 3 fingers upraised in the oath of fealty. To such a standard had Nafta too sworn faith. He too had been received beneath its folds. This had been the very figure he had employed when explaining his society to Hans Castorp. But obviously, with his deviations and combinations, he was less true to his oath than Joachim to his. Hans Castorp, listening to the future or ci-devant Jesuit, felt himself strengthened in his views as a civilian and child of peace, while realizing that this man and Joachim would each find something satisfying in the calling of the other, and recognize its likeness with his own. For the one was as military as the other, and both in every sense of the word, both being ascetic, both hierarchical, both bound to strict obedience and Spanish etiquette, This last in particular played a great role in NAFTA society, originating as it did in Spain. Its exercises, which were a sort of pendant to the army regulations issued later by the Prussian Frederick to his infantry, were first written in the Spanish language, NAFTA often making use of Spanish phrases in his narrative and descriptions. Thus he would speak of the dos banderos, the two standards, the satanic and the celestial, beneath which the armies gathered for the great struggle, the one near Jerusalem, where Christ was the Capitan General of all the faithful, the other on the plains of Babylon, of which the Caudillo, or chieftain, was Lucifer. And had not the establishment of the Morning Star been precisely a military academy, the pupils of which were drilled by divisions in military and spiritual decorum, a mingling, so to speak, of stand-up collar and Spanish ruff? And ideas of rank and preferment, which played such a brilliant part in Joachim's profession, how plainly, Hans Castorp thought, were they visible in that other society, wherein NAFTA, alas, by reason of his illness, had been prevented from making further headway. By his account, the society was exclusively composed of officers on fire with zeal, moved by the single thought of distinguishing themselves, insignis esse in Latin, and these, according to the teaching of their founder and first general, the Spanish Loyola, performed a far more splendid service than any could who were guided merely by their normal reason, for theirs was a work of supererogation, ex supererogatione, in that they not only combated the rebellion of the flesh, rebellio carnis, which after all was incumbent upon any average healthy human reason to do, but were hostile to even an inclination toward the things of the sense, toward love of self and love of worldly things, even where these had not been directly forbidden. For it was better and more honourable to assail the foe, agere contra, that is, to attack, than merely to defend oneself, resistere. To weaken and break the foe, those were the instructions in the service book. And here again its author, the Spanish Loyola, was of one mind with Joachim's Capitan General, the Prussian Frederick, with his motto of "Attack, attack, keep on their heels." Attaquez donc toujours. But what NAFTA's and Joachim's world had most of all in common was their attitude to the shedding of blood, their axiom that one must not hold back one's hand. Therein, as worlds, as orders, as states of society, they were in stern accord. The child of peace would listen with avidity to NAFTA's story of the warlike monks of the Middle Ages, who, ascetic to the point of physical exhaustion and filled with a ghostly lust of power, had been unsparing in bloodshed, to the end of establishing the kingdom of God and its supernal overlordship. Of the warlike Templars, who had held it of far greater worth to die in battle with the infidel than in their beds, and no crime but the highest glory to kill or be killed for Christ's sake. Luckily, Settembrini had not been present at that conversation. He continued to fill the role of organ-grinder, and sang the praises of peace to harp and psaltery. But there was always the holy war against Vienna, to which he never said nay, though NAFTA visited his foible with scorn and contempt, and when the Italian was glowing with passionate feeling, would lead the bourgeoisie of all Christendom into the field against him, swearing that every country, or else no country at all, was his fatherland, and repeating with cutting effect the phrase of a general of the society named Nickel, according to which our love of country was a plague and the certain death of Christian love. It was, of course, his ascetic ideal that made NAFTA call patriotism a scourge, and what all he did not comprehend under the word, what all, according to him, did not run counter to the ascetic ideal and the kingdom of God. For not alone attachment to home and family, but even clinging to life and health, was so set down. He made it a reproach to the humanist that the latter sang the praises of peace and happiness, quarrelsomely accused him of love of the flesh, amor canalis, and dependence upon bodily comfort, commodorum corporis, and told him to his face that it was the worst sort of bourgeois irreligiosity to ascribe to health or life itself any importance whatsoever. That was in the course of the great disputation on sickness and health, which one day, close on Christmas, arose out of certain differences they had during a snowy walk to the Platz and back. They all took part: Settembrini, Nafta, Hans Castorp, Ferge and Wessel. One and all slightly feverish, at once nervously stimulated and physically lethargic from walking and talking in the severe frost, all subject to fits of shivering, and, whether principals in the argument, like Settembrini and Nafta, or for the most part receptive, like the others, contributing only short ejaculations from time to time. All, without exception, so utterly absorbed that they stopped several times by the way, in a disorderly, gesticulating knot, blocking the path of the passers-by, who had to describe a circle to get round them. People even paused and listened in astonishment to their extravagance. The discussion had grown out of a reference somebody made to Karen Carstead, poor Karen with the open finger ends, whose death had lately occurred. Hans Castorp had heard nothing of her sudden turn for the worse and final exit, else he would gladly have assisted in the last rites as a comradely attention, if not simply out of his confessed liking for funerals. But the local practice of discretion had prevented him from hearing of it until too late. Karen had gone to take up the horizontal for good in the garden of the Cupid, and with the crooked snow-cap, Requiem Aeternam. He dedicated a few friendly words to her memory, interrupted by Herr Settembrini, who began making game of his pupil's charitable activities, his visits to Lele Gerngross, Rottbein the businessman, the overfilled Frau Zimmermann, the braggart son of Toulede, and the afflicted Natalie von Mallingrott. He censured Hans Castorp in retrospect for paying tribute in costly flowers to that dismal, ridiculous crew, and Hans Castorp replied that with the temporary exception of Frau von Mallingrott and the boy Teddy, the recipients of his attentions had now in all seriousness died. To which Herr Settembrini retorted by asking if that made them any more respectable. Well, after all, Hans Castorp responded, wasn't there such a thing as Christian reverence before suffering? Before Settembrini could put him down, Nafta interposed, and began to speak of the devout excesses manifested by pious souls in the Middle Ages, astounding cases of fanatic devotion and ecstasy in the care of the sick, kings' daughters kissing the stinking wounds of lepers, voluntarily exposing themselves to contagion, and calling the ulcers they received their roses, or drinking the water that had been used for the cleansing of abscesses, and vowing that nothing had ever tasted so good. Settembrini made as though he would vomit. It was not so much, he said, the physically disgusting element in these tales that turned his stomach, as the monstrous lunacy which betrayed itself in such a conception of the love of humanity. Then, recovering his poise and good humour, he drew himself up, and held forth upon the recent progress of humanitarian ideals, the triumphant forcing back of epidemic disease, upon hygiene and social reform. He contrasted the horrors of pestilence with the feats of modern medical science. All these, Nafta responded, were very honest bourgeois achievements, but they would have done more harm than good in the centuries under discussion. They would have profited neither one side nor the other, the ailing and wretched as little as the strong and prosperous, the latter not having been piteous for pity's sake, but for the salvation of their own souls. Successful social reform would have robbed them of their necessary justification, as it would the wretched of their sanctified state. The persistence of poverty and sickness was in the interest of both parties, and the position could be sustained just so long as it was possible to hold to the purely religious point of view. A filthy point of view, Settembrini declared, a position the stupidity of which he felt himself above combating. This talk of the sanctified lot of the poor and wretched, yes, and what the engineer in his simplicity had said about the Christian reverence due to suffering, was simply gammon, resting as it did on a misconception, on mistaken sympathy, on erroneous psychology. The pity the well person felt for the sick, a pity that almost amounted to awe, because the well person could not imagine how he himself could possibly bear such suffering, was very greatly exaggerated. The sick person had no real right to it. It was, in fact, the result of an error in thinking, a sort of hallucination, in that the well man attributed to the sick his own emotional equipment, and imagined that the sick man was, as it were, a well man who had to bear the agonies of a sick one, than which nothing was further from the truth. For the sick man was precisely that, a sick man, with the nature and modified reactions of his state. Illness so adjusted its man that it and he could come to terms. There were sensory appeasements, short circuits, a merciful narcosis. Nature came to the rescue with measures of spiritual and moral adaptation and relief which the sound man naively failed to take into account. There could be no better illustration than the case of all this tuberculous crew up here, with their reckless folly, light-headedness, and loose morals, and their total lack of desire for health. In short, let the sound man, with all his respect for illness, once fall ill himself, and he would soon see that being ill is a state of being in itself, no very honourable one either, and that he had been taking it a good deal too seriously. At this point Anton Karlovich Ferge girded his loins to remonstrate. He defended the Pleuroshock against sneers and contumely. So Herr Settembrini thought you could take the Pleuroshock too seriously, did he? With all due respect and gratitude and all that, he, Ferge, must really beg Herr Settembrini's pardon. His great Adam's apple and his good-natured moustaches worked up and down as he repudiated any lack of respect for the sufferings he had undergone. He was just a plain man, an insurance agent, with no highfalutin ideas. Even the present conversation soared far above his head. But if Herr Settembrini meant to suggest that the Pleuroshock was a good example of what he was talking about, that torture by tickling, with its stench of sulphur and its three-coloured fainting fit, well, really, he was very much obliged to Herr Settembrini. He really must thank him very kindly indeed, but there had been nothing of the sort about the Pleuroshock. Not it. Talk about adjustments and merciful narcosis. Why, it had been the most sickening piece of business under the shining sun, and nobody who had not been through it could have the least idea. Yes, yes, Herr Settembrini said. Herr Ferge's collapse got more and more remarkable as time went on, and he would presently be wearing it like a halo round his head. He, Settembrini, had no great respect for sick folk who laid claim to consideration on the score of their illness. He was ill himself, and seriously, but in all sincerity he felt inclined to be ashamed of the fact. However, his present remarks were purely abstract and impersonal, and the distinction he made between the nature and reactions of a well and a sick man were based on common sense, as the gentlemen would see if they would think about insanity. Take, for instance, hallucinations. Suppose one of his companions, the engineer, say, or Herr Wessel, should enter his room tonight at dusk and see his deceased father sitting there in a corner, who should look and speak to him. That would be absolutely monstrous, wouldn't it? A shattering experience which would confound both sense and reason, and make him get out of the room as fast as he could and put himself in the care of a specialist in nervous ailments. Or wouldn't it? The joke of the thing was that such an experience would not be possible for any of the gentlemen present, since they were all in enjoyment of full mental health. If it did happen to any of them, it would be a sure sign that they were not sound, but diseased, and they would not react to the appearance with emotions of horror and by taking to their heels, but treat it as though it were entirely in order, and begin a conversation with it, this being in fact the reaction of a person suffering from a hallucination. To suppose that such hallucinations affected the person subject to them with the same horror as it would be felt by a sound mind was a defect of the imagination to which normal persons were often prone. Herr Settembrini spoke with droll and plastic effect. His picture of the father in the corner made them all laugh, even Ferge, put out though he was by the slight to his Pleuroshock. Herr Settembrini took advantage of their hilarity to expatiate further on the contemptibleness of people who were subject to hallucinations, and of Patsy in general. It was his opinion that these people gave way a good deal more than they need, and often had it in their power to control their own freakishness. He had made this observation when he had visited asylums for the insane. For in the presence of the doctor, or of a stranger, the patients would mostly intermit their jabbering, grimaces, and weaving to and fro, and behave quite sensibly as long as they felt themselves under scrutiny, only to let themselves go again afterwards. For lunacy undoubtedly in many cases meant the kind of self-abandonment which was the refuge of a weak nature against extreme distress, a defence against such overwhelming blows of destiny as it felt itself, when in its right mind, unable to cope with. But almost anybody might get in that state, and he, Settembrini, had held more than one lunatic to temporary self-control simply by opposing to his humbuggery an air of inexorable reason. Nafta laughed derisively. Hans Castorp protested his readiness to believe Herr Settembrini's statement. Indeed, as he pictured him smiling beneath his moustaches and fixing the feeble-minded with the eye of remorseless reason, he could well understand how the poor fellow had had to pull himself together and behave with temporary self-control, though probably finding Herr Settembrini's presence a most unwelcome incident. But Nafta, too, had had experience of asylums for the insane. He recalled a visit to the violent ward, where he had seen such sights as, my God, such sights as would have been a bit too much even for Herr Settembrini's intelligent eye or disciplinary powers, Dantesque scenes, monstrous tableaux of horror and agony, naked madmen squatting in the continuous bath, in every posture of mental anguish or in the stupor of despair, some shrieking aloud, others with uplifted arms and gaping mouths, whence issued laughter that mingled all the elements of hell. "Aha!" cried Herr Furge, and took leave to remind them of the laughter which had escaped him when they went over his pleura. In short, Herr Settembrini's inexorable pedantry would have had to confess itself beaten before these sights in the violent ward, in the face of which the shudder of religious awe would surely have been a more human reaction than this condescending twaddle about reason which our worshipful brother and eminent preceptor saw fit to put forward as a treatment for insanity. Hans Castorp was too preoccupied to question the new titles Nafta was conferring on Herr Settembrini. Hastily he made a resolve to look them up the first chance he got. For the moment he had his hands full with the present conversation. Nafta was acrimoniously debating the general tendency which led the humanist to exalt health and cry down and belittle illness. Herr Settembrini's attitude was, he thought, a remarkable, even admirable, example of self-abnegation, considering he was ill himself. But the position, no matter how strikingly meritorious, was as mistaken as it could well be, resting as it did upon a respect and reverence for the human body, which could only be justified if that body had remained in original sinlessness, instead of sinking to its present fallen state, statu degradationis, for it had been created immortal, and by the original sins of depravity and abomination, by the degeneration of its nature, it had become mortal and corruptible, and was thus to be regarded as the prison-house and torture-chamber of the soul, or as the fit instrument for rousing the conscience to a sense of shame and confusion, pudori et confusionis sensum, as St. Ignatius had it. The humanist Plotinus, exclaimed Hans Castorp, was also known to have given expression to the same idea. But Herr Settembrini flung up his arms and ordered the young man not to confuse two different points of view, and for the rest to be advised and maintain an attitude of receptivity. Nafta, continuing, derived the reverence which the Christian Middle Ages paid to physical suffering from the fact that it acquiesced on religious grounds in the sight of the anguish of the flesh. For the wounds of the body not only emphasized its sunken state, they also corresponded in the most edifying manner to the envenomed corruption of the soul, and thereby gave rise to emotions of true spiritual satisfaction, whereas blooming health was misleading phenomenon, insulting to the conscience of man, and requiring to be counteracted by an attitude of debasement and humility before physical infirmity, which was infinitely beneficial to the soul. Quis me liberabit de compore mortis huius? Who will deliver me from the body of this death? There spoke the voice of the Spirit, which was eternally the voice of true humanity. On the contrary, according to Herr Settembrini's view, presented with no little heat, it was a voice from the darkness, a voice from a world upon which the sun of reason and humanity had not yet risen. Truly, in his own physical person, he was contaminate. Yet what mattered that, since his mind was untainted and sound, and quite competent to bring confusion to his priestly opponent in any discussion touching the body, or to laugh himself to scorn over the soul? He took too high a flight in celebrating the human body as the true temple of the Godhead, for Naphtha straightway declared that this mortal fabric was nothing more than a veil between us and eternity, whereupon Settembrini definitely forbade him the use of the word humanity. And so it went on. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17. Chapter 6. Opération Spirituelle. Part 3. Bareheaded, their faces stiff in the cold, they trod in their rubber galoshes the crisp, creaking, cinder-strewn snow, or ploughed through porous masses in the gutter. Settembrini, in a winter jacket with beaver collar and cuffs. The fur was worn to the pelt and looked fairly mangy, but he knew how to carry it off with an air. Naphtha, in a long black overcoat that came down to his heels and up to his ears, and showed none of the fur with which it was lined throughout. Both speakers treated their theme as of the utmost personal concern, and both often turned, not to each other, but to Hans Castorp, with argument and exposition, referring to their opponents with a jerk of the head or thumb. They had him between them, and he turned his head to assent, first to one, then to the other. Now and again he stood stock still on the path, tipping his body back from the waist, and gesturing with his fur-lined glove as he made some quite inadequate contribution to the talk. Ferge and Vessel circled about, now in front and now behind, now in a single row, until they had to break up their line again to let people pass. It was due to some remark of theirs that the debate took on a less abstract tone, and all the company joined in a discussion of torture, cremation, and punishment, both capital and corporal. It was Ferdinand Wesel who introduced the last named, with obvious relish, Hans Castorp observed. As was to be expected, Herr Settembrini, in high-sounding words, invoked the dignity of the human race against a procedure whose results were as devastating in education as in penology. And equally to be expected, though rendered startling by a certain kind of gloomy ferocity, was Naphtha's approval of the bastinado. According to him, it was absurd to prate about human dignity, since true dignity indwelt not in the flesh, but in the spirit. The soul of man was forever prone to suck the joys of this earthly life from the flesh instead of the spirit. Thus pain, by rendering bitter to him the things of the senses, was highly efficacious, driving him back to the spirit, and giving the latter the mastery over the flesh. It was shallow to contend that the discipline of the whipping post had anything particularly shameful about it. St. Elizabeth had been flogged by her confessor, Conrad von Marburg, until the blood came, and by such means her soul was rapt to the third choir of angels. She herself, moreover, had beaten with rods an old woman who was too sleepy to make her confession. The members of a certain sect, and even other persons of devout and serious character, submitted to flagellation in order that the spiritual impulse might be strengthened. Would anyone seriously contend that such a procedure was barbarous and inhuman? It was true that corporal punishment was on the decline in certain countries which considered themselves in the van of progress, but the belief that such a decline was a sign of enlightenment became only the more comic the longer it persisted. Well, anyhow, Hans Castorp considered, so much was granted, that in the antithesis between body and soul it was undoubtedly the body which embodied, the body embodied, that wasn't so bad, was it, the evil principle, insofar as the body was naturally nature. Pretty good too, that. And nature, being diametrically opposed to the spirit and reason, was by that fact intrinsically evil, mystically evil, one might say, if it didn't sound like showing off. But it followed from this that the body should be treated accordingly, and made to profit from disciplinary methods, which might also be called mystically evil. Herr Settembrini, for instance, that time when the weakness of the flesh had prevented him from attending the Congress for the Advancement of Civilization at Barcelona, ought to have had a St. Elizabeth at his side. Everybody laughed, but while the humanist was bringing up his guns, Hans Castorp hastily began to talk about a beating he had once received when he was in one of the lower forms in the gymnasium, where this form of punishment still survived to some extent, and there were always switches on hand. Hans Castorp's, social position had been too good for the masters to venture to lay hands on him, but he had once been whipped by a stronger pupil, a big lout of a fellow who had laid on with the flexible switch across Hans Castorp's thin stockinged calves. It had hurt so confoundedly, so mystically, that he had fairly sobbed with rage, and the tears had ignominiously flowed down. And he recalled having read that in the penitentiaries, when men are flogged, the most hardened reprobates would blubber like little children. Herr Settembrini hid his face in his hands that were clad in very shabby leather gloves, and Nafta, with statesmanlike calm, asked how else they would expect to reduce refractory criminals unless by putting in the stocks, which were quite the suitable furnishing for a prison. A humane penitentiary would be neither one thing nor the other, an aesthetic compromise. If Herr Settembrini did not think so, then it was clear that, though an aesthete, he had very little sense of the fitness of things. And in the field of education, a conception of human dignity which would bar corporal punishment from the schools had its roots, according to Nafta, in the liberal individualism of our bourgeois humanitarian age, in an enlightened absolutism of the ego, which was indeed now dying off, to give place to social conceptions made of sterner stuff, ideas of discipline and conformity, of coercion and compliance, to the realization of which an element of godly severity would be needful, and which, when realized, would make us alter all our ideas on the subject of the chastisement of the human carcass. Hence the phrase perinde axi cadaver, scoffed Settembrini. Nafta suggested that since God, in punishment of our sins, had visited us with the shameful and horrible sentence of bodily corruption, after all it was not such a frightful insult to that same body that it should now and then get a flogging. And then, somehow, all at once, they came upon the subject of cremation. Settembrini paid it homage. That indignity of corruption, he said, of which Nafta spoke, could by its means be redressed. On practical as well as on ideal grounds, mankind was now about to redress it. He explained that he was helping prepare for an international congress for the promotion of cremation, the scene of whose labours would probably be Sweden. A model crematorium would be exhibited, planned in accordance with the latest researches and experiments, with a hall of urns. They hoped to rouse widespread interest and enthusiasm. What an effete and obsolete procedure burial was under our modern conditions. The price of land, the expansion of our cities and consequent shoving of the graveyards out onto the periphery, and the chop-fallen funeral processions with their dignity curtailed by present-day traffic conditions. Herr Settembrini had plenty of disillusioning facts at his command. He made a droll picture of a grief-stricken widower on his daily pilgrimage to the graveside to hold communion with the beloved departed, and said that the man must have a superfluity of that most precious of human commodities, time, and further that the rush of business in a large modern burial ground must surely dash his atavistic bliss. The destruction of the body by fire, what a cleanly, sanitary, dignified, yes, heroic conception that was, compared with abandoning it to the miserable processes of decay and assimilation by the lower forms of life. Yes, the newer method was more satisfying emotionally too, and kinder to the human longing after immortality. For what the fire destroyed was the more perishable part of the body, the elements which even during one's life were got rid of by metabolism, whereas those which accompanied man through life, taking least share in the process of change, those became the ashes, and with them the survivors possessed the deceased's imperishable part.
"Oh, charming!" Nafta said. "Oh, really very good. Man's imperishable part, his ashes."
Nafta evidently meant to hold humanity fast to its old irrational position in the face of established biological fact, meant to force it to remain at the stage of primitive religion, where death was a spectre surrounded by such mysterious terrors that the gaze of reason could not be focused upon it. What barbarism! The fear of death went back to a very low cultural stage, where violent death was the rule, and its horrors thus became associated with the idea of death in general. But now, thanks to the development of hygiene and the increase in personal security, a natural death was the rule, a violent one the exception. Modern man had come to think of repose, after exhaustion of his powers, as not at all dreadful, but normal and even desirable. No, death was neither spectre nor mystery. It was a simple, acceptable, and physiologically necessary phenomenon. To dwell upon it longer than decency required was to rob life of its due. Accordingly, the Hall of Death, as the modern crematory and vault for the urns was to be called, would be supplemented by a Hall of Life, where architecture, painting, sculpture, music, and poetry would combine to draw the thoughts of the survivors from the contemplation of death, from weak and unavailing grief, and fix them upon the joys of life.
"On with the dance," Nafta mocked. "Don't let them make too much of the funeral rites. Don't let them pay too much respect to such simple facts as death. But without that simple fact, there would never have been either architecture, nor painting, sculpture, nor music, poetry, nor any other art."
"He deserts to the colours," murmured Hans Castorp dreamily.
"Your remark is incomprehensible," Settembrini answered him, "which doesn't prevent it from being at the same time silly. Either the experience of death must be the last experience of life, or else it must be bugaboo, pure and simple."
"Will there be obscene symbols employed in the Hall of Life, like those on the ancient sarcophagi?" Hans Castorp asked with a serious air.
"By all accounts," Nafta chimed in, "there will be a fine fat feeding for the senses."
In oils and in marbles, a humanistic taste would celebrate the glories of the senses, of the sinful body whose flesh it had saved from putrefaction. There was nothing surprising about that. It was of a piece with its fastidiousness in the matter of corporal punishment. Thus they came upon the subject of torture, introduced by Wesel, to whom it seemed to make a particular appeal. The question. Now, what were the gentleman's views about it? He, Ferdinand, when he was on the road, liked to visit those quiet retreats in the centres of ancient culture where such research into the conscience of man used to be carried on. He had seen the torture chambers of Nuremberg and Regensburg. He had made a study of them and been edified. They had certainly devised a number of ingenious ways of manhandling the body for the good of the soul. There had never been any outcry. They rammed the famous choke pear, itself such a very tasty morsel, into the victim's mouth, and after that silence reigned.
"Porcheria,"
Settembrini muttered. Ferge professed his respect for the choke pear and the whole silent activity, but anything worse than the pinning back of his pleura he was sure had never been devised, not even in those times. That had been done for his good. The obdurate soul offended justice. These warranted a temporary lack of mercy. But in fact the torture was an invention of the human reason. Settembrini presumed that the speaker was not quite in his senses. Oh yes, he was pretty well in possession of them. It was Herr Settembrini, the professed aesthete, who was probably not altogether familiar with the history of the development of medieval jurisprudence. There had been, in fact, a process of continuous rationalization, in the course of which reason had taken the place of God, who had been shoved out of the Department of Justice. In other words, trial by battle had fallen into disuse, because it had been observed that the stronger man conquered even when he was in the wrong. It had been people of Herr Settembrini's kidney, the doubters and critics, who had made the observation and brought about the Inquisition, which superseded the old naive procedure. Justice no longer relied on the intervention of God in favour of the truth, but aimed to get it out of the accused by confession. No sentence without confession. You could hear that still among the people, for the instinct lodged deep with them. The chain of evidence might be as strong as it liked, but if there had been no confession, there would remain a lurking feeling that the sentence was illegitimate. But how get at the confession? How procure the truth out of the mass of circumstance and suspicion? How look into the heart, the brain of a man who denied and concealed. If the spirit was recalcitrant, there remained the body which could be got at. The torture was recommended to reason as a means to an end, the end of bringing out the indispensable confession. But it was Herr Settembrini who had demanded and introduced confession, and he, accordingly, who was responsible for torture. The humanist implored the others not to believe a word of all this. Herr Nafter was indulging in a diabolical joke. If the position had really been what he said, if it were true that the horrible thing was actually an invention of the human reason, that only showed how grievously she always needed sustaining and enlightening, and how little ground the instinct worshippers had for their fear that things could ever be too much directed by reason on this earth. But the speaker was, of course, in error. The judicial abomination they were discussing could not be laid at the door of the human reason, because it went back to an original belief in hell. The rack, the pincers, the screws and tongs you saw in these chambers of torment and martyrdom represented the effort of a childish and deluded fancy to emulate what it piously believed to be the sufferings of the eternally damned. But that was not all. They thought to assist the evildoer, whose spirit they assumed to be wrestling after confession, while his flesh, the evil principle, set itself against the soul's desire. They had it in mind to do him a service of love in breaking his body by torture. It was a madness of asceticism. How about the ancient Romans? Did they harbour the same delusion?
The Romans? Mache!
But they employed the torture as a judicial instrument. Logical impasse. Hans Castorp tried to help out, as if it were his métier to guide such a conversation. Of his own accord, he flung into the arena the question of capital punishment. Torture, he said, was abolished, though examining magistrates still had ways of making an accused person pliable. But the death penalty persisted. It seemed impossible to do without it. It was practised by the most civilized nations. The French system of deportation had worked very badly. There was nothing feasible to do with certain half-human beings except to make them a head shorter. They were not certain half-human beings, Settembrini corrected him. They were men, like the engineer, like himself, Settembrini, only weak-willed victims of a defective social system. He cited the case of an abandoned criminal, the kind always referred to by the prosecuting attorneys as a beast in human form, who had covered the walls of his cell with verse, and not at all bad verse either, much better than most prosecuting attorneys ever managed to write. That cast a somewhat singular light on the art of verse-writing, Nafter retorted, but was not otherwise worth answering. Hans Castorp said he was not surprised to hear that Nafter favoured the death penalty. To his mind, Nafter was as revolutionary as Settembrini, only in a conservative direction, a reactionary revolutionist. Yes, Settembrini, with a confident smile, assured them that the world, after passing through a period of inhuman reaction, would always return to the normal order of things. But Herr Nafter preferred to discredit art sooner than admit that it might have a humanizing effect upon a sunken wretch. He need not expect by such fanatical talk to make much headway with light-seeking youth. He, Settembrini, had the honour to belong to a newly formed league, the scope of which was the abolition of capital punishment in all civilized countries. It was not yet settled where the first Congress should meet, but one thing was sure, that those who addressed it would have plenty of arguments at hand. He submitted some of them forthwith. The ever-present possibility that justice might err and judicial murder be committed. The hope of reformation, which it was never possible to disregard. The biblical injunction, "Vengeance is mine." Then he referred to the theory that the state, in its function not as a wielder of force, but as the instrument of human betterment, may not repay evil with evil. He attacked the conception of guilt on the ground of scientific determinism, and lastly he repudiated the whole theory of punishment. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18. Chapter 6. Opération Spirituale, Part 4. On top of which light-seeking youth had to stand by while Nafta neatly wrung the neck of all these arguments, one after the other. He derided the humanist's reluctance to shed blood, and his reverence for human life. He said that the latter was characteristic of our intensely bourgeois age, our policy of mollycoddle. Even so, its inconsistency was apparent, for let an idea arise that went beyond considerations of personal safety and well-being, and such ideas were the only ones worthy of human beings, and thus, in a higher sense, were the normal field of human activity, and the individual would, even under average emotional stress, be sacrificed without scruple to the higher claim. Nay, more, the individual, of his own free will, would expose himself without a thought. The philanthropy of his honoured opponent would eliminate from life all its stern and moral traits. It would castrate life, as would the determinism of its so-called science. But determinism would never succeed in doing away with the conception of guilt. It could only add to its authority and its awfulness. Oh, so he demanded that the unhappy victim of social maladjustments be convinced of his own sinfulness, and tread in full conviction the path to the scaffold. Quite. The evildoer is filled with his guilt as with himself, for he is as he is, and can and will not be otherwise, and therein lies his guilt. Nafta shifted the ground of the discussion from the empiric to the metaphysical. He went on to say that in behaviour, in action, determinism did indeed rule. There was no freedom of choice. But in being, the man is as he wished to be, and as, until his last breath, he has never ceased to wish to be. He has revelled in slaying, and does not pay too dear in being slain. Let him die then, for he has gratified his heart's deepest desire. Deepest desire? Deepest desire. They all gritted their teeth. Hans Castorp gave a little cough. Wesel set his jaw awry. Herr Ferge breathed a sigh. Settembrini shrewdly remarked, "There is a kind of generalization that has a distinctly personal cast. Have you ever had a desire to commit murder?"
"That is no concern of yours. But if I had, I should laugh in the face of any ignorant humanitarianism that tries to feed me on skilly till I died a natural death. It is absurd for the murderer to outlive the murdered. They two alone together, as two beings, are together in only one other human relationship, have, like them, the one acting, the other suffering him, shared a secret that binds them forever together. They belong to each other."
Settembrini said frigidly that he lacked the brains necessary to the understanding of this death and murder mysticism, and he really didn't miss them. No offence intended. Herr Nafta's religious gift did undoubtedly far surpass his own, but he protested that he was not envious. His own nature had an unconquerable craving for fresh air. It kept him somewhat aloof from a sphere where reverence, and not merely the unthinking reverence of youth, was paid to suffering, and that in a spiritual as well as a physical sense. In that sphere, it was plain, virtue, reason, and healthiness counted for nothing. Vice and disease were honoured in a wondrous way. Nafta concurred. He said that being virtuous and healthy did not, in fact, constitute being in a state of religion at all. It would clear the air to have it plainly stated that religion had nothing to do with reason and morality.
"For," he added, "it has nothing to do with life. Life is based on conditions and built up on foundations which are partly the result of experience and partly belong to the domain of ethics. We call the first kind time, space, and causality, the second morality and reason. But one and all of these are not only foreign to, utterly a matter of indifference to the nature of religion, they are even hostile to it, for they are precisely what makes up life, the so-called normal life, which is to say arch-philistinism, ultra-bourgeoisidom, the absolute antithesis of which, the very genius of antithesis to which, is the life of religion. Nafta went on to say that he would not deny to the other sphere the possibility of genius. There was much to admire in the monumental respectability, the majestic Philistinism of the middle-class consciousness. But one must never forget that as it stood, straddle-legged, firmly planted on earth, hands behind the back, chest well out, it was the embodiment of irreligion. Hans Castorp, like a schoolboy, put up his hand. He wished, he said, not to offend either side, but since they were talking about progress, and thus, to a certain extent also, about politics, and the republic of eloquence, and the civilization of the educated Occident, he might say that it seemed to him the difference, or if Herr Nafta insisted, the antithesis between life and religion went back to that between time and eternity. Only in time was there progress. In eternity there was none, nor any politics or eloquence either. There, so to speak, one laid one's head back in God and closed one's eyes. And that was the difference between religion and morality. He was aware that he had put it very badly. The way he put it, Settembrini remarked, naive as it was less objectionable than his fear of giving offence, his inclination to give ground to the devil. Oh, as far as the devil was concerned, they too had talked about him aforetime, hadn't they? O Satana, o Rebellione. But which devil was it he had been giving ground to just now? Was it Carducci's one? Rebellion, activity, critical spirit? Or was it the other? It was pretty dangerous having a devil on either hand like this. How in the devil's name should we get out of it? That, Nafta said, was no proper description of the state of affairs as Herr Settembrini looked at them, for the distinctive feature of his cosmos was that he made God and the devil two distinct persons or principles, with life as a bone of contention between them, which, by the by, was just the way the Middle Ages had envisaged them. But in reality, God and the devil were one, in being opposed to life, bourgeoisiedom, reason and virtue, since they together represented the religious principle. What disgusting hodgepodge! Che cosa peculiar, proprio stomaco vole. Good and evil, sanctification and criminal conduct, all mixed up together, without judgment, without direction, without the possibility of repudiating what was vile. Did Herr Nafta realize what it was he denied and disavowed in the presence of youth, when he flung God and the devil together, and in the name of this mad two-in-oneness refused to admit the existence of an ethical principle? He denied every standard of values. He denied goodness. Horrible. Very well. Then there existed neither good nor evil, nothing but a morally chaotic all. There was not even the individual in possession of a critical faculty. There was only the all-consuming, the all-levelling, universal communality and mystic immersion in her. It was delicious, Herr Settembrini's thinking of himself as an individualist. For to be that, one had at least to recognize the difference between morality and blessedness, which our honoured illuminant and monist certainly did not. A society in which life was stupidly conceived as an end in itself, with no questions asked about its ulterior motive and purpose, was governed by a tribal and social ethic, indeed a vertebrate morality, if you liked, but certainly not by individualism. For individualism belonged singly and solely in the realm of the religious and mystical, in the so-called morally chaotic all. And this morality of Herr Settembrini's, what was it? What did it want? It was life-bound, and thus entirely utilitarian. It was pathetically unheroic. Its end and aim was to make men grow old and happy, rich and comfortable. And that was all there was to it. And this Philistine philosophy, this gospel of work and reason, served Herr Settembrini as an ethical system. As far as he, Nafta, was concerned, he would continue to deny that it was anything but the sheerest and shabbiest bourgeoisiedom. Settembrini enjoined him to be calm, his own voice shaking with passion.
He found Herr Nafta's talk about bourgeoisiedom simply insufferable, and God knew why he should put on that contemptuous aristocratic air, as if the opposite of life, and we all knew what that was likely to be more refined than life itself. New cries, new catchwords. Now it was the aristocratic principle. Hans Castorp, all flushed and depleted from taxing his brains in the cold, shaky as to his capacity for clear expression, hot and cold with his own audacity, heard himself babble that always since a child he had pictured death to himself as wearing a starched ruff, or at least a sort of half uniform with a stand-up collar, while life, on the other hand, wore an ordinary collar. His words sounded, even to himself, like a drunken impropriety. He hastened to assure the company that that was not at all what he had meant to say. And yet, wasn't it a fact that one couldn't imagine certain people dead, simply because they were so very ordinary? That must mean that they were very fit for life, but could not die because unfit for the consecration of death. Herr Settembrini said he was confident Hans Castorp uttered such stuff merely for the sake of being contradicted. The young man would find him ever ready to lend a hand in the intellectual warfare against attacks like the present. The engineer had used the expression fit for life. Had he intended it in a derogatory sense? To him it was synonymous with worthy of life, the two conceptions being perfectly harmonious and suggesting, by a natural process of association, another equally beautiful, worthy of love. One might with truth say that he who was worthy of the one was fully worthy of the other, and both together, love-worthy and life-worthy, made up the true nobility. Hans Castorp found that charming, most edifying. Herr Settembrini had quite won him over with his plastic theory. Say what you like, and there was a lot to be said for the idea that illness had something solemn and ennobling about it. Yet after all, you couldn't deny that illness was an accentuation of the physical. It did throw man back, so to speak, upon the flesh, and to that extent was detrimental to human dignity. It dragged man down to the level of his body. Thus it might be argued that disease was unhuman. On the contrary, Nafta hastened to say, disease was very human indeed, for to be man was to be ailing. Man was essentially ailing. His state of unhealthiness was what made him man. There were those who wanted to make him healthy, to make him go back to nature, when the truth was he had never been natural. All the propaganda carried on today by the prophets of nature, the experiments in regeneration, the uncooked food, fresh air cures, sunbathing, and so on, the whole Rousseauian paraphernalia had as its goal nothing but the dehumanization, the animalization of man. They talked of humanity, of nobility, but it was the spirit alone that distinguished man, as a creature largely divorced from nature, largely opposed to her in feeling, from all other forms of organic life. In man's spirit, then, resided his true nobility and his merit, in his state of disease, as it were. In a word, the more ailing he was, by so much was he the more man. The genius of disease was more human than the genius of health. How, then, could one who posed as the friend of man shut his eyes to these fundamental truths concerning man's humanity? Herr Settembrini had progress ever on his lips. Was he aware that all progress, in so far as there is such a thing, was due to illness, and to illness alone? In other words, to genius, which was the same thing. Had not the normal, since time was, lived on the achievements of the abnormal? Men consciously and voluntarily descended into disease and madness in search of knowledge, which, acquired by fanaticism, would lead back to health, after the possession and use of it had ceased to be conditioned by that heroic and abnormal act of sacrifice. That was the true death on the cross, the true atonement. Aha, thought Hans Castorp, you unorthodox Jesuit, you, with your interpretations of the crucifixion. It's plain why you never became a priest. Joli Jésuite à la petite tache humide. Now roar, lion, he mentally addressed Herr Settembrini. and the lion roared. He characterized all NAFTA had said as a quibbling sophistry and confusion. "Say it," he cried to his opponent. "Say it in your character as schoolmaster. Say it in the hearing of plastic youth. Say straight out that the soul is disease. Verily you will thereby encourage them to a belief in the spiritual. Disease and death as nobility, life and health as vulgarity. What a doctrine whereby to hold fast the neophyte to the service of humanity. Davvero e criminoso." And like a crusader he entered the lists in defence of the nobility of life and health, of that which nature gave, for the soul of which one did not need to fear. "The form," he said, and NAFTA rejoined bombastically, "The Logos." But he who would have none of the Logos answered, "The reason." And the man of the Logos retorted with, "The passion." It was confusion worse confounded. "The object," cried one. The other, "The ego." "Art" and "critique" were bandied back and forth. Then once more, "nature" and "soul," and as to which was the nobler, and concerning the aristocratic problem. But there was no order nor clarity, nor even of a dualistic and militant kind. Things were not only by contraries, but all higgledy-piggledy. The disputants not only contradicted each other, they contradicted themselves. How often had Settembrini not spent his oratory in praise of criticism as being the aristocratic principle, but now it was for its opposite, for art, that he made the same claim. How often had NAFTA not stood for instinct? What time Settembrini called nature a blind force, mere factum et fatum, before which reason and human pride must never abdicate. But here now was NAFTA on the side of the soul and disease, wherein alone true nobility and humanity resided, while Settembrini flung himself into advocacy of nature and her noble sanity, regardless of his inconsistency on the score of emancipation from her. The object and the ego were no less involved in confusion. Yes, and here the confusion, moreover, remained constant, was the most literal and incorrigible, so that nobody any longer knew who was the devout and who was the free thinker. NAFTA sharply forbade Settembrini to call himself an individualist, for so long as he denied the antithesis between God and nature, he saw in the problem of man's inward conflict no more than the struggle between individual and collective interest, and was vowed to a materialistic and bourgeois ethic, in which life became an end in itself, limited to utilitarian aims, and the moral law subserved the interest of the state. He, NAFTA, was well aware that man's inner conflict was based upon the antagonism between the sensible and the suprasensible. It was he, not Settembrini, who represented the true, the mystical individualism. He, not Settembrini, was in reality the free thinker, the man who looked for guidance within himself. Hans Castorp reflected that if it were true, then what about the anonymous and communal, not to mention any other contradiction? And what about those striking comments he had made to Father Unterpettinger on the subject of Hegel's Catholicism, and the affinity between Catholicism and politics, and the category of the objective, which they together comprised? Had not statecraft and education always been the special province of the society to which NAFTA belonged? And what an education! Herr Settembrini himself was certainly a zealous pedagogue, zealous to the point of tedium, but he could simply not compete with NAFTA in the matter of ascetic, self-mortifying objectivity. Absolute authority, iron discipline, coercion, submission, the terror. All that might have its own value, but it paid scant homage to the individual and the dignity of his critical faculty. It was the army regulations of the Prussian Frederick, the exercise book of the Spanish Loyola, all over again. It was rigid, it was devout, to the very marrow. But one question remained to be asked. How had NAFTA arrived at this savage absolutism? He who, by his own account, believed not at all in pure knowledge or unfettered research, in other words, not in truth, the objective, scientific truth, to strive after which was for Ludovico Settembrini the highest law of human morality. Here was the object of his rigid devotion, whereas Nafta, with reprehensible looseness, referred truth back to mankind itself, and declared that that was truth which advantaged man. Wasn't it the most utter bourgeoisiedom, the sheerest utilitarian philistinism, to make truth depend upon the interest of mankind? It certainly could not be considered strict objectivity. There was much more free thinking and subjectivity about it than Leo Nafta would admit. It was, indeed, quite as much politics as Herr Settembrini's didactic phrase, "Freedom is the law of love of one's own kind." That, obviously, was to make freedom, as Nafta made truth, depend upon man, and thus was more orthodox than liberal. But here again were distinctions that tended to disappear in the process of definition. Ah, this Settembrini! It was not for nothing he was a man of letters, son of a politician and grandson of a humanist. He had lofty ideas about emancipation and criticism, and chirruped to the girls in the street. On the other hand, knife-edged little Nafta was bound by the strictest sort of vows. Yet in thought he was almost a libertine, whereas the other was a very fool of virtue, in a manner of speaking. Herr Settembrini was afraid of absolute spirit, and would like to see it everywhere wedded to democratic progress. He was simply outraged at the religious license of his militant opponent, which would jumble up together God and the devil, sanctification and bad behaviour, genius and disease, and which knew no standards of value, no rational judgment, no exercise of the will. But who, then, was the orthodox? Who the free thinker? Where lay the true position, the true state of man? Should he descend into the all-consuming, all-equalizing chaos, that ascetic libertine state? Or should he take his stand on the critical subjective, where empty bombast and the bourgeois strictness of morals contradicted each other? Ah, the principles and points of view constantly did that. It became so hard for Hans Castorp's civilian responsibility to distinguish between opposed positions, or even to keep the premises apart from each other and clear in his mind, that the temptation grew well nigh irresistible to plunge head foremost into Nafta's morally chaotic awe. The confusion, the cross-purposes became general, and Hans Castorp suspected that the antagonists would have been less exacerbated had not the dispute bitten into their very souls. They had got up meantime to the Berghof. Then the three who lived there walked back with the others as far as their door, where they stood about in the snow for some further while, and Settembrini and Nafta continued to dispute. It was apparent to Hans Castorp that their zeal was the zeal of the schoolmaster, bent on making an impression upon his plastic mind. Herr Ferge reiterated that it was all too much for him, while Wessel, so soon as they had got off the themes of torture and corporal punishment, showed small interest. Hans Castorp stood with bent head and burrowed with his stick in the snow, pondering the vasty confusion of it all. They broke up at last. There were no limits to the subject, but they could not go on forever. The three guests of the Berghof took their way home, and the two disputants had to go into the cottage together, the one to seek his silken cell, the other his humanistic cubbyhole, with the pulpit desk and the water bottle. Hans Castorp betook himself to his balcony, his ears full of the hurly-burly and the clashing of arms, as the army of Jerusalem and that of Babylon, under the Dos Banderos, came on in battle array, and met each other midst tumult and shoutings. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19. Chapter 6. Snow. Part 1. Daily, 5 times a day, guests expressed unanimous dissatisfaction with the kind of winter they were having. They felt it was not what they had the right to expect of these altitudes. It failed to deliver the renowned meteorological specific in anything like the quantity indicated by the prospectus, quoted by old inhabitants, or anticipated by new. There was a very great failure in the supply of sunshine, an element so important in the cures achieved up here. that without it they were distinctly retarded. And whatever Herr Settembrini might think of the sincerity of the patients' desire to finish their cure, leave home, and return to the Flatland, at any rate they insisted on their just dues. They wanted what they were entitled to, what their parents or husbands had paid for, and they grumbled unceasingly at table, in lift, and in hall. The management showed a consciousness of what it owed them by installing a new apparatus for heliotherapy. They had two already, but these did not suffice for the demands of those who wished to get sunburned by electricity. It was so becoming to the ladies, young and old, to make all the men, though confirmed horizontalers, look irresistibly athletic, and the ladies, even though aware of the mechanico-cosmetical origin of this conquering hero air, were foolish enough to be carried away by it. There was Frau Schönfeld, a red-haired, red-eyed patient from Berlin. In the salon she looked thirstily at the long-legged, sunken-chested gallant, who described himself on his visiting card as aviateur diplômé et enseigne de la marine allemande. He was fitted out with the pneumothorax and wore smoking at the midday meal, but not in the evening, saying this was their custom in the navy. "My God!" breathed Frau Schönfeld at him. "What a tan this demon has! He gets it from the helio. It makes him look like a hunter of eagles." "Just wait, Nixie," he whispered in her ear in the lift. "I'll make you pay for looking at me like that." It made gooseflesh and shivers run over her, and along the balconies, past the glass partitions, the demon eagle hunter found his way to the Nixie. But the artificial sun was far from making up for the lack of the real one. 2 or 3 days of full sunshine in the month, it was not good enough, gorgeous though these were, with deep, deep, velvety blue sky behind the white mountain summits, a glitter as of diamonds, and a fine hot glow on the face and the back of the neck, when they dawned resplendent from the prevailing thick mantle of grey mist. 2 or 3 such days in the course of weeks could not satisfy people whose lot might be said to justify extraordinary demands from the external world. They had made an inward compact, by the terms of which they resigned the common joys and sorrows proper to Flatland humanity, and in exchange were made free of a life that was, to be sure, inactive, but on the other hand very lively and diverting, and carefree to the point of making one forget altogether the flight of time. Thus it was not much good for the Hofrat to tell them how favourably the Burkhoff compared with the Siberian mine or a penal settlement, nor to sing the praises of the atmosphere, so thin and light, well nigh as rare as the empty universal ether, free of earthly admixture, whether good or bad, and even without actual sunshine to be preferred to the rank vapours of the plain. Despite all he could say, the gloomy disaffection gained ground. Threats of unlicensed departure were the order of the day, were even put into execution, without regard for the warning afforded by the melancholy return of Frau Solomon to the fold, now a life member, her tedious but not serious case having taken that turn by reason of her self-willed visit to her wet and windy Amsterdam. But if they had no sun, they had snow. Such masses of snow as Hans Castorp had never till now in all his life beheld. The previous winter had done fairly well in that respect, but it had been as nothing compared to this one. The snowfall was monstrous and immeasurable. It made one realize the extravagant, outlandish nature of the place. It snowed day in, day out, and all through the night. The few roads kept open were like tunnels, with towering walls of snow on either side, crystal and alabaster surfaces that were pleasant to look at, and on which the guests scribbled all sorts of messages, jokes, and personalities. But even this path between walls was above the level of the pavement, and made of hard-packed snow, as one could tell by certain places where it gave way, and let one suddenly sink in up to the knee. One might, unless one were careful, break a leg. The benches had disappeared, except for the high back of one emerging here and there. In the town, the street level was so raised that the shops had become cellars, into which one descended by steps cut in the snow. And on all these lying masses more snow fell, day in, day out. It fell silently, through air that was moderately cold, perhaps 10 to 15 degrees of frost. One did not feel the cold. It might have been much less, for the dryness and absence of wind deprived it of sting. The mornings were very dark. Breakfast was taken by the light of the artificial moon that hung from the vaulted ceiling of the dining room, above the gay stencilled border. Outside was the reeking void, the world enwrapped in grey-white cotton wool, packed to the window-panes in snow and mist. No sight of the mountains, of the nearest evergreen, now and again a glimpse through the fog, standing laden and from time to time shaking free a bough of its heavy load that flew into the air and sent a cloud of white against the grey. At 10 o'clock the sun, a wan wisp of light, came up behind the mountain and gave the indistinguishable scene some shadowy hint of life, some sallow glimmer of reality. Yet even so it retained its delicate ghostliness, its lack of any definite line for the eye to follow. The contours of the peaks dissolved, disappeared, were dissipated in the mist, while the vision, led on from one pallidly gleaming slope of snow to another, lost itself in the void. Then a single cloud, like smoke, lighted up by the sun, might spread out before a wall of rock and hang there for long, motionless. At midday the sun would half break through and show signs of banishing the mist. In vain. Yet a shred of blue would be visible and suffice to make the scene, in its strange falsified contours, sparkle marvellously far and wide. Usually at this hour the snowfall stopped, as though to have a look at what it had done. A like effect was produced by the rare days when the storm ceased and the uninterrupted power of the sun sought to thaw away the pure and lovely surface from the new fallen masses. The sight was at once fairy-like and comic, an infantine fantasy. The thick light cushions plumped up on the boughs of trees, the humps and mounds of snow-covered rock cropping or undergrowth, the droll, dwarfish, crouching disguise all ordinary objects wore, made of the scene a landscape in gnome-land, an illustration for a fairy tale. Such was the immediate view, wearisome to move in, quaintly, roguishly stimulating to the fancy. But when one looked across the intervening space, at the towering marble statuary of the high Alps in full snow, one felt a quite different emotion, and that was awe of their majestic sublimity. Afternoons, between 3 and 4, Hans Castorp lay in his balcony box, well wrapped, his head against the cushion, not too high or too low, of his excellent chair, and looked out at forest and mountain over his thick upholstered balustrade. The snow-laden firs, dark green to blackness, went marching up the sides of the valley, and beneath them the snow lay soft like down pillows. Above the tree line the mountain walls reared themselves into the grey-white air, huge surfaces of snow with softly veiled crests, and here and there a black jut of rock. The snow came silently down. The scene blurred more and more. It inclined the eye, gazing thus into woolly vacuity, to slumber. At the moment of slipping off one might give a start. Yet what sleep could be purer than this in the icy air? It was dreamless. It was as free from the burden, even the unconscious burden, of organic life, as little aware of an effort to breathe this contentless, weightless, imperceptible air, as is the breathless sleep of the dead. When Hans Castorp stirred again, the mountains would be wholly lost in a cloud of snow. Only a pinnacle, a jutting rock might show one instant, to be wrapped away the next. It was absorbing to watch these ghostly pranks. One needed to keep alert to follow the transmutations, the veiling and unveiling. One moment a great space of snow-covered rock would reveal itself, standing out bold and free. Though of base or peak naught was to be seen. But if one ceased to fix one's gaze upon it, it was gone in a breath. Then there were storms so violent as to prevent one's sitting on the balcony for the driven snow which blew in such quantity as to cover floor and chair with a thick mantle. Yes, even in this sheltered valley it knew how to storm. The thin air would be in a hurly-burly, so whirling full of snow one could not see a hand's breadth before one's face. Gusts strong enough to take one's breath away flung the snow about, drew it up cyclone fashion from the valley floor to the upper air, whisked it about in the maddest dance. No longer a snowstorm, it was a blinding chaos, a white dark, a monstrous dereliction on the part of this inordinate and violent region. No living creature, save the snow bunting, which suddenly appeared in troops, could flourish in it. And yet Hans Castorp loved this snowy world. He found it not unlike life at the seashore. The monotony of the scene was in both cases profound. The snow, so deep, so light, so dry and spotless, was the sand of down below. One was as clean as the other. You could shake the snow from boots and clothing just as you could the fine-ground, dustless stone and shell, product of the sea's depth. Neither left trace behind. And walking in the snow was as toilsome as on the dunes, unless indeed a crust had come upon it, by dint of thawing and freezing, when the going became easy and pleasant, like marching along the smooth, hard, wet, resilient strip of sand close to the edge of the sea. But the storms and the high-piled drifts of this year gave pedestrians small chance. They were favourable only for skiing. The snow-plough, labouring its best, barely kept free the main street of the settlement and the most indispensable paths. Thus the few short feasible stretches were always crowded with other walkers, ill and well, the native, the permanent guest, and the hotel population, and these in their turn were bumped by the sleds as they swung and swerved down the slopes, steered by men and women who leaned far back as they came on and shouted importunately, being obsessed by the importance of their occupation. Once at the bottom, they would turn and trundle their toy sledges uphill again. Hans Castorp was thoroughly sick of all the walks. He had two desires. One of them, the stronger, was to be alone with his thoughts and his stock-taking projects, and this his balcony assured to him. But the other, allied unto it, was a lively craving to come into close and freer touch with the mountains in their snowy desolation. Toward them he was irresistibly drawn. Yet how could he, all unprovided and foot-bound as he was, hope to gratify such a desire? He had only to step beyond the edge of the shovelled paths, an end soon reached upon any of them, to plunge breast-high in the snowy element. Thus it was Hans Castorp, on a day in his second winter with those up here, resolved to buy himself skis and learn to walk on them, enough, that is, for his purposes. He was no sportsman, had never been physically inclined to sport, and did not behave as though he were, as did many guests of the cure, dressing up to suit the mode and spirit of the place. Hermina Kleefeld, for instance, among other females, though she was constantly blue in the face from lack of breath, loved to appear at luncheon in tweed knickers, and loll about after the meal in a basket chair in the hall, with her legs sprawled out. Hans Castorp knew that he would meet with a refusal were he to ask the Hofrat to countenance his plan. Sports activities were unconditionally forbidden at the Berghof, as in all other establishments of the kind. This atmosphere, which one seemed to breathe in so effortlessly, was a severe strain on the heart, and as for Hans Castorp, personally, his lively comment on his own state that the getting used to being up here consisted in getting used to not getting used, had continued in force. His fever, which the Rhadamanthus ascribed to a moist spot, remained obstinate. Why else indeed should he be here? His desire, his present purpose, was then inconsistent and inadmissible. Yet we must be at the pains to understand him aright. He had no wish to imitate the fresh-air faddists and the smart pseudo-sportsmen, who would have been equally eager to sit all day and play cards in a stuffy room, if only that had been interdicted by authority. He felt himself a member of another and closer community than this small tourist world. A new and a broader point of view, a dignity and restraint set him apart, and made him conscious that it would be unfitting for him to emulate their rough and tumble in the snow. He had no escapade in view. His plans were so moderate that Rhadamanthus himself, had he known, might well have approved them. But the rules stood in the way, and Hans Castorp resolved to act behind his back. He took occasion to speak to Herr Settembrini of his plan, who, for sheer joy, could have embraced him. "See, do so, engineer, do so with the blessing of God. Ask after nobody's leave, but simply do it. Ah, your good angel must have whispered you the thought. Do it straightway, before the impulse leaves you.
I'll go along. I'll go to the shop with you, and together we will acquire the instruments of this happy inspiration. I would go with you even into the mountains. I would be by your side, on winged feet, like Mercury's, but that I may not. May not! If that were all, how soon would I do it? That I cannot is the truth. I am a broken man. But you, it will do you no harm, none at all, if you are sensible and do nothing rash. Even if it do you harm, just a little harm, it will still have been your good angel roused you to it. I say no more. Ah, what an unsurpassable plan! 2 years up here, and still capable of such projects. Ah, yes, your heart is sound. No need to despair of you. Bravo, bravo! By all means pull the wool over the eyes of your Prince of Shadows. Buy the snowshoes, have them sent to me or Lukacek or the chandler below stairs. You fetch them from here to go and practice. You go off on them. So it befell. Under Herr Settembrini's critical eye, he played the connoisseur, though innocent of sports, Hans Castorp acquired a pair of oaken skis, finished in light brown, with tapering pointed ends and the best quality of straps. He bought the iron-shod staff with the little wheel as well, and was not content to have his purchases sent, but carried them on his shoulder to Settembrini's quarters, where he arranged with the grocer to take care of them for him. He had looked on enough at the sport to know the use of his tools, and choosing for his practice ground an almost treeless slope not far behind the sanatorium, remote from the hubbub of the spot where other beginners learned the art, he began daily to make his first blundering attempts, watched by Herr Settembrini, who would stand at a little distance, leaning on his cane, with legs gracefully crossed, and greet his nursling's progress with applause. One day Hans Castorp, staring down the cleared drive towards the Dorf, in act to take the skis back to the grocer's, ran into the Hofrat. Behrens never recognized him, though it was broad day, and our beginner had well nigh collided with him. Shrouded in a haze of tobacco smoke, he stalked past, regardless. Hans Castorp found that one quickly gets readiness in an art where strong desire comes in play. He was not ambitious for expert skill, and all he needed he acquired in a few days, without undue strain on wind or muscles. He learned to keep his feet tidily together and make parallel tracks, to avail himself of his stick in getting off. He learned how to take obstacles, such as small elevations of the ground, with a slight soaring motion, arms outspread, rising and falling like a ship on a billowy sea. Learned, after the 20th trial, not to trip and roll over when he braked at full speed, with the right telemark turn, one leg forward, the other bent at the knee. Gradually he widened the sphere of his activities. One day it came to pass that Herr Settembrini saw him vanish in the far white mist. The Italian shouted a warning through cupped hands and turned homewards, his pedagogic soul well pleased. It was beautiful here in these wintry heights, not mildly and ingratiatingly beautiful, more as the North Sea is beautiful in a westerly gale. There was no thunder of surf, a deathly stillness reigned, but roused similar feelings of awe. Hans Castorp's long, pliant soles carried him in all directions. Along the left slope to Claverdell, on the right to Frauenkirch and Glaris, whence he could see the shadowy mastiff of the Amselfler, ghost-like in the mist, into the Dishmar Valley, or up behind the Birkhoff in the direction of the wooded Seahorn, only the top of which, snow-covered, rose above the tree-line, or the Drusacher forest, with the pale outline of the Rattikon looming behind it, smothered in snow. He took his skis and went up on the funicular to the Schatzalp. There, wrapped 6,000 feet above the sea, he revelled at will in the gleaming slopes of powdery snow, whence, in good weather, there was a view of majestic extent over all the surrounding territory. He rejoiced in his new resource, before which all difficulties and hindrances to movement fell away. It gave him the utter solitude he craved, and filled his soul with impressions of the wild inhumanity, the precariousness of this region into which he had ventured. On his one hand he might have a precipitous, pine-clad declivity falling away into the mists. On the other, sheer rock might rise with masses of snow in monstrous cyclopean forms, all domed and vaulted,
swelling or cavernous. He would halt for a moment to quench the sound of his own movement, when the silence about him would be absolute, complete, a wadded soundlessness, as it were, elsewhere all unknown. There was no stir of air, not so much as might even lightly sway the tree boughs. There was not a rustle, nor the voice of a bird. It was primeval silence to which Hans Castorp hearkened when he leaned thus on his staff, his head on one side, his mouth open. And always it snowed, snowed without pause, endlessly, gently, soundlessly falling. No, this world of limitless silences had nothing hospitable. It received the visitor at his own risk, or rather it scarcely even received him. It tolerated his penetration into its vastness in a manner that boded no good. It made him aware of the menace of the elemental, a menace not even hostile, but impersonally deadly. The child of civilization, remote from birth from wild nature and all her ways, is more susceptible to her grandeur than is her untutored son, who has looked at her and lived close to her from childhood up, on terms of prosaic familiarity. The latter scarcely knows the religious awe with which the other regards her, that awe which conditions all his feeling for her, and is present, a constant solemn thrill, in the profoundest depth of his soul. Hans Castorp, standing there in his puttees and long-sleeved camel-hair waistcoat, on his skis de luxe, suddenly seemed to himself exceedingly presumptuous, to be thus listening to the primeval hush, the death-like silence of these wintry vastnesses. He felt his breast lightened when, on his way home, the first chalets, the first abodes of human beings, loomed visible through the fog. Only then did he become aware that he had been for hours possessed by a secret awe and terror. On the island of Sylt he had stood by the edge of the thundering surf. In his white flannels, elegant, self-assured, but most respectful, he had stood there as one stands before a lion's cage and looked deep into the yawning jaws of the beast, lined with murderous fangs. He had bathed in the surf, and heeded the blast of the coastguard's horn, warning all and sundry not to venture rashly beyond the first line of billows, not to approach too nearly the oncoming tempest, the very last impulse of whose cataract, indeed, struck upon him like a blow from a lion's paw. From that experience our young man had learnt the fearful pleasure of toying with forces so great that to approach them nearly is destruction. What he had not then felt was the temptation to come closer, to carry the thrilling contact with these deadly natural forces up to a point where the full embrace was imminent. Weak human being that he was, though tolerably well equipped with the weapons of civilization, what he at this moment knew was the satisfaction of venturing just so far into the monstrous unknown, or at least abstaining just so long from the flight before it, that the adventure grazed the perilous, that it was just barely possible to put limits to it, before it became no longer a matter of toying with the foe and playfully dodging the ruthless paw, but the ultimate adventure, the billow, the lion's jaws, and the sea. In a word, Hans Castorp was valorous up here, if by valour we mean not mere dull matter-of-factness in the face of nature, but conscious submission to her, the fear of death cast out by irresistible oneness. Yes, in his narrow, hyper-civilized breast, Hans Castorp cherished a feeling of kinship with the elements, connected with the new sense of superiority he had lately felt at sight of the silly people in their little sleds. It had made him feel that a profounder, more spacious, less luxurious solitude than that afforded by his balcony chair would be beyond all price. He had sat there and looked abroad at those mist-wreathed summits, at the carnival of snow, and blushed to be gaping thus from the breastwork of material well-being. This motive, and no momentary fad, no nor yet any native love of bodily exertion, was what impelled him to learn the use of skis. If it was uncanny up there in the magnificence of the mountains, in the deathly silence of the snows, and uncanny it assuredly was to our son of civilization, this was equally true that in these months and years he had already drunk deep of the uncanny, in spirit and in sense. Even a colloquy with Nafta and Sedimbrini was not precisely the canniest thing in the world. It too led one on into uncharted and perilous regions. So, if we speak of Hans Castorp's feeling of kinship with the wild powers of the winter heights, it is in this sense, that despite his pious awe, he felt these scenes to be a fitting theatre for the issue of his involved thoughts, a fitting stage for one to make who, scarcely knowing how, found it had devolved upon him to take stock of himself, in reference to the rank and status of the Homo Dei. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 20. Chapter 6. Snow. Part 2. No one was here to blow a warning to the rash one, unless indeed Herr Settembrini, with his farewell shout at Hans Castorp's disappearing back, had been that man. But, possessed by valorous desire, our youth had given the call no heed, as little as he had the steps behind him on a certain carnival night.
Ingegnere un po' di ragione, sa?
Yes, pedagogic serana, with your ragione and your ribellione, he thought. But I'm rather fond of you. You are a windbag and a hand-organ man, to be sure, but you mean well. You mean much better, and more to my mind, than that knife-edged little Jesuit and terrorist, apologist of the Inquisition and the Knout, with his round eyeglasses, though he is nearly always right when you and he come to grips over my paltry soul, like God and the devil in the medieval legends. He struggled one day, powdered in snow to the waist, up a succession of snow-shrouded terraces, up and up, he knew not whither, no whither perhaps, these upper regions blended with the sky no less misty white than they, and where the two came together it was hard to tell. No summit, no ridge was visible. It was a haze and a nothing toward which Hans Castorp strove, while behind him the world, the inhabited valley, fell away swiftly from view, and no sound mounted to his ears. In a twinkling he was as solitary, he was as lost as heart could wish. His loneliness was profound enough to awake the fear which is the first stage of valour. Praeterit figura huius mundi, he said to himself, quoting Nafta in a Latin hardly humanistic in spirit. He stopped and looked about. On all sides there was nothing to see beyond small single flakes of snow which came out of a white sky and sank to rest on the white earth. The silence about him refused to say aught to his spirit. His gaze was lost in the blind white void. He felt his heart pulse from the effort of the climb, that muscular organ whose animal-like shape and contracting motion he had watched with a feeling of sacrilege in the X-ray laboratory. A naive reverence filled him for that organ of his, for the pulsating human heart, up here alone in the icy void, alone with its question and its riddle. On he pressed, higher and higher toward the sky. Walking, he thrust the end of his stick in the snow and watched the blue light follow it out of the hole it made. That he liked, and stood for long at a time to test the little optical phenomenon. It was a strange, a subtle colour, this greenish blue, the colour of the heights and deeps. Ice clear, yet holding shadow in its depths. Mysteriously exquisite. It reminded him of the colour of certain eyes, whose shape and glance had spelled his destiny, eyes to which Herr Settembrini, from his humanistic height, had referred with contempt as Tartar slits and wolf's eyes, eyes seen long ago, and then found again, the eyes of Privislav Hipp and Claudia Schoscher. "With pleasure," he said aloud in the profound stillness, "but don't break it. C'est à visse, tu sais." And his spirit heard behind him words of warning in a mellifluous tongue. A wood loomed, misty, far off to the right. He turned that way, to the end of having some goal before his eyes, instead of sheer white transcendence, and made toward it with a dash, not remarking an intervening depression of the ground. He could not have seen it, in fact. Everything swam before his eyes in the white mist, obliterating all contours. When he perceived it, he gave himself to the decline, unable to measure its steepness with his eye. The grove that had attracted him lay the other side of the gully into which he had unintentionally steered. The trough, covered with fluffy snow, fell away on the side next the mountains, as he observed when he pursued it a little distance. It went downhill. The steep sides grew higher. This fold of the earth's surface seemed like a narrow passage leading into the mountain. Then the points of his skis turned up again. There began an incline. Soon there were no more sidewalls, and Hans Castorp's trackless course ran once more uphill along the mountainside. He saw the pine grove behind and below him, on his right, turned again toward it, and with a quick descent reached the laden trees. They stood in a wedge-shaped group, a vanguard thrust out from the mist-green forests above. He rested beneath their boughs and smoked a cigarette. The unnatural stillness, the monstrous solitude, still oppressed his spirit. Yet he felt proud to have conquered them, brave in the pride of having measured to the height of surroundings such as these. It was 3 p.m. He had set out soon after luncheon, with the idea of cutting part of the long rescue and tea as well, in order to be back before dark. He had brought some chocolate in his breeches pocket and a small flask of wine, and he told himself exultantly that he had still several hours to revel in all this grandeur. The position of the sun was hard to recognize, veiled as it was in haze. Behind him, at the mouth of the valley, above that part of the mountains that was shut off from view, the clouds and mists seemed to thicken and move forward. They looked like snow, more snow, as though there were pressing demands for it, like a good hard storm. Indeed, the little soundless flakes were coming down more quickly as he stood. Hans Castorp put out his arm and let some of them come to rest on his sleeve. He viewed them with the knowing eye of the nature lover. They looked mere shapeless morsels, but he had more than once had their like under his good lens, and was aware of the exquisite precision of form displayed by these little jewels, insignia, orders, graphs. No jeweller, however skilled, could do finer, more minute work. Yes, he thought, there was a difference, after all, between this light, soft, white powder he trod with his skis, that weighed down the trees and covered the open spaces, a difference between it and the sand on the beaches at home, to which he had likened it. For this powder was not made of tiny grains of stone, but myriads of tiniest drops of water, which, in freezing, had darted together in symmetrical variation, parts, then, of the same anorganic substance which was the source of protoplasm, of plant life, of the human body. And among these myriads of enchanting little stars, in their hidden splendour that was too small for man's naked eye to see, there was not one like unto another. An endless inventiveness governed the development and unthinkable differentiation of one and the same basic scheme, the equilateral, equiangled hexagon. Yet each, in itself, this was the uncanny, the anti-organic, the life-denying character of them all. Each of them was absolutely symmetrical, icily regular in form. They were too regular, as substance adapted to life never was to this degree. The living principle shuddered at this perfect precision, found it deathly, the very marrow of death. Hans Castorp felt he understood now the reason why the builders of antiquity purposely and secretly introduced minute variation from absolute symmetry in their columnar structures. He pushed off again, shuffling through the deep snow on his flexible runners, along the edge of the wood, down the slope, up again at random, to his heart's content, out and into this lifeless land. Its empty rolling spaces, its dried vegetation of single dwarf firs sticking up through the snow, bore a striking resemblance to a scene on the dunes. Hans Castorp nodded as he stood and fixed the likeness in his mind. Even his burning face, his trembling limbs, the peculiar and half-intoxicated mingled sensations of excitement and fatigue were pleasurable, reminding him as they did of that familiar feeling induced by the sea air, which could sting one like whips, and yet was so laden with sleepy essences. He rejoiced in his freedom of motion. His feet were like wings. He was bound to no path. None lay behind him to take him back whence he had come. At first there had been posts, staves set up as guides through the snow, but he had soon cut free from their tutelage, which recalled the Coast Guard with his horn, and seemed inconsistent with the attitude he had taken up toward the wild. He pressed on, turning right and left among rocky, snow-clad elevations, and came behind them on an incline, then a level spot, then on the mountains themselves. How alluring and accessible seemed their softly covered gorges and defiles. His blood leapt at the strong allurement of the distance and the height, the ever profounder solitude. At risk of a late return, he pressed on, deeper into the wild silence, the monstrous and the menacing, despite that gathering darkness was sinking down over the region like a veil, and heightening his inner apprehension until it presently passed into actual fear. It was this fear which first made him conscious that he had deliberately set out to lose his way and the direction in which valley and settlement lay, and had been as successful as heart could wish. Yet he knew that, if he were to turn in his tracks and go downhill, he would reach the valley bottom, even if some distance from the Birkhoff, and that sooner than he had planned. He would come home too early, not have made full use of his time. On the other hand, if he were overtaken unawares by the storm, he would probably, in any case, not find his way home. But however genuine his fear of the elements, he refused to take premature flight, his being scarcely the sportsman's attitude, who only meddles with the elements so long as he knows himself their master, takes all precautions, and prudently yields when he must. Whereas what went on in Hans Castop's soul can only be described by the one word, challenge. It was perhaps a blameworthy, presumptuous attitude, even united to a genuine awe. Yet this much is clear to any human understanding, that when a young man has lived years long in the way this one had, something may gather, may accumulate, as our engineer might put it, in the depths of his soul, until one day it suddenly discharges itself, with a primitive exclamation of disgust, a mental, "Oh, go to the devil!" a repudiation of all caution whatsoever, in short, with a challenge. So on he went, in his 7-league slippers, glided down this slope too, and pressed up the incline beyond, where stood a wooden hut that might be a hayrick or shepherd's shelter, its roof weighted with flat stones. On past this to the nearest mountain ridge, bristling with forest, behind whose back the giant peaks towered upward in the mist. The wall before him, studded with single groups of trees, was steep, but looked as though one might wind to the right and get round it by climbing a little way up the slope. Once on the other side, he could see what lay beyond. Accordingly, Hans Castorp set out on this tour of investigation, which began by descending from the meadow with the hut into another and rather deep gully that dropped off from right to left. He had just begun to mount again when the expected happened, and the storm burst, the storm that had threatened so long. Or may one say threatened, of the action of blind, non-sentient forces which have no purpose to destroy us? That would be comforting by comparison, but are merely horribly indifferent to our fate, should we become involved with them. "Hullo!" Hans Castorp thought, and stood still, as the first blast whirled through the densely falling snow and caught him. "That's a gentle zephyr. Tells you what's coming." And truly, this wind was savage. The air was in reality frightfully cold, probably some degrees below zero, but so long as it remained dry and still, one almost found it balmy. It was when a wind came up that the cold began to cut into the flesh, and in a wind like the one that blew now, of which that first gust had been a forerunner, the furs were not bought that could protect the limbs from its icy rigours. Hans Castorp wore no fur, only a woolen waistcoat, which he had found quite enough, or even, with the faintest gleam of sunshine, a burden. But the wind was at his back, a little sidewise. There was small inducement to turn and receive it in the face. So the mad youth, letting that fact reinforce the fundamental challenge of his attitude, pressed on among the single tree trunks, and tried to outflank the mountain he had attacked. It was no joke. There was almost nothing to be seen for swimming snowflakes, that seemed without falling to fill the air to suffocation by their whirling dance. The icy gusts made his ears burn painfully. His limbs felt half paralyzed. His hands were so numb he hardly knew if they held the staff. The snow blew inside his collar and melted down his back. It drifted on his shoulders and right side. He thought he should freeze as he stood into a snowman, with his staff stiff in his hands. And all this under relatively favouring circumstances, for let him turn his face to the storm, and his situation would be still worse. Getting home would be no easy task. The harder, the longer he put it off. At last he stopped, gave an angry shrug, and turned his skis the other way. Then the wind he faced took his breath on the spot, so that he was forced to go through the awkward process of turning round again to get it back, and collect his resolution to advance in the teeth of his ruthless foe. With bent head and cautious breathing he managed to get under way, but even thus forearmed, the slowness of his progress and the difficulty of seeing and breathing dismayed him. Every few minutes he had to stop, first to get his breath in the lee of the wind, and then because he saw next to nothing in the blinding whiteness, and moving as he did with head down, had to take care not to run against trees or be flung headlong by unevenness in the ground. Hosts of flakes blew into his face, melted there, and he anguished with the cold of them. They flew into his mouth and died away with a weak, watery taste, flew against his eyelids so that he winked, overflowed his eyes, and made seeing as difficult as it was now almost impossible for other reasons, namely the dazzling effect of all that whiteness and the veiling of his field of vision so that his sense of sight was almost put out of action. It was nothingness, white, whirling nothingness into which he looked when he forced himself to do so. Only at intervals did ghostly seeming forms from the world of reality loom up before him. A stunted fir, a group of pines, even the pale silhouette of the hay hut he had lately passed. He left it behind and sought his way back over the slope on which it stood, but there was no path. To keep direction, relatively speaking, into his own valley would be a question far more of luck than management. For while he could see his hand before his face, he could not see the end of his skis, and even with better visibility the host of difficulties must have combined to hinder his progress. The snow in his face, his adversary the storm, which hampered his breathing, made him fight both to take a breath and to exhale it, and constantly forced him to turn his head away to gasp. How could anyone, either Hans Castorp or another, and much stronger than he, make head? He stopped. He blinked his lashes free of water drops, knocked off the snow that like a coat of mail was sheathing his body in front, and it struck him that progress, under the circumstances, was more than anyone could expect. And yet Hans Castorp did progress. That is to say, he moved on. But whether in the right direction, whether it might not have been better to stand still, remained to be seen. Theoretically, the chances were against it, and in practice he soon began to suspect something was wrong. This was not familiar ground beneath his feet, not the easy slope he had gained on mounting with such difficulty from the ravine, which had of course to be retraversed. The level distance was too short. He was already mounting again. It was plain that the storm, which came from the southwest, from the mouth of the valley, had, with its violence, driven him from his course. He had been exhausting himself all this time with a false start. Blindly, enveloped in white, whirling night, he laboured deeper and deeper into this grim and callous sphere. "No, you don't," said he, suddenly, between his teeth, and halted. The words were not emotional, yet he felt for a second as though his heart had been clutched by an icy hand. It winced, and then knocked rapidly against his ribs, as it had the time Rhadamanthus found the moist cavity. Pathos in the grand manner was not in place, he knew, in one who had chosen defiance as his role, and was indebted to himself alone for all his present plight. "Not bad," he said, and discovered that his facial muscles were not his to command, that he could not express in his face any of his soul's emotions, for that it was stiff with cold. What next? Down this slope? Follow your nose home, I suppose, and keep your face to the wind. Though that is a good deal easier said than done," he went on, panting with his efforts, yet actually speaking half aloud as he tried to move on again. "But something has to happen. I can't sit down and wait. I should simply be buried in six-sided crystalline symmetricality, and Setimbrini, when he came with his little horn to find me, would see me squatting here with a snow cap over one ear. He realized that he was talking to himself, and not too sensibly, for which he took himself to task, and then continued on purpose, though his lips were so stiff he could not shape the labials, and so did without them, as he had on a certain other occasion that came to his mind. "Keep quiet, and get along with you, out of here," he admonished himself, adding, "You seem to be wool-gathering, not quite right in your head, and that looks bad for you." But this he only said with his reason, to some extent detached from the rest of him, though after all nearly concerned. As for his natural part, it felt only too much inclined to yield to the confusion which lay hold upon him with his growing fatigue. He even remarked this tendency, and took thought to comment upon it. "Here," said he, "we have the typical reaction of a man who loses himself in the mountains in a snowstorm and never finds his way home." He gasped out other fragments of the same thought as he went, though he avoided giving it more specific expression. "Whoever hears about it afterwards imagines it as horrible, that he forgets the disease, and the state I am in is, in a way of speaking, disease, so adjusts its man that it and he can come to terms. There are sensory appeasements, short circuits, a merciful narcosis. Yes, oh yes, yes. But one must fight against them, after all, for they are two-faced. They are in the highest degree equivocal. Everything depends upon the point of view. If you are not meant to get home, they are a benefaction, they are merciful. But if you mean to get home, they become sinister. I believe I still do. Certainly I don't intend, in this heart of mine so stormily beating it doesn't appeal to me in the least, to let myself be snowed under by this idiotically symmetrical crystallometry." In truth, he was already affected, and his struggle against oncoming sensory confusion was feverish and abnormal. He should have been more alarmed on discovering that he had already declined from the level course, this time apparently on the other slope, for he had pushed off with the wind coming slantwise at him, which was ill-advised, though more convenient for the moment. "Never mind," he thought, "I'll get my direction again down below," which he did, or thought he did, or, truth to tell, scarcely even thought so. Worst of all, began to be indifferent whether he had done or no. Such was the effect of an insidious double attack which he but weakly combated. Fatigue and excitement combined were a familiar state to our young man, whose acclimatization, as we know, still consisted in getting used to not getting used, and both fatigue and excitement were now present in such strength as to make impossible any thought of asserting his reason against them. He felt as often after a colloquy with Settembrini and Nafta, only to a far greater degree, dazed and tipsy, giddy, a-tremble with excitement. This was probably why he began to colour his lack of resistance to the stealing narcosis with half-maudlin references to the latest aired complex of theories. Despite his scornful repudiation of the idea that he might lie down and be covered up with hexagonal symmetricity, something within him maundered on, sense or no sense, told him that the feeling of duty which made him fight against insidious sensory appeasements was a purely ethical reaction, representing the sordid bourgeois view of life, irreligion, Philistinism, while the desire, nay craving, to lie down and rest, whispered him in the guise of a comparison between this storm and a sandstorm on the desert, before which the Arab flings himself down and draws his burnous over his head. Only his lack of a burnous, the unfeasibility of drawing his woolen waistcoat over his head, prevented him from following suit. This, although he was no longer a child, and pretty well aware of the conditions under which a man freezes to death. There had been a rather steep declivity, then level ground, then again an ascent, a stiff one. This was not necessarily wrong. One must, of course, on the way to the valley, traverse rising ground at times. The wind had turned capriciously around, for it was now at Hans Castorp's back, and that, taken by itself, was a blessing. Owing perhaps to the storm, or the white softness of the incline before him, dim in the whirling air, drawing him toward it, he bent as he walked. Only a little further. Supposing one were to give way to the temptation, and his temptation was great. It was so strong that it quite lived up to the many descriptions he had read of the typical danger state. It asserted itself, it refused to be classified with the general order of things, it insisted on being an exception, Its very exigence challenged comparison, yet at the same time it never disguised its origin or aura, never denied that it was, so to speak, garbed in Spanish black, with snow-white fluted ruff, and stood for ideas and fundamental conceptions that were characteristically gloomy, strongly Jesuitical and anti-human, for the rack and knout discipline which was the particular horror of Herr Settembrini, though he had never opposed it without making himself ridiculous, like a hand-organ man for ever grinding out ragione to the same old tune. End of section 20.